Man, motherfuckers, we are back. Right on the motherfucking dot, too.
You can just pull up and hang out and be a new friend. I can show you how to train the dragon. And either way, it ain't gotta be love. What is this love? What are we waiting for? Life can be tough, so I need you more and more. You need to stay with me all till I sleep.
Trying to get this motherfucking shit started.
Manchester. Sending love from a bass compressor. Ground control with a soul like Bowie and a chop you up low like a pressure. I don't really wanna brag. Just call it let them need it back. High five to the squad in the range. Let me outlaw love over here. Biscuit beats from the contraband. Slime meets me with real life with hand. Freestyle like a bowling pin. Flex these bars on a dolphin fin. Life's too short, but I can't complain. Doing backflips on a candy cane. Ride my scooter with a cake tonight. And I'ma high five me a traffic light. I blink twice when I teleport. Got kicked out of the drop pursuit. Bought this gun, and I ghosted out in a minivan. Mic in my hand like a waffle cone. Spitting out syrup in the twilight zone. Got no job, but I'm on the clock. And you can't stop me, 'cause you don't stop. Christmas wreath, dropping these bars while I brush my teeth, flipping this merch like a boomerang, landed on stage and back filled with a new disease, tell 'em I'm down so I'm on the beat, we don't care, we bounce on clouds, sing on key, and we still too loud, biscuit drops, the place explodes, jumping through life like pantyhose, still no job, but I'm on the clock, and you can't stop me, 'cause you don't stop.
You know, I've said this before. I'll say it again. The current crop of kids couldn't fucking handle what we went through, what we dealt with as Gen Xers. Y'all would break in less than a day. I give you about 3 hours tops. And here's the main reason, one of the main reasons at least, why I say that. So, you know that old saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never fucking hurt me? Yeah. Gen X basically epitomizes that. We are what they mean when people say that saying. Because we went out and one of our absolute favorite pastimes was verbal wars. And I mean that in the most literal sense. We would go out and run our mouths. All day, every day. To each other. To adults. To basically every motherfucking buddy. Like, that's not an exaggeration. That's literally what we did. We would call each other everything under the sun and then some. Like, hell, we invented names and terms and whatnot to use against each other. One of our absolute favorite pastimes. Didn't give no fuck. And around 98% of us came home from that, and we weren't butthurt. We weren't pissed. We didn't go and complain to our parents and whatnot. Hell nah. We manned the fuck up and we came back with insults just as good, if not better, than the ones that got used against us. Just how we did it. We would call ourselves all kinds of shit. We would use the 6-letter F word, the 3-letter F word, all that kind of shit against each other. Didn't give a fuck. Like I said, we didn't get butthurt off of it. It didn't bother us at all. Nowadays, you kids get all pissy if somebody goes damn to you. Seriously. The fuck is wrong with this these current generations? Like, who the fuck are you even? How can you claim to be the future of humanity? The ones who are supposed to lead us to a brighter path. If even the single most childish insults hurt your precious little feelings. I could sit there, play an online game, call somebody a fucking poopy head. Easily one of the most childish insults ever created. I wouldn't even really consider it an insult. And I could offend 10 people by saying it. Like, that's not a joke. I would offend at least 10 motherfuckers from these newer generations by just simply calling one person a poopy head. And it doesn't even have to be one of the people I offend that I call that. Nah, it's just somebody. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? Grow up. Jesus Christ. Words are just words, you dumb motherfuckers. They don't mean shit. I've said this before. I will say this again. I will say it to my dying day. Words, much like symbols, only have power if you give that power to them. Like, that's just the truth. Like, take this argument over Confederate symbols that are a portion of our nation's history. By our nation, I mean my home country, the United States. Do they, come from a period of our history which was pretty horrible? 100%. That said, they're just flags, statues, things of that nature. They are inanimate objects. They don't mean shit in and of themselves. And I would even argue this. While you're sitting there spending all this time bitching about where they came from and all that fucking nonsense and what they represent, you're not doing anything to make real changes. And go you one further. By looking at these objects as symbols of oppression or whatever you look at them as, and giving them that kind of horrible power, you're ignoring what you should be doing. What you should be doing is, instead of bitching about, oh, they represent this and they represent that and blah, 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 How about you get up off your ass and you go out there and you work on making real fucking changes? All right, ignore these symbols and go out there and do something that means something. Go out there and work on making real, viable, meaningful, lasting fucking changes. Instead of being a bunch of whiny cunts. See, I come on here and I campaign for real social justice. Things that will mean something, a day later, weeks later, months, years, decades, centuries down the road. I campaign to try to change people's thinking. I campaign to try to educate to the best of my abilities. Alright, that's what I do. I pass on knowledge, wisdom, experience. Things that I have gained over 4.5 decades of life. Plus a little extra. What are y'all doing? Like, what are y'all doing? All you kids today are doing is sitting there bitching and whining, moaning and groaning. You're not doing a goddamn thing that means a fucking thing. Certainly not doing anything that's going to make any real lasting changes. You continue to retreat to your little sheepledom. And then when things continue to fail to go the way you want them to, you bitch, whine, moan, and complain more and more and more and more. But you still don't do shit. Get up and do something. Like, straight up, get up and fucking do something that's gonna mean something. That's today's lesson. I gotta get up and go grab me a cup of coffee before we get into my first game of the day. Y'all hang tight, I'll be right back.
the time to listen to me whine about nothing and everything all at once. I am one of those melodramatic fools, running to the bottom town about it. Sometimes I give myself a remix. Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. It all keeps adding up. I can't take it up. And I'm
All right.
I'm simply being what you made me. Dad stepped forward, trying to push past me into the house. I held my ground in the doorway. Move clear. We're going to start unloading Marcus's things. If you set foot inside my house without permission, you'll be arrested for trespassing and breaking and entering. You wouldn't, Dad said, but there was uncertainty in his voice. Now watch me. We stood there in tense silence for exactly 11 minutes. Then a BMW pulled up behind the U-Haul and Richard Chin emerged with his briefcase. 30 seconds later, a sheriff's patrol car arrived. Sheriff Mitchell, a woman in her 50s who'd handled a neighbor dispute for me once before, approached with a neutral expression. Miss Westwood, your attorney indicated you're having a property dispute. These individuals are attempting to move into my home without permission, I said calmly. They're claiming ownership rights they don't possess. Richard was already opening his briefcase. Sheriff Mitchell, I have the deed to this property. Clara Westwood is the sole owner. Purchase date, June 2014. No CO signers, no co-owners. The mortgage was paid off in full in 2019. I also have the title insurance documentation and property tax records showing MS Westwood has paid all taxes on this property for 10 years. He handed her a folder. She reviewed it carefully. And these individuals, Sheriff Mitchell asked, gesturing to my family. My parents and brother, I said. They have no legal claim to this property. They've never lived here, never paid toward it, never held any ownership stake. Sheriff Mitchell turned to my parents. Do you have any documentation suggesting you have rights to this property? Dad's face was red. We don't need documentation. We're her parents. We gave her the money to buy it. Do you have proof of that financial gift? Richard asked smoothly. Bank transfers, checks, a loan agreement. Silence. Because I have Miss Westwood's complete financial records from 2013 and 2014, Richard continued. Every deposit into her down payment savings account came from her employer via direct deposit. There are no large deposits from any other source. Mom was looking panicked now. This is absurd. Claire, tell them this is a misunderstanding. We're family. It's not a misunderstanding. I said you came to my house uninvited, demanded I vacate my own property, and attempted to move someone else in. That's attempted theft and trespassing. Sheriff Mitchell closed the folder. I'm going to need all of you except Miss Westwood to clear this property. This is private property, and the owner has asked you to leave. This is ridiculous. Marcus exploded. She's my sister. Jennifer is pregnant. We need this house. Your needs don't supersede property law, Sheriff Mitchell said firmly. Leave now, or I'll arrest you for trespassing. Jennifer started crying. Mom put her arm around her. Claire, please think of your niece or nephew. They need a good home. Then Marcus should provide one, I said, as I've provided for myself. Dad pointed at me, his hand shaking with rage. You'll regret this. We're done with you. Completely done. I can accept that, I said. They left. The U-Haul pulled away with whatever belongings they'd already loaded. Sheriff Mitchell took a formal statement from me, and Richard made copies of all the documentation. Do you want to pursue charges? Richard asked after the sheriff left. Not yet, I said. But document everything. I suspect this isn't over. I was right. Over the next week, I received 47 phone calls from various family members. Aunt Linda called me selfish and cruel. Uncle Robert said I was destroying the family. My cousin Stephanie sent a long text about how disappointed my late grandmother would be. I blocked most of them after they refused to hear my side. Marcus started a social media campaign. He posted on Facebook about his heartless sister who refused to help her pregnant sister-in-law and was hoarding a family home she didn't even need. He tagged mutual friends, distant relatives, people I'd gone to high school with. The post got 340 shares before I screenshotted it and sent it to Richard. This is defamation, Richard said when I showed him. He's making false claims that damage your reputation. The house was never family property. Can we send a cease and desist? Absolutely. I'll have it drafted today. The cease and desist letter arrived at Marcus's apartment via certified mail 3 days later. He called me 62 times in the following hour. I didn't answer. Then my mother called. Claire, you sent your brother legal threats. Your own brother. He publicly lied about me and my property. That's defamation. He's upset. Jennifer is crying constantly. They're living in a cramped apartment. They can't afford anything bigger on Marcus's salary. Marcus worked in sales and made approximately $52,000 a year. Jennifer didn't work. They'd chosen their financial situation. That's not my problem to solve by giving up my home. I said, we raised you to care about family. You raised me to believe Marcus's needs always came before mine. I corrected.
Film rooms are the forum where strategies are discussed and victories are won. Each person there has a voice, a chance to step forward with what they believe is the key to this week's game.
My key didn't work. I called Richard immediately, then the police. When I called my parents' house from my car, Dad answered, Claire, finally ready to talk sense. Did you change my locks? Marcus changed them. He and Jennifer moved in this morning. You can collect your things if you're reasonable about this. I felt eerily calm. So Marcus broke into my house and changed the locks. It's not breaking in. He used the spare key you keep under the flower pot. I'd removed that spare key 6 years ago, but apparently Marcus had made a copy before I did. That meant he'd been planning this. I'm calling the police, I said. Marcus has broken into my home, changed my locks without permission, and is unlawfully occupying my property. That's burglary and criminal trespassing. You wouldn't dare. I hung up and called 911. The police arrived in 7 minutes. I showed them my deed, my driver's license with this address, my utility bills, my property tax statements. Everything was in my name. Nothing was in Marcus's name. When officers entered my house after I gave them permission as the legal owner, they found Marcus and Jennifer unpacking boxes in my bedroom. My belongings had been thrown into garbage bags in the garage. Marcus was arrested. So was Jennifer, though she sobbed through the entire process. The charges were burglary, criminal trespassing, and vandalism. They damaged my bedroom door when forcing it open. My parents arrived as Marcus was being put in the police car. Mom screamed at me. You're having your pregnant sister-in-law arrested. What kind of monster are you? The kind who doesn't let people steal her house, I said. Dad looked destroyed. We'll never forgive you for this. I'm okay with that. They posted bail for Marcus and Jennifer, $1.1500 each. They had to take out a loan to cover it. Richard filed for a restraining order the next day. The judge granted it immediately given the break-in and arrest. My parents, Marcus and Jennifer, had to stay at least 500 feet from me and my property. Then things got worse for them. Marcus's employer found out about the arrest. Someone sent them screenshots of his Facebook.
This football's out.
The Vikings, and with the yellow horn bellowing throughout U.S. Bank Stadium, a Nordic nation of 70,000 strong rises up with a cry of smoke to usher two teams into battle. Up next, it's our main event.
It was cramped, exactly the situation they tried to avoid. My mother called from a number I didn't recognize. I answered before checking. Claire, please. You've made your point. Drop the charges. Marcus lost his job. They have nowhere to go. He committed a crime.
Carlos Santos after the opening kick. And off we go from Minneapolis.
We'll pay you rent if you let them stay
Return,
there.
Isaiah Rogers. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Here come the Vikings, taking the field for their first drive of the game. And leading them in his pseudo-rookie season after that injury cost him last year. The 10th overall pick in our 2024 draft, J.J. McCarthy.
And all those touchdowns he had last week, Gabe, he traded every one of them for a victory. It's team over individual for him. So even though he himself is coming off the exact type of showing you want, that kind of efficiency usually wins you games. He's happy about it. He will be focused on victory in this season.
Two on the pickup there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8.
I don't think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. It'll lead to some shuffling around here in the playbook. Find a more aggressive call on second.
Case went to trial 4 months later. It lasted 2 days.
Second down carry for Jones. And this will only complicate matters for third down part where they're sent backwards.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense came at the perfect time.
He drops the deep shot. A big play to start the game, but it slips through incomplete. And we talked about it earlier. Brought a losing streak in his building rhythm. That's not a good start towards breaking that streak as they go 3 and out.
You want to bust that narrative, and the best way to do that is to start fast, and once again, they're not.
340 shares his original post received. Most people never saw the truth. Jennifer filed for divorce while Marcus was serving his community
He's
service.
fielded at the 14.
Back to her parents' house in Ohio. The baby.
Found some space to do a little damage there before they bottle him up. Well, here come the Bears as they get set for their debut series. They'll be led out by last year's #1 overall pick, Brock. Looking to build on his decent debut season here in year 2. It's Caleb Williams.
Just an all-around great performance from him last week, Kate, to win. Those 2 touchdowns he had played a big part in the victory, no question. But so did keeping it clean, not throwing a pick. You want to become friendly with your own defense? Make sure they don't have any extra possessions to defend. He did his job, and so did his teammates.
Sister called me 6 months after the trial. I should
That
have said
begins with a run by Johnson. And it is 6 yards to begin this one. That's 2nd and 4.
That run may not have gotten you a first, but sure, nice little run. Set the table.
They resented you for it because it made Marcus look bad by comparison.
Last run got him 7. Here comes 2nd and 3.
Standing up for yourself, enforcing your boundaries, refusing to be stolen from. That took courage. I'm proud of you. I'm sorry I didn't defend you when they were attacking
They
you.
go counter. It's Johnson. He's going to be brought down at the 42. They'll say he got 5 there, but Brock, all they care about is the first down that comes with it.
Looky here, you don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run actually sticks. Got that ball you had ready though? Recycle it, save it for later. That next 3rd down coming.
My therapist, Dr. Sarah Kim, had helped me understand the pattern of manipulation and emotional abuse.
Williams on the play action.
Mom's health is her responsibility and her daughter's.
This is target. That's Burns
Using
Hunt.
a script, Dr. Kim
And they do get him down, but the damage is done. This kid's down inside the 35-yard line. That's going to pick up the first down after a gain of 26.
That's a statement throw right there. A statement throw that lets the opposing defense know it's not just going to be shut down Charlie today. They're going to be willing to push the ball down the field, and this defense better respond.
That makes him a little bit difficult. He works part-time in a warehouse. He lives with our parents still. He sees his daughter, who's now 2, twice a month.
We've set it down for him from the 31.
Jennifer doesn't trust him alone with her. My parents are still in their 2-bedroom condo, struggling financially because they're supporting Marcus and because they took out loans for his bail and legal defense.
Williams off the play
Dad had
fake.
to delay retirement by at least 5 years. I'm still in my
And
head.
that's incomplete. Wanted to dial up the aggressiveness there like that. Couldn't connect. 2nd down.
I got a promotion last year. I'm now a principal architect making $250,000 annually. I'm seeing someone, a kind man named David, who works in environmental law and thinks my boundaries are healthy and attractive. I sleep well at night. People sometimes ask if I feel guilty.
Johnson
or
up
if
the
I
middle.
regret how hard I came down with the family. I wish I could.
And finally, they bring him down. He shook off a couple of defenders there on a
They
nice
made a
pickup.
calculated choice to try to take
6
some
yards to pick up there. That's going to bring up 3rd and 4.
This dude was just not going to be stopped, not by the first defender, heck, not even by the second one who was able to bring him down. No, it took a few shots before this crew could finally get this piece
I didn't
down.
ruin their lives. They ruined their own
Pitches
lives
out to
by
Johnson.
believing they were entitled to my property. I sacrificed.
They have this one well contained. There's the stop for a loss now. 4th down coming up.
Dr. Kim calls this
Well, the extra blocking sure didn't spring that run the way they hoped it would, Brock.
In the old West Coast system, you call 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, Tiger. Tiger package comes on the field. That was a whole lot more like a kitty cat effort there.
Sacrifice. The scapegoat whose achievements were minimized and whose resources were
All
considered
right, so they're going for this. I like this being aggressive from the get-go on their opening drive.
That role cost me relationships with most of my family. But those
play
relationships
action.
were
Here's
my
Williams.
exploitation. They only worked when I accepted less than I
Here's his man, Carl Dunze. He's got these guys into the red zone before someone can force him out. A new set of downs. Here we go, 1st and 10.
their children. I celebrated my successes instead of resenting them. Family where love wasn't conditional
In the
on
red zone now.
celebration. But I don't miss who they
See
actually are.
Dunze again. He's going to be out of bounds after a solid bounty yard. 2nd down coming up.
There's no negatives ever on a great shoot for completion. That's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
These two NFC North teams have played one so far. Couple of zeros on the board right now. More from U.S. Bank Stadium after the break.
My cousin Stephanie, who called me heartless 2 years ago, reached out. Her own parents had just demanded she co-sign a loan for her brother's failed business.
Welcome back.
When she
Second
refused,
quarter
they
about to
called
start.
the
Bears with a chance for at least 3, possibly 6.
Now I understand. You were just the first one brave enough to say no. Can we talk? We had coffee last week. I told her everything I'd learned in therapy. I shared the boundary scripts Dr. Kim taught me. I explained that you can love your family.
Now here's DeAndre Swift on the ground. And he's stopped as we get closer to our first point to this ball game. It's going to be 1st and goal now.
It was the greatest gift they ever gave
You
me.
want to drain some of the excitement, some of the noise from our home stadium? That's exactly how you do it when you go on the road. Learn it right down their throat from the jump.
Will make you choose between your well-being and their approval. Choosing yourself.
1st and goal, Swift. So some defensive initiative in that goal to go. Brock, they take him down behind the line. 2nd and goal coming up.
The same choice again.
Dusek up in the scoreboard, Broncos. He's not going away anytime soon if they keep having plays like that.
They really need something. An injection of energy here. Nothing will take the spark out of a series quite like getting stuck for a loss.
Will ever take the
Williams to throw. play is brought to a halt. They're going to say at the 5-yard line.
We give a lot of credit to receivers, and rightfully so, Kate, for them going into coverage and making a catch. I don't think we give enough credit to tight ends. I know they're big, I know they're physical, but to go into double coverage, take that contact, and come away with the catch, that's a big-time effort.
Trying to run with Swift. And he's in for the touchdown. The Bears get the game's first points here in the second. DeAndre Swift, the touchdown. All right, so we're already into the second quarter, Brock, but that was just their opening drive of this football game. Fortunately, they did get a touchdown out of it.
Yep, and if opportunities with the ball are going to be as frequent as they've been to start this game, you've got to make each and one of those chances count in that area. One for one.
Extra point is good by Santos. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away.
Hi, welcome to my slideshow of Laserborn and I.
On the return, here's Rogers.
Now in Koreatown in LA.
And he's brought down just beyond their 25-yard line.
Got decked out.
Now for the second time this game, we get a look at this Vikings offense.
They had time
So far, the game's going well.
Score 7-0.
play on the television. This Godzilla statue would.
Motion this on the right.
He has the same face as
Starting the drive with a give to Jones. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
the ninja train.
Kind of yardage is not going to kill this drive on the first play. It does put you a little bit behind schedule. Now second down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
Change shape throughout the day based on how much light is hitting them at dawn. The pupils are fully round and wide open.
Operating from the gun, it's McCarthy. Bears getting close, and they're going to take him down. Sam forces him out, cover third down.
This is the time where you get in that huddle and you just look at one another and say, hey, let's get back to win. Get back to win. Get something good to feel good about. Sure, you'd like to get the first down, but more than anything, just find a positive play after a huge sack.
They're in long for him here. Defensive play, Jones, incomplete. And they have to wait a little longer for his first catch of the game. So that brings up fourth and long.
That's what I call complimentary defense right there. That pressure by the group up front, that leads to the incompletion and to the benefit of that secondary.
He has it at the 22. It's a nice run off the return. He gets out past the 35. The Bears and DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. And that touchdown on their opening drive, more of what we've come to expect from him this season. You can see he's one of the league's best in front of the end zone thus far. Nice field position here. Bears getting set. First and 10. Now Williams. He puts juice on a deep throw down the middle. Quite a defensive battle, Brock, but we have got so far. We've reached our 2-minute warning. So tight, smoke coming your way from US Bank Stadium. Thanks to this. Second and 10 now, ball still at that 39-yard line. The shotgun, gives to Swift. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Ivan Pace able to make the stop.
So much to like about that run, particularly when he's able to get it from the defense. It feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
On third down, here's Swift. He's officially in enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. 5 yards on that play and enough for a new set of downs.
I don't know what it is, Kate. I love third down runs. I really do. I know the receivers don't always like to catch money down. They want the ball. But a third down run for a first down could be so demoralizing to that defense.
Finds him on the crossing line. He's taken down, but he's got it to the 29.
That was a nice, like, cut back to run for extra yards.
Now we have a stoppage. No challenges inside of 2
Because I caught that right at the goal line.
Take another look at this on their own. Well, we all know there can be so little room for error spotting a football. And that's what's being reviewed right here. Did they get this right?
And I know both sidelines are furiously pleading their cases about what their eyes see. But fortunately, the eye in the sky and the replays will give us a clear answer.
They sent it out to New York just to be safe. And the folks there saw enough to change that
This is
call.
a humble squid, although if you're a fisherman, you might know it as Diablo Rojo.
First down throw by Williams. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
I say back, sinking hunting groups of 1,000.
After the incompletion, still at the 38, it's second and 10.
They communicate through their version of Morse code. Flashing red to blue.
On the play fake, Williams.
Squid pulls up on you and starts throwing red. You can get jumped by 10.
This is inside the 15. And we set up at the 11 after that play.
Reeling in 5.
The Vikings call a timeout. It'll be their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
They've also been said to bring that sleep for you.
Keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another first and 10.
Never seen again. But those are stories, so we can't prove it. There's also video evidence that you can watch of divers getting mauled and nearly dragged into the abyss by squid. Some divers even swear they've had almost attempt to
They
rip off
pitch
their
it to
masks
him.
to drown. Also, they have beats that can break skin and tendons.
For a single yard. Really good efforts to do what he could there.
I've never seen that before.
Minnesota spends its second time out here. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on,
Imagine I tell you
it's going to be because of a play just like that, and softening up the front and opening the door, bigger gap in the future.
Both the balls in shot.
They pitch it out to him here. Trying to lose yards here. They take him down to the 10-yard line. No pause now for an injured player. Looks like he's worse for wear after handling that last carry.
That's with the comma, as in one M added to what I do.
Third down. Here's Williams. Good job defensively here to contain the pass. This is going to be fourth down. Well, the good part is he did bring that play to a stop. Unfortunately, looks like he got banged up on the tackle. He's in some discomfort out there. Only move this offense.
I'd rather turn it over on downs this close to their goal line.
Stories of fishermen falling overboard, getting swarmed and pulled down by hunting gunboats, and never seen again. But those are stories, so we can't prove it. There's also video evidence.
He's not going to get there. They're in the end zone, partner, but it's still going to keep this offense on the field. They've got a first and goal.
Look at the tendencies and the stats take forth in that distance. Typically, you see jumps. Of course, you got the perfect running play in your back pocket, a whole bunch of trust in the people around you.
Swift does not get in. His push is stopped just short of that goal line.
Leads to second and goal.
So a one-possession game, Brock, after our first 2 quarters. Now let's throw it over to our pal Scott Hansen. He's got our halftime report.
Their high school audience.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. 10 weeks have come and gone. The temperature's starting to dip a little bit here in November. Lots to show you. Let's talk about it. Our look across the NFL starts now, and we kick it off with a good one.
Straight up embarrassing.
And it's Tua. He's going to try and scramble with it, and the defense is completely out to sea. He's gone.
But keep in mind,
The Dolphins come away with an 8-point victory.
Vice President of the United States.
Next up, why don't we go to Foxborough and check in on the Patriots as they host the New York Jets. And this is Kendrick Bourne. He's going to find an opening down the field and pull this one in. A 55-yard touchdown. The Pats win their second straight as they get the victory here. Lastly, let's go to Atlanta. It's the Falcons taking on the Carolina Panthers. And it's the third-year quarterback, Bryce Young. One of 2 touchdown passes for him in this first half. This one's gone to halftime, and it's the Panthers with a 10-point lead at the half.
Genuinely stress-melting. And here's the wild part. There are 0 ads. Like, none at all. No
With that, time for a look at the rest of the action going on here in week number 11 in the NFL's regular season. Meanwhile, in our game, just one touchdown on the board. 7-0 is the score. As we send you back out to the broadcast team, Kate Scott and Brock Hewer.
We ain't never had no white baby in the wood. This is a white.
Godzilla is pissed. New footage shows him discarding his slipper and smacking the shit out of everyone in the Strait of America with a fly swatter.
Right, ready to send this one away. Luther Burden now on return. The Bears send DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. And he's already scored once this game. Something he's made a bit of a habit of this season. As we've seen, he's among the league's best at finding that end zone.
73 on the dice, letting himself win.
Williams to throw on first.
But then this guy's
He throws a bullet to the center of the field. Defender runs right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Just couldn't hang on through the contact. So second down coming up. At the gun, here's Williams. Next guy, left side. And it's a quality effort here as he's pushed out right along the 40. Gain 15 there. It'll be first down Chicago.
This guy was I was driving home from my attorney, ready to give my son $800,000 for his dream.
So Reed to give to Swift.
Up to their apartment.
He's going to get this one in the territory to the 47. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first.
I had the windows down, Houston air rushing through the roof, and a certified copy of the wire
Swift gets it on the option. And he finally stopped him, but not before he picks up 7 on that first down run.
The better part of 32 years.
Now one of the Vikings in some pain out there, so we'll get a stoppage here as he's helped by trainers.
His son and his wife, so they could stop
Swift on second down. And he's going to have this one down to the 20. 20 yards on that play. It'll be first down Bears.
Sunday dinners. I was 63 years old, and I felt like I was learning. My son had no idea I was coming. I wanted to surprise him. I had rehearsed what I would say.
First down, and they go right back to it.
I was going to tell him that his mother.
And he takes this one in for a Chicago touchdown.
Yeah, baby.
Wasn't just
DeAndre Swift, the touchdown.
Every way that mattered. I had a hope.
He broke the tackle he needed to, Brock. And how about that effort then to keep it going and eventually reach that end zone?
Yeah, that's awesome on the offensive side. Defensively, not every missed tackle is the same. It may be on a stat sheet, but sometimes that helps finish play isn't right and quick enough, and you're the only one. The last line of defense, in that moment, you got to scratch. You got to tear and make it stop.
I figured I'd catch them all together. Maybe take them out for lunch after. Let the news sink in for a good meal. I parked, grabbed a folder, and walked toward their building. Their unit was on the second floor.
Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away.
Climbing the stairs when I
Boy, he's gotten all kinds of work in this year.
Flies right on past the end zone. Did not make an effort to even hit the lane zone, Brock. So they're going to put to a drive starting at the 35. The Vikings taking the field on offense. Their work really cut out for him now, partner, to follow up that touchdown and get things back to a 1-score game.
About anyone, a friend, a client from the dental office. I stood very still
position to start with for the Vikings. It's first and 10.
And I hated myself for listening, and I could not make myself stop. Daniel thinks his dad is
Jones. And they're going to stop him after he wiggles his way forward for 2.
I found the press release. It was sold for $2.3 million. 2.3.
Need a better result than that last run. It's second and 8.
Listen to me. If we can get him to buy the house,
play action. McCarthy. Good trouble now. The ball is out. And the Bears have it. They had a nice chunk after that recovery, and they're going to take over inside the red zone.
You can just see the QB scanning, can't you? He's moving, he's looking downfield. Second and third level defenders did their job, and what to do? Free that pass rush up to strip the ball away from the QB.
The point is, we both walk away with something real. Something that could disappear.
The Bears and DeAndre Swift set for their next drive.
The
And the turnover puts them right back out there. Just a few plays since they scored that touchdown.
Well, they didn't get much time to rest, but guess what, Jake? That defense didn't get much time to rest either. Now you could go in attack mode while they're still shaking out that last touchdown.
I was probably out. Really? I'd be surprised that didn't get looked at again.
Because I think it matters. My first feeling was not anger. It wasn't even hurt. My first feeling was a kind of the kind that settles in your chest.
And it's just some quarterbacks because of the space short memories. Just how these two defenses need them sometimes as well.
Yeah, 100%. You give up a big run, not too bad. No time to dwell on it. Because you gotta line up, buckle up that chin strap, and try to knock him backwards.
And this one was harder. Was that my son didn't know.
Here's
He had
Williams.
no idea. Whatever she was planning,
He's got
she
it.
was planning it alone.
Touchdown, Chicago.
My son was as much a part of
Bears
it.
take a 20-zip lead. DJ for the touchdown.
I had liked Christine from the first time my son.
And they love the scoring production he's brought out of their offense. That touchdown gives him 10 on the season.
She always remembered how I took my coffee. When they got married 2 years later, I danced with her at the reception, and I meant every word of the toast I gave. I had never had a daughter. I had thought foolishly that maybe I had found one. I drove home. I made myself a cup of coffee. I sat at the kitchen table where my wife and I had sat for 21 years before she passed, and I thought carefully. I knew one thing without any doubt. I was not
Sorry,
going
had
to
a
tell
chat
my son
bot
what I had
popped up.
heard. Not yet. If I told him,
Santos down for the extra point.
either he wouldn't believe me, and I would lose my son in the argument that followed, or he would believe
The
me.
point after splits the upright. And the Bears stretch their lead to 21.
Everything, and there would be no light, and the whole thing would dissolve in accusations and counterclaims. And my son would be left with nothing but confusion, and a marriage that had been blown up by roadblock with his father's memory of a conversation through a window. I had no regret.
Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this
I had a
away.
folder with a bank letter and 32 years of work, and I had the word of a man.
And he
who was
wasn't
lonely
chancing a
and
return there, putting it out of the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Now the Minnesota offense trotting out.
That day,
All the
what I did
touchdowns have come
instead was
from
call my
one side of the
attorney,
field,
a
Brock.
man
They're
named
still looking for their
Gerald,
first
who had
points of
handled my
any
business
kind in a
contracts for
game that has
15
gotten
years,
out of
and
hand.
he was one of the sharpest people I had ever met. I told him what I had heard. I told him everything.
Off the play fake, it's McCarthy.
Precisely as I could.
Not being on the left side as it ends up incomplete.
Things I appreciated.
Madison, the intended target. And now it's second down.
He didn't sign
This
anything yet.
defense, they had a plan, and they've done an excellent job executing it. Instead of a main character, they've reduced this receiver to a footnote. Kudos to the job collectively on defense.
Don't change your behavior.
Following the
Don't cancel
incompletion, we
plans
stay at the
for it.
35 with
Just
second and
act
10.
completely normal. Normal. I repeated. Normal, he said. Can you do that? I told him
On the
I could.
shotgun,
I
McCarthy.
wasn't sure I was
And they get to him again.
on Saturday.
There'll be third down coming up after this.
That quarterback's going to get hurt at this rate.
What is it Kate to say about that? Isn't that the crossroads of preparation and opportunity?
Look at that hit.
That's what the safety's done today.
Damn.
The right spots and taking advantage. First, recovers the fumble, and now, in front of an open lane.
Fucking sandwich, bro.
On the cheek, and I sat down across from them, and I smiled, and I ate my steak, and I toasted my son's 35th birthday. And the whole time there was a sound in my head like a radio playing in another room.
Defense
Low
gunning
and
for the top
persistent
here. It's
and
third down.
impossible to turn off. She was warm that night, attentive. She refilled my water glass.
Here he goes,
Before I asked
third and long.
her, she laughed at my stories about my son when he was a kid. She touched his hand.
He goes down.
This overwhelming pressure and these sacks after sacks after sacks. It's built this lead, and you know it's the way they want to finish it.
He said, your daughter-in-law's mother filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy 18 months ago. The mother has 2 civil judgments against her.
Is this clean at the 30?
It's still active, and your daughter-in-law is south. This is
Gets him something back on that return. They're in the neighborhood midfield. The Bears send DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. And those legs must be tired, but he ain't stopping, Brock. Not with the type of game that he's been having for himself on the ground.
The divorce filing came 3 months
The
later.
Bears with some
She
nice
received
field
half the
position
settlement
as they
as
get
marital
set.
property
First and 10.
under Texas community property law.
Williams
I
will
set
look to
down my
throw.
coffee cup. She She's done this before.
Deep to the
I
left
can't tell you what
side.
she's done.
Oh, come on.
But I can tell you this.
You know, I say this all the time to get down here to the red zone. These things happen so fast. Those windows close in a hurry.
Exactly how the
Quarterback's fortunate that was one hand and not two hands that got on the
That's up
football.
to you, he said. But if I were in your position,
Taking a
I
chance to
would
the end zone.
understand two things.
The second down toss to the end zone. Situation incomplete. Time to regroup. Something else here on third.
And two,
Great play defensively there. Just get a hand in there and deny that touchdown.
That's exactly right. Passive hands, an aggressive mindset. As a DB, you've got to assume that every throw is going to be a touchdown. And here's the last line you get off the side. It's got to miss the ball on the ball. He just did.
I told him I had some things in
That is so well. Incomplete, incomplete. Just go to the sidelines. You're going to look at that tablet, and you're going to try to figure out how in the heck do we turn this
What I did
around.
not tell him was that I had also that morning quietly restructured the game.
It's incomplete. They try to get their best effort, Ron, but they come up empty. It's going to be a turnover on down.
A family trust.
You know, Kate, I don't think I've ever met a defender that cares. All they want to do is get off the field. Doesn't matter if it's a drop pass, deflection, breakup, even an interception. Challenged by the offense to get one more stop to get off the field, and that's exactly what they did.
This drive's quickly headed in the wrong direction.
Gerald had warned me.
First play set down behind the line. Bears decided to call their first timeout.
My son came to dinner
That'll leave them with just two to use the rest of the way.
We ate and we talked about his work. He was a project manager for a construction firm and about the Astros.
This
And about a
last
hiking
play of the
trip he was
quarter.
thinking about taking in the fall. He seemed happy. That was the thing I kept coming back to.
On the
He
shotgun,
seemed
McCarthy.
genuine, straightforwardly happy. The way a man is happy when he doesn't know there's a reason.
Let's get the footballs in the chat.
First down. It's still a very good game. They picked up 12, third and short.
I watched his face
Just
carefully.
one
He was
quarter
greatly,
remaining in this
almost
one.
overwhelmed.
It's going to be the
He
Vikings
asked
who
me
have the
twice
football,
if I
Bron.
was
But given
sure.
that score,
And I told
you're going
him
to need
twice
points
that I was
every
sure.
time out
He
from
didn't
here
ask a
on.
single question about Christine, about her name being on the property, about what would happen in a divorce. It didn't occur to him to ask. That told me everything I needed to know about where his head was. He called Christine from my kitchen table to tell her the news. I
Third and a
watched
lone
him while
yard
he
coming
talked
up.
to her, watched his face, watched the way he smiled. I heard her
McCarthy on
voice
the
through the
sneak.
phone,
They're
excited,
going to down by
very
contact
fast.
as they've got enough for a reset
Face
down.
very still. She asked him through the phone whether the property would be above their news. My son said he hadn't asked. It was a trust. It was complicated. He'd explain when he got home. There was a
Set to go
pause I
now
could
from the
hear even
35.
from across the table. Then she said, "That was wonderful, just wonderful." And she couldn't
Going on
wait to
first,
hear
that's McCarthy.
everything. My son,
He goes down, the Bears got it.
she's excited. He
This
said,
one drives him in the wrong direction, partner. Into their second
I said, I
down.
want to tell you that what happened over the next few weeks was more satisfying in the way that things are satisfying in
Protect
other
the
ways where
quarterback,
justice occurs cleanly and
protect
everyone learns their lesson and the credits roll. It wasn't like that. It was slow and uncomfortable, and there were moments when I genuinely questioned whether I
Team
was
left
doing
is
the
their
right
running
thing,
back.
whether I was being paranoid,
Now pressure
whether I
coming.
had misunderstood.
He's in trouble. Gets brought down again. Offense up to the line.
He had a colleague in family law. He was careful not to tell me how or why, who had recently been consulted in a preliminary and
It's
unofficial
McCarthy.
capacity by a woman regarding the division of trust assets.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on to the contact.
Before he was able to recover and provide the hit and ultimately dislodge the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays down the field.
I thought about it for a long time.
Desperation
I thought about my
time
son's
here.
face at the kitchen table, the way he had smiled when he called her.
And there's a man there. It's intercepted.
The hand across the
Run, bitch, run!
I thought about my wife, who had loved our son.
It's a house call. Pick six. Touchdown, Chicago.
Ah!
It's the only job Aaron really has.
I think they needed a pick six to secure this win. That shit looked
Gerald
just
wanted to tell
about
my son.
But this is an opportunity for all of them to go feast, to go eat, to go make game-changing plays.
Bankruptcy, the consultation with the family law attorney, all of it laid out plainly with the documentation Gerald had gathered so that my son could not dismiss it as one man's word or one man's jealousy or one man's paranoia. Gerald said he thought that was the right call. He said he would prepare a summary document. I told him I needed to talk to him about something serious and that he should come alone. He asked me if I was sick.
Santos now for the extra point.
I told him I would explain everything when he got there. He arrived at 2 on a gray October afternoon. He sat down at the kitchen table.
Right down the middle. Let's go. And the Bears grow their lead yet again.
And I told him to read it before I said anything. He started reading. I watched him. I watched his face change the way a landscape changes. When a cloud passes over the sun, slowly at first. And then
Quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away.
He didn't say anything for a long moment. The prior marriage, he said,
Here's Rogers.
yes. She told me she'd never been married. His voice was very
Brought
flat.
down at what looks like the 24-yard
Back
line.
down in the document.
The Vikings now set to take the field. And their shot at the win probably already gone before that last interception, but after the pick six drop, whatever will they had keep fighting, that might be gone now too.
Yeah, maybe time to look down to the bench and try to give some other guys some opportunities as well.
I knew how it would sound.
Minnesota into formation. It's first and 10.
I wanted you to have something real in your hands.
Now give up the middle to Jones. And he's brought down by his collective effort there, only 1 yard of the carry.
This offense now wants some ground to make up a little bit here on second down. After that drive starts, it's very minimal gain.
Years old, and something had hurt him, and he didn't
Last
want
run
me to
only
see
gained
it.
a yard.
I
That
stood
means
up,
it's second and
and I
9.
put my hand on his shoulder, and I felt him take a breath.
Back to
She
throw.
doesn't
Here's
know
McCarthy.
any of this.
Bears getting close, so they're going to take him down.
And the trust.
And the hits just keep coming for them on this play, it seems. And elsewhere on the field, they've got a player hurt and in need of some
The
attention.
short answer is no, not the way she was planning. He nodded
Defense
slowly.
looking to
He
defend the
looked down at
marker on
table.
third down.
He looked like a man making calculations that had nothing to do with numbers. What did she
McCarthy to
mean
throw
when
it.
she said the honey couldn't
Some on the quick hitter.
He asked me.
He'll have it up to about the 23-yard line on the play.
He would get to that line. I think I said carefully that she may have some financial concerns over the fact that he may not be totally
Just like that,
He
he'd
looked
stop
at me.
short of the
I
sticks.
told him about the bankruptcy, about the judgments, about the debts. I told him gently, and I told him completely.
Now,
And I
can't blame
watched
him
him
looking
take
at that
it in a
scoreboard,
way
right?
you
Might
watch
as well go
someone
for this on
absorb
fourth
news
down.
that reorganizes everything they
Snap it to
think.
McCarthy.
It is a particular kind of
Oh, their pressure gets it done. That's a sack on fourth down as they force the turnover.
I get it, Tony over, but go down swinging. Unfortunately, that play, like so many of them today, Kate, has been pretty indicative of how this contest has
And I will
gone.
not pretend to know all of it because he did not tell me all of it, nor should he have. I
First
know they had a
down, Williams.
conversation that lasted most of the night. I know she
His
did
running back, DeAndre Swift.
documents were
And he's
right
taken
there.
down as
I
they
know she
very
lied.
quickly
And I
get
know
into
she
first
said
and
things
goal.
that were true and things that were not.
It's the 2-minute warning here in
And I know my
Minneapolis.
son sat across from her.
Bears
and tried to
nearing their
figure out
9th
which
win of
was
the
which.
season.
I know that at some point she called her mother. I know my son asked her
No
to
downs to
leave the
get this
apartment for
across.
a few
Here's
days.
first and goal.
I know she went. At 6:30 in the morning, 2 days later, I was awake. I had not been sleeping much. Did you mean it?
Now an
He said,
inside handoff to Swift. And the scoring will never end. It's another touchdown.
Even now,
The
especially
Bears
I said,
continue piling it on here in the fourth.
it is always
DeAndre
It
Swift,
has
the
nothing to do with
touchdown.
her.
His third of
He
the
was
game
quiet
on the
line
ground.
for a moment. I keep thinking about Mom, he said. So do I.
He's already got like 10 or 12 on the season.
He said she would have seen it from the beginning. She always knew. Maybe. I said,
Santos now for the extra point.
He made a sound that was almost a laugh. Almost. What do I do, Dad?
Extra point set
I
right
said,
down the middle.
because it was true.
The Bears continue piling on to this
And I
lead.
know I'll be here, by the way. There is an impulse. When you tell a story like this to rapid me to tell you that my son divorced his wife and eventually found someone
Santos has it all teed
that his
up and
wife
ready to
came
send
him
this
with
away.
genuine remorse, and they rebuilt something honest. I am not going to tell you
On
which of those
return,
things
here's
happened
Rogers.
because it is still happening, and it is his story
Coverage team
more than
gets
it
him
is
down
mine,
at the 26-yard
and he deserves
line.
the privacy of working through it
Vikings
without
offense
his
back to the
father
field
narrating
now.
it to strangers.
And they'll get one final chance in a game that, to put it mildly, Brock, has been a bit of a miserable experience
and
for
my
him.
son now understands his situation clearly and completely. The trust is intact.
Vikings to the line now. Here's first and 10.
A 3-bedroom house in a suburb northwest of Houston with a yard and a garage and a kitchen big enough
Straight ahead
to
they go with Jones. And his effort results in maybe 2 yards.
My son's name is
Second
Trust My Feelings. His children's names
We can
have
call
children.
started driving the NFL. I think we
His
just
wife's
saw it
name
right
is
there.
not.
That's an uneventful
Christine's
run.
mother called me
Pretty
once
sound
about
stop there defensively.
This defense is trying to hang on to that momentum block as they go for another stop on third down.
This defense has been doing it all, not just with the takeaways, but the pressure and what that does, and how hard it is to play the quarterback position when you're taking a beating like this.
Short pass brought in. Continuing to move past the 45. Through the middle. At the 20. He does it. Touchdown, Minnesota.
Oh my God, they got a touchdown! No!
It's a T.J. Hutchinson touchdown. This one has been a long
I'm still up by a ton.
to look back on that.
But they didn't quit, Kate, and I know that sounds a little cliche at this professional level, but it really is an important thing. This one was execution.
At least 4 scores at a minimum.
About a stairwell landing in a folder and a certified wire transfer sitting in the passenger seat of the car. I thought about how close I was
Going to reach that 34-yard line before he stops. Chicago's offense trying out there for another series. And they should just be able to kneel out what time remains. There's 3 timeouts defensively still available. Using it is not going to alter this outcome.
whether I feel like I was spying or manipulating.
They'll head up here first and 10 from the 34.
That no father should play with his son's marriage. I
They're
have thought
passing
about that
here.
question seriously because I think it
Absolutely
deserves a
fires
serious
this one
answer.
right side. Inside the 35.
Recorded or repeated carelessly.
It goes for a 38-yard pickup. That'll be first down Chicago.
Against the public
Timeout Chicago. It loses its second. And they'll have just one left to burn now.
At no point did I
Into the
tell
line,
him
this is
to
first and
decide.
10.
At no point did I take any action that was not either protective of him or completely within my
Gronk,
own
look at
rights
this. He's setting up to throw it.
whose money was at stake. I am 63 years old.
And he
I have
can't
made a
hang
thousand
on.
mistakes.
Touchdown in his arms.
Businessman is
Second down coming up.
really interested in pretending to be a saint, but standing on that landing and choosing not to knock on that door and going home and thinking it through, I do not believe
play
that was a
action.
mistake.
Williams.
I believe that was the first right
He's going to
decision.
push one deep down the right.
Serious decisions.
Another kick bounces off their hands in the end zone. Back-to-back chances to escape the field, and he drops both interceptions.
That will be there when he needs it. His mother always said the
Third
only job
down,
a parent
third.
ever really has is to make sure their children land safely. I think she would say he's going to land just fine.
Entering franchise.
Bears going to use their third and final timeout. That's all they have, so the offense free to start running the clock down now.
There's an autism
They
dating
don't
in
need
friendship
points
battle.
anymore, Brock, but they resist piling on. Let's see, it's first and goal. Swift. It's not the quarters before the Bears are behind it, and they go down the Bears keep running away with this. DeAndre Swift, the touchdown.
So shiny you can see your reflection.
Exclamation point there. That tops off what's, and I think you'd agree, Brock, has been a dominating performance.
Really in all phases, too. Coming in, this will be a much closer game than what's turned out to be. You got to give credit where it's due. This offense has been outstanding throughout.
Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. On the return, here's Rodgers. He turns the tackle. Ooh, a big leg from the coverage team there. He's going to stop things before they can get it to the 30. Minnesota in the formation. It's first and 10. Motion man right is Jefferson. First and 10, here's McCarthy. He's getting close, and they're going to take him down. For one play of this drive, all the time just got the hands for second down.
What the hell did you say to me? Yeah, what are you doing? You're tripping, boy. You're going out if I tell you you're going out, bitch.
So the Bears take this one on the road.
Sorry, you can't do it. You're just gonna
And they take not just a victory, but some serious year-long bragging rights home with them after this one, as they finish out the sweep of their division rivals.
Okay, take it easy. Oh, okay, I can answer that question. So football and soccer refers to different sports depending on the region. So in most of the world. Listen, I don't take orders from no man. I don't follow nobody. I'm the one in control. I don't cook, I don't clean, I don't adjust, I don't compromise.
QB nightmare.
He gotta deal with me as I am. And if a man can't handle that, then he's just not strong enough for me. Period. I am the prize. He's supposed to prove himself to me. Listen, I don't take orders from no man. I don't follow.
Josh Turek doesn't believe. Kids, mom's home. You guys need to be professional, man. This is why you're still playing, RJ. It was funny the first 5 minutes. So this right here, you see this long rail ticket? This is what's wrong with the restaurant industry now. There's no one to help this guy. He's working by himself. There's no manager in sight. Help me! So this right here, you see this long rail ticket? This is what's wrong with the restaurant industry now. There's
I've been locked inside and I'm going insane. I wanna run around and ignore my pain. I wanna bark like a dog. I wanna bark like a dog. Yeah, bark like a dog. I wanna bark like a dog. I'm gonna bark like a dog. See, of course I know how to get home. Past the 2 trees that I own. Across from where the ball was thrown. Down the street from the
I want to keep you, absolutely.
I'm gonna bark like a dog. Bark. 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 I'm gonna bark like a dog. Bark.
Jade, and it turns out the black ears are for the opposite of hiding. Apparently, you're supposed to see a Mickey Mouse headset and feel fear, as the ears are meant to intimidate predators, which only reminds you of the original panda doing this to seem threatening, when really they're only a threat to a lexapro prescription. Then again, I'm not a predator, and hopefully neither are you. And the black eye spots are actually how individuals recognize each other. That's literal face ID. So why does it feel like nature just threw a whole bunch of stuff together and prayed it would stick? Well, because with the panda, that's kind of what it Jade. And it turns out the black ears are for the opposite of hiding. Apparently, you're supposed to see a Mickey Mouse headset and feel fear, as the ears are meant to intimidate predators, which only reminds you of the original panda doing this to seem threatening, when really they're only a threat to a lexapro prescription. Then again, I'm not a predator, and hopefully neither are you. And the black eye spots are actually how individuals recognize each other. That's literal face ID. So why does it feel like nature just threw a whole bunch of stuff together and prayed it would stick? Well, because with the panda, that's kind of what it Jade. And it turns out the black ears are for the opposite of hiding. Apparently, you're supposed to see a Mickey Mouse headset and feel fear, as the ears are meant to intimidate predators, which only reminds you of the original Panda doing this to seem threatening, when really they're only a threat to a Leptico prescription. Then again, I'm not a predator, and hopefully neither are you. And the black eye spots are actually how individuals recognize each other. That's literal face ID. So why does it feel like nature just threw a whole bunch of stuff together and prayed it would stick? Well, because with the Panda, that's kind of what it Jade. And it turns out the black ears are for the opposite of hiding. Apparently, you're supposed to see a Mickey Mouse headset and feel fear, as the ears are meant to intimidate predators, which only reminds you of the original Panda doing this to seem threatening, when really they're only a threat to a Leptico prescription. Then again, I'm not a predator, and hopefully neither are you. And the black eye spots are actually how...
Do your friends know? Are they saying things like, we're going to Chuck E. Cheese? Can't bring you. Is that a thing?
Each position on your roster has a grade with browse available players.
There's a lot of weird stuff that people are into. There's dudes out there that are into feet. Once again, not judging. If you're into feet, okay, not that bad. I just don't know why. I don't.
At the start, I left Kiki all alone for a whole afternoon, and I wasn't ready to review the security camera footage because immediately after I left, she went to take a nap, but when she realized I hadn't come back, she went to her fake stuffed cat, and it kind of made me tear up while I was watching this because I spent so long trying to get Kiki to enjoy her new friend. Kiki ended up taking Zell to her bedroom, and I can't really tell what's going on here because of the quality of the camera, but it looks like Kiki's grooming
They've been dealt one of their toughest matchups early in the season.
But if there's one thing I know about Kiki,
one of their coaches has found what they think is a key
like she might have brought Zell to the bedroom to play the cat one with her, and when that didn't work, she resorted to rummaging through all my things to find something interesting to play with. But what she noticed instead was one of her spider siblings was out. She ended up getting on top of her shelves to get a better look at it from this angle. After several minutes of watching her spider sibling, Kiki decided to head back to the bedroom and try Zell again. Maybe this time she'll want to play with Kiki, but no luck. Kiki grows bored and tired, wishing for something that'll never happen because this isn't a real cat. So she heads back to her cat tree to take a nap. But Kiki has trouble sleeping because she can't stop thinking about how much fun she could have with the cat wand. So she comes back to the bedroom to see if the cat wand will do anything interesting this time. But Kiki finally gives up and is now frustrated. She takes out all her anger on Zell, probably because Kiki brought her in here to play with her, but she hasn't even moved. So now Kiki is bored and angry and taking out all her frustration on this poor kitty. Kiki went to take a nap and came back later that afternoon. Maybe she feels bad about earlier, or maybe she's just over it, but now she's being sweet to Zell. She spent a few minutes sitting right beside her and grooming her, and that was when I finally arrived home.
Get your money up. I put money down. On all of us.
Healing access.
On my people down.
You have 5 options. You have
The problem is just not the same voice. We did it with this racism before. We're feeling the weight of our ancestors. We're healing with ways that don't last for long. What happened to time in the diaries? No help for the weak, but that's the young. Let me support for all of us. Now bring out the drugs and the drink. My homie got this week. Let that say what it was. Bring out the in the soda.
Quick question for Stem people.
Alright, I gotta go to the bathroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
at your age. Ain't just the barbers where you catch your fade. Face covered, cutting through your garden like a masquerade. Before I catch your L, catch a plane. Probably you before I bought your chain. Switch it up, it's rap, pixie dust. Money ain't to us, broski when them. You better fix her up. I just bought a crypto. Chick, she got the biggest. And when I saw your sister raptor with the fishing hook, listen up, I've had to hit the cup. So if I swing my fist, you go in there, so wish me luck. It's been around and watch it. Every time I hit the stage, I make it. Yeah. I just pull up to the crib and then I'm right back on that. Biz locked up, I ain't coming home with a full. All you rappers still washed up, I don't push weight, I just pull chips. She ain't pulling the socks up when it's half time, she gets full. Finna leave the boxed up like send it, make a play and then exit. Money boy making London money, spent most my life on the M6. Yeah, get rich or die, no lip. Been out here for like 8 years, couple Volkswagen to Bentleys, look. Bushes, run up cash, double back. Baby, show me what your mama made that. Yeah, made that. You got such a pretty face, what I want. Tell her I'm ready, they check on me heavy. I bought them made busy, know they say a Chevy. The kingdom I say, you can't nobody check me. They know where I might be coming to get me. I've been in the pocket like kids in a wallet. If you think you got it, then pull up and wet me. I'm keeping it solid and just being honest. You ain't gotta like me, but gotta respect me, make it. Why if you ain't talking paper, I talk short, spin around and watch it. Every time I hit the stage, I make it. I just pull up to the crib and then why if you ain't talking paper, I talk short, spin around and watch it. Every time I hit the stage, I make it. I just pull up to the crib and then
my haters, I wish them well. Get up on my level, I'm sending them straight to hell. We all in your city, your name be ringing the bell. All this motion on my cell, you would think I got it for sale. It was Friday, I met him up by the shell. He took me to the bank, cause he sent me too much for sale. Keeping secrets, he know that I never tell. It's a bird, it's a plane, it was coming in through the mail. I'm a lane switcher, shake shifter, go grill, plane, so I could hit a bank. Just set, wait quicker. Maybe if I'ma go to date with ya. I'm a true personal trooper. Always talking killer. Thing like scissor. Like yo, need someone on my business. Yeah, they know what's up. Please, I never gave up. All I know is going get this damn brain. Don't go against the grain. They taking off the damn hands. I'm running up this door. I almost broke my damn legs. I heard broke, they damn nerdy. But diamonds on me pipe, neck and wrist, Argentina. Orange Richard Mill on me dancing just like beer. Going against Gliss, I wouldn't wanna be I'm a lane switcher, shape shifter, go grill, plane, so I can hit a bank quicker. 8-figure, jet set, way quicker. Maybe if I'ma go to date with ya.
That's my heart. Damn.
MC, make another mix.
This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. It's hard to yell when in your mouth. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. 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 Come alive on VIP, heard it like, the whole city got that, sir, you got that, got it, shout it out now. City on fire, soon as you got that, the king back now. Don't even know how to act now. Boy, sat down, still ballin', money stacked down the shack now. Still pushing foot, money, from the back down. I'm on the road, more shows, coming back down. Mississippi to Philly, I've been working the check down. Got the crowd, got it, bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out. Bring 'em out, bring 'em out.
All right, let's do this.
But the initial plot for that match, where there actually is, you guys can go online and see the poster, like Kenny said. The original poster had Rock, Triple H.
One of the great venues to watch a game in any sport, and one of the best home crowds in any sport. Soldier Field in Chicago. With Charles Davis on Brandon Gordon, and Charles, you look at this Bears team entering play. They're hot as can be. Raiders have 8 of their last 9 games.
I don't know if you're going to start a surprise exactly, but they're proving that they're going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with anybody.
Meanwhile, for the visiting Steelers, they're hitting their stride of late. Winners of 3 of their last 4. And down a little across the 25 to the 27. So the Steelers offense getting set for their first drive. Under center is a 6'2", 225-pound single corner, Aaron Rodgers.
That was a solid performance last week, wasn't it? 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, ran the team well, won the ball game. Bottom line, may not have been earth-shattering, but it didn't need to be.
And if you remember that year, the main event match.
Right to the air is Rodgers. He's going to take a shot right away. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete. Shutting down that play, Kyler Gordon on the defensive side. You look at this Bears defense. They were very good a week ago in the win over Minnesota.
An absolute shutdown game for them. And watching the game film preparing for this one, if people tried to run it against him, nowhere to go. Tried to throw it, couldn't complete anything.
And Rodgers goes down for the first time in the game, 13 seconds in.
Not the start you're looking for offensively, right? Incomplete pass, followed by a sack.
And when he went down, it looked like that right ankle got turned, but thankfully he popped up okay, and they blew the sigh of relief on that sideline. And that's going to be incomplete. The coverage is too good there. The contact off the ball free. It's 4th down. On 4th down, the Steelers call on Corliss Waitman to punt. He was only asked to punt once in the victory last week as he sends this one away. That's taken on the 25.
We just talked about the rules of the match.
Look at the spin. Nice work on the return as he gets about 15 yards back. And the Bears take over. So out comes this offense to take over for the first time. And they will be led out by a man in his sophomore campaign as the quarterback.
And it felt like in watching the game tape, he got everyone involved last week.
He's a manager.
He really was. That's a great way to put it because they ran the ball some, they threw it accurately. One touchdown pass, so he didn't, break the bank doing that, but he did throw any interceptions. That's the bottom line. That's what the defense loves, a quarterback like that. Doesn't put them in bad situations.
It'll be a gain of 10 to start the drive out by a few inches. That'll be a first down.
I actually didn't think I got across the line there, but
once again it's Swift. The numbers for Swift in last week's ball game. The hat trick +1, 4 trips to the end zone with his legs.
Partner, you know how all the guys do when they do that little symbol now about eating, right? Keep feeding me, feeding me. They just kept feeding him and feeding him, and next thing you know, he kept getting in the end zone.
The European Championship was second. And the
Ball on the 47-yard line. Here's a 2nd and 8.
Title the next night to Eddie Guerrero because of China, and everything just kind of was slowing.
Swift going to try up the middle.
I would probably rate that match as
they'll wind up getting this one all the way down inside the 20. 40 yards rushing so far. This is just their first possession. They've got a new set of downs here. You were telling me this yesterday. That's exactly what they want to do on the opening drive, establish the ground game.
Yeah, remember our conversation? We were talking about when one of the GMs in the league has told me repeatedly, it's a big man's game. And it's not necessarily size. He's talking about playing some big boy football. Right up, get levels, knock people down, and establish the run.
Linebacker Patrick Queen bringing him down. 2nd down and 6 now.
Not in a company like ours. Not when the data sat behind enough walls to make
Here's the rookie from Michigan. And it's picked up by the Steelers. There are 2 words that we hear coaches say all of the time. One starts with a B, one starts with an A. And now, as with every potential turnover, they're going to take a second look at this just to make sure.
So I froze it. One click, access denied.
Well, the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
knee was definitely down before the ball came loose. I retained possession.
Like the building had been waiting for him since the day it was poured. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 44 years old, and for the last 7 years, I have been the senior director of
that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble.
Remembered I existed when something dangerous tried to slip through a door that should have stayed shut. Nolan smiled
on 3rd down, here comes Swift. And he is in. Touchdown, Chicago. DeAndre Swift. That's his 19th rushing touchdown of the year. And the Bears will jump on top of the game's first score here this afternoon. Santos able to tack on the extra point. And that makes the score 7-0.
As much as I love the Steelers, and I do, all the love in the world, sorry, boys, I have to kick your ass.
So why was the CEO's son trying to open a door he should never have touched? This story is a work of fiction.
After the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away.
Years and power struggles, and written to leave a human lesson behind.
And the returner down to a knee. This will come out to the 35-yard line. So Pittsburgh retakes the field for their second offensive possession. These guys definitely hoping for a better showing than their last appearance. They couldn't really even move the football much beyond the shadows of their own goalpost, Charles. We'll see if they can get a better, more sustained drive going here.
Yeah, and every team that we ever talk to says the exact same thing. When you start a drive from that deep in your own territory, the goal is a minimum of at least 2 first first downs because even if you have to punt then, you change the field position. Now you flip the field a little bit. They didn't get that done. This time they want to string together a nice drive and help themselves out.
You look at this Bears defense. It's quite a unit, that's for sure. Number one in the NFL against the pass.
This is such a good unit of covering passes downfield. I think that last play is typically what we might see. A lot of short passes, see if they can generate some run after the catch. But nothing doing on that one.
The threat of a second straight punt to start the game is looming as they come up 3rd and 10. Rodgers now to throw.
Oh, he got pancake. Clip that. Oh, that was mean. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Boom, boom, just,
Not just one-on-one battles, but also with offensive line wants to keep everyone in a mass protect. They know how to scheme their way back to the quarterback as well.
On 4th down, the Steelers caught on Corliss Waitman to punt.
Then I saw a second pattern. Contact chains that did not belong in
This is taken at the 15.
I kept logging, kept escalating.
The danger of a punt that good, a 16-yard return. And on the offense as they take over. Well, let's shine the spotlight on the former Georgia Bulldog, DeAndre Swift, who's set to begin this next drive. And he's closing in on that number that all running backs circled beginning of the year, the number 1,000. Could do it on this drive.
And you have to think to yourself, at this moment, getting to this spot, it started in the offseason, right? Not just the workouts, right? Not just getting yourself physically prepared to play, but mentally, as well as your team, as well as your unit, head coach, offensive coordinator. We run the football. We give you opportunities. He's taking advantage of it.
And when you get this close to the mark, you just hope things don't tighten up, right? You probably want to get there and get it in your rearview mirror.
You really do, don't you? Because now it becomes predominant, and you wonder about play calling as well. Do you want to call plays to get that out of the way, or do you still calling plays to win the game first? That becomes the burden of the play caller.
Victor turned, finally looking at me.
After one, 7-0 on EA Sports.
Nolan smiled without warmth. That's the real issue. People like Mara think
back in Chicago, ready for the second quarter. It's the Bears in possession.
I kept my eyes
on Victor. Got it with a 1st and 10.
It's not about comfort. It's not about innovation. It's about a boundary your son does not have the authority to cross. He waved that away like I had brought him a weather complaint. You've become resistant, he said. Rigid, disruptive.
Off the bootleg, it's Williams.
There it was. The language people use when they want to...
That's downfield. He's got one. He is out of bounds, but first he gets it inside the 10 to the 7. 15 more there, and they're on a roll. It's another 1st down.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field, and just like that, they're going to be set up with a 1st and goal.
Might as well have been waiting there before I got the message to come upstairs.
They'll try and run. This is Johnson. And he was able to shed one tackle, but could not get away from there. It's a gain of a yard, and it'll set up 2nd and goal.
You know, when this offense gets down here near the end zone, they're going to turn to their bell cow, and this guy's been a touchdown machine all year. Excellent job stopping him there on 1st down.
They go back to the ground, this time Swift.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe a yard from the 6 to the 5.
And a nice job defensively to keep him out of the end zone. He's trying to get a 2nd touchdown already in the 1st half.
They had that one earlier, was bidding for a 2nd.
They did not drag me out. That would have been
they'll look to throw forward with Williams.
Thank you, Smythe.
His 2nd touchdown on the season. And the Bears have taken a 2-touchdown lead now. Charles, he's still a young superstar in this league, 2nd year in the NFL. I don't know if last year was a rookie if he would have worked through his progressions like he did on that touchdown pass.
I think you're right about that. We're seeing him grow up right in front of our eyes because when he went to his primary read, he recognized that they were all over that, so he continued to serve into the field, picked up another target, delivered a pass, exactly where it needed to be. A very mature play with a 2nd-year quarterback.
By the time the elevator doors closed, I could already feel the lie hurtling around my name. At home,
now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away.
I set my bag down, stood in the kitchen for a long minute. then sat at the table without turning on a single light.
Gets past one man. And he brings us out past the 20.
That was a good tackle. Clean. Center of the field.
Not only are they in search of their first score, they're in
Open
search
field
of their
tackle,
first
too.
down in this ball game as they come up 1st and 10.
Access trail, timestamps, escalation record.
Working to put a drive together.
That had been scraping at the back of my mind all evening surfaced again. An outside contact occurred more than once. Never through the normal route, always just off to the side of the official.
Shotgun now for Rodgers. He goes down. So they're able to sack him. Now the penalty looks like it could be holding. Let's find out.
The truth. Late that night, my screen lit up with a brief confirmation that my escalation
Not a surprise they accept the penalty.
The only thing that comes to mind for me is they want to move them back 5 yards because they feel good about their defense. But in most situations, you take it down. That's what counts more.
They'll get this to his tight end. That's Pat Fryermuth. It's a big play, yet amazingly, because of how far they had to go. They're still looking at a second down here.
That was the trick of places like this. They can bury a human being by dinner and still serve pastries like
straight ahead and he'll be brought down right around the 37.
I did not need to see that to picture it.
Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10.
Standing a little taller, the message clear without being spoken. The old guard was gone. The future had arrived.
All right, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
In motion goes the tight end. Running game working. They'll stick with it on 1st down. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage.
He was pleased.
Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
Talking about speed, integration, and global positioning.
2 minutes to play, first half. It's 14-0.
Grateful to watch him skip steps they had spent careers respecting. And buried under that confidence was the piece he still did not understand. Jian Liu. That name had shown up more than once in the trails I preserved. No one seemed to think Jian was just a great international connection.
And he'll go down. The Bears get there for the side. In there to get him sack number 14 for him on the year.
Ooh, looks like we heard him.
That's not much of a surprise to me, nor should it be to you. This team, they lead the league in sacks.
Yeah, they do. This is something that we are starting to witness time and time again.
All of it stacked too neatly to survive real scrutiny. Elise, from what
now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Completes it to Austin. So the completion good for just 3. And that'll bring up 4th down. Well, Charles, before the game, you were talking with him and said, hey, you know you're close to 65,000 career passing yards. I know. How did you do that? He just kind of smiled and walked away, but he just passed that number, 65,000 career passing yards.
I always get a kick out of it when they don't want to talk about it. But if you had said a number that was incorrect, he would have corrected you and then said, but I'm not really thinking.
Congratulations, though. Now just 5,000 away from 70K. Unbelievable. The Bears offense and running back DeAndre Swift headed back onto the field. As we transition into the second half of the season, you can see he's the NFL's leader in rushing touchdowns. To the air, Williams. They'll rifle this one deep inside. And this one nearly picked off. Kind of surprising to see the field just counter and let it get away. But get away it does, and it's 2nd down.
With the kind of calm that belongs to people who do not need permission.
Not wanting to take a chance this time, they'll keep it on the ground. And they'll wind up getting this to the 37, gain of 9. So from 2nd and long, now we go to 3rd and very manageable.
Yeah, they love that phrase, don't they? Because as an offensive coordinator, you can keep people a little bit off balance and guessing. Because you don't have to throw it. You can come back with a strong run game if you want to. And if you're in 4th down territory, that really opens things up for you.
Line of scrimmage moves from one 37-yard line to the other as they come up 1st and 10. They will run straight ahead of Swift. And he's got this down almost to the 20 before he's dropped. So I'll have halftime straight ahead. Let's get you down to the Sunshine State and Scott Hansen with our EA Sports halftime report. Okay, Brandon, thank you. The season is going by at lightning pace. Week 12 has arrived. It's the weekend before Thanksgiving. Let's get into it. Our tour of the NFL starts now. It begins in Houston. The Texans at home to take on the Buffalo Bills. And it's C.J. Stroud. He gets this one complete, 6-yard touchdown pass.
For the first time.
Next up, Lambeau Field. Let's look in on the Packers as they play host to the Minnesota Vikings. And it's the all-pro wideout, Justin Jefferson. This will help the old stat line. He's going to make the catch and realize, I don't think anyone's going to get me, and they don't. Put it down as an 81-yard catch and run for the score. This one's gone to halftime now, and it's the Vikings playing well as they lead at the half, 16-3.
Places like Aegis.
Last but not least,
kind of going for the Ravens.
The Ravens taking on the Jets. And this is the big man, Derrick Henry. He's going to find a crease and take it 13 yards to the end zone. There you see the rest of the scores from Week 12 with Denver, the Chargers, Miami, and Washington all getting late season byes. In the game you're watching, we saw a couple of touchdowns in the first half. 14-0 is the score as we send you back out to the stadium with Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
No polished language this time, no strategic optimism, just damage, paper, and fear wearing expensive clothes. Theo Mercer finally did what men like Theo do, only when the fire reaches their falling. He turned over the old email chain, prior warnings, questions about all-channel contact.
A two-touchdown game, 14-0 the score as we get rolling again here in this second half.
To play visionary, Elise got pulled in next. The speed of
fighting his way through contact. That is up past the 20 to the 22-yard line. The Bears offense and their running back getting set to go once more. And as you take a look at the numbers, you have to imagine he was the topic of the halftime talk for this defense. We've got to find a way to slow him down. That's probably what they're saying. But nothing that they have done has worked so far. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. And they've got the lead, CD. What do you expect from them in the second half?
Well, I hope they were able to do it in the first half because they had a lot of success running the ball, and I certainly think we'll see more of that. But I keep an eye on that defense, and I think the coaches up in the box will do the exact same thing. If they start to see one or two guys start to creep towards the line of scrimmage, that'll be license to take some shots down the field.
And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3 and 1. That's some good tackling there to keep him short of that yellow line.
Yeah, defensively, all I'm thinking is that on that play, get me to third down. Get me into a position where I can make one more play and get my defense off the field.
They'll try and run for it. Here's Johnson. And boy, from up here, I don't think Johnson got there. No, he did not. That'll make it 4th down after a loss of 1.
And plays like that are exactly what this defense needs here early in the second half to give it a little spark. I think their halftime adjustments, what they talked about, maybe just a little inspirational speech, who knows? It looks like they're ready to go.
And exactly how quickly I had been punished for doing it. And I did not accuse.
They'll try it now with Swift. And he is not going anywhere. They stop it for no gain. Boy, a curious decision to go for it doesn't pan out. And the Steelers, they're going to take over an excellent field position.
I had done my job. I had been removed for keeping the boundary in place.
On the give, it's Warren. Able to break through that initial contact and winds up getting about 3 there. It's second down.
It's not time to get them established, but in my estimation, they've got to pick up the urgency here. They've got to get quickly in and out of the huddle and run off a bunch more plays.
Throwing now is Rodgers. Incomplete. The passing windows are just not there, and that's just another example of how great this defense has been all game long.
And that's exactly what a top 10 defense can do. They can really change the game tempo and frustrate you as you try to execute offensively.
Working from the gun, Rodgers. And this pass broken up. Excellent coverage there on third down, as that was not an easy one to hold on to. So on fourth down, the Steelers call on the number of Chris Boswell for the field goal try. On the right hash, it's a 43-yard attempt. Boswell's kick is good. So he's been automatic to this point in the season, and he connects on the field goal there.
What a luxury it is to have a kicker you can depend upon, partner, because he hasn't missed all year long. Converts on that one as well, and kudos to you. You didn't jinx him.
Twisting away. His guys will get the football right at the 20-yard line. The home team's offense and their running back getting ready to go back to work. At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense. And last time, went for it on fourth, didn't get it. We'll see if they can pick themselves up off the mat and do better this goal.
Sometimes I have this vision of coaches writing notes to themselves before a game.
I was going to get crunched there. I just wanted the yards.
Operating out of Steeler territory now. Here's 1st and 10 at the 47.
But only as an independent advisor. I was not going
on play action. There's Williams.
Version of the same old culture.
Well, he was hit as he threw it there, and that one winds up incomplete.
I think he's as fine with that incompletion as a quarterback can be, in all honesty. He avoided his first sack of the game, and he did have a chance of connecting for yardage, just unable to on that throw.
A few days later, a television
he's unable to hold on to that defensively. A potential game changer, but it falls into So now 3rd and 10, a big play to start the drive, but nothing since.
Something I had not been able to see clearly while I was still inside that building. I did not want my
Here's a handoff to Swift. And he's going to be stopped here at the 43, and that is not near enough to pick up the first. Call it a gain of 4, and it'll bring up 4th down.
Show me what was really on the other side of them. So I took a different place, not under another executive that's not under another polished promise. I stayed near enough to help steady the system, but only where the work could stand on truth instead of ego. Aegis survived, but it did not survive because it was smarter than the threat.
They'll go. Here's Williams.
Last possible
pass to the sideline and pulled in. And crossover out of bounds right at the 25. Facing a 4th down, they come away with 18 yards and the 1st down conversion.
That was the scar they were. A week earlier, Nolan had stood in that boardroom like the future was already his. A week later, I saw
on the handoff. This is Swift.
The investigation is still expanding.
And he takes this one in for a Bears touchdown.
Thank you, Swift.
That's rushing touchdown number 20 on the year. And the Bears will add on to their lead here in the final minute of the 3rd. And his stellar campaign continues. That now his 20th rushing touchdown of the year, a number that very few running backs have ever reached in a single NFL season. Santos now to have the PAT.
No one could block him from the consequences.
It is the most important mistake Nintendo ever made. Because it was a reskin of a completely different game, it accidentally injected a massive dose of weirdness into the Mario universe. Before this game, Luigi was just a green palette swap of Mario. He played exactly the same.
After the touchdown,
Super Mario Bros. 2 gave him his iconic physics-defying flutter jump. It made him taller. It made him slippery. It defined his entire mechanical identity for the next 30 years. It introduced Princess Peach's floating ability. It introduced Toad's super strength. It is the most important mistake Nintendo ever made because it was a reskin of a completely different game. It accidentally injected a massive dose of weirdness into the Mario universe. Before this game, Luigi was just a green palette swap of Mario. He played exactly the same. Super Mario Bros. 2 gave him his iconic physics-defying flutter jump. It made him tall.
Javon Dexter in there to bring him down, and that is sack number 17 now on the season.
You can just see it in their body language. They're starting to see victory on the horizon now. And if it comes to fruition, they got to give a game ball to the front 7. Defensive
which ends as the third quarter has come to a close. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now at Soldier Field. It's the Steelers with the football, but trailing here as we get going in quarter number 4. The offense on third down, not good. 0 for 4 thus far. This will be a tough 3rd and 18. Now look out, Rodgers lost the football. Offensively lucky they're able to keep the football, but now 4th down, so they'll have to move it away.
I do think, though, they're going to look at this as a positive. 1, they recovered the fumble, so they retained possession. But 2, being able to punt it changes field position for them. Imagine if that turnover takes place there. Now your defense has to go onto the field and try and hold. Instead, they get a little breathing room.
Now Rodgers got to have this one. He'll let it fly for Austin. And it's incomplete. They cannot complete. And they turn it over. Mike Tomlin takes a shot here, but to no avail. And it'll be a turnover on downs. The home team's offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And he's been a tough guy to contain this year, and his numbers reflect that, as you can see right here.
What did you do? I made something pretty.
Looking to throw is Williams. To the right side, and he's got more complete. And that's good for a gain of 6. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
Come here.
Well, the ball's out.
Come here.
Now it's Swift. And he'll be taken down at the 20 after a gain of just 1.
Brandon, I've got to think this offensive line has got some smiles on its faces. And I know it sounds crazy, but they practiced for this back in training camp. They knew they'd be in situations where there'd be extra defenders in the box coming after them, trying to keep them from locking down the game. Right now, they want to show the world they're up to the challenge.
That is not going to be any help as they're taken behind the line of scrimmage. This defense not budging. Back-to-back carries of just 2 yards.
Well, that was one of the few times they've been able to contain him thus far. He's over 100 yards for the game, but he lost a bit on his total on that carry.
Come here.
The offense going to stay out there. They converted once, failed once. What can they do here on 4th down? Pass taken in by his big tight end. And he doesn't quite make it, taking it with an eyelash. Dropped it to 1. Wow, 1st and goal, and defensively all they can do is shake their heads. Not only did they allow the conversion, but a big play as well. Johnson trying to find a lane, but instead he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. And no more. No gain on the play that time. It sets up 2nd and goal. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So the Bears with the football as we welcome you back. Another shot from the 1 on 2nd and goal.
The writers of an MCU on Disney Plus.
Looks like he'll throw here.
For exercises.
Guys, man, it's caught for a Chicago touchdown. Dallas Smith, his 2nd touchdown of the game, his 3rd on the year. And the Bears are closing in on win number 10 as they extend this 4th quarter lead. A nice throw there by the 2nd-year quarterback.
And I don't believe that was the kind of play he would have made as a rookie. Because usually your rookie season is a continuation of your college days. One read, and if you don't have it, you just take off and go. Now he's setting in the pocket a little bit more, reading the field and getting to a 2nd and sometimes 3rd progression. That was a nice play.
Two animals in a bad because an angry sheep with an angry cow.
Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away.
Well stretched out here. Hello, Jimmy in the center. The 2 shades of blue trying to press Orkney's Candy Drum, but Orkney's Candy Drum has found another gear here. Orkney's Candy Drum, the leader. Hello, Jimmy in 2nd. Neville Longbottom is chasing
CD, it's all window dressing at this point, and the best they can do is end the game with a nice drive to maybe build some momentum to move forward into the next contest.
Yeah, with how lopsided this game has been, even one score might not do a lot of cosmetic good on the scoreboard, partner, because it's just about running forward at this point. Get a touchdown, give yourself some positive momentum and reps to focus on the opposite ends of the game.
Able to get in there for his second sack of the afternoon.
Someone's closing in on the league in sacks. He came into the game in the top 5. Now you add 2 more to his total.
So that complicates things a bit here. 18 yards to go now on second down. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And he knocks the ball away and throws it complete.
These guys are not going to go out with their tails between their legs. They're going to keep taking their shots until the clock's at 0-0. But that one, like a lot of others, winds up incomplete.
One in specific stands out from all the others. I am talking about Ghost Rider. This character has
from the gun on third down, Rodgers.
His legendary and iconic bike.
He's got it, complete. Down to the 10. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. DK Metcalf, halfway to 100 now with career touchdown number 50. And the Steelers are finally into the end zone here in this fourth quarter. Osweiler got with the extra point. And the lead is down 28-10.
Republicans are fixing that.
For years, family farm white lines have been under attack, but the working families tax cuts give real relief to farmers who won't be worried about it.
So it would no doubt be a miracle comeback from here, but let's see what they can do starting with the onside kick. And it looks like this one won't work out. Hands team able to secure the football. And that's why you have your hands team out there on the field. Those are the best guys ready to make that play.
And let's face it, it was executed well. It wasn't a bad kick. It wasn't anything like that. Just that the normal outcome actually came to play. Analytics will tell you it's a very low possibility of getting the ball for the team kicking it in an onside kick situation.
You're all about the numbers, huh?
All about the numbers, baby.
The guy's made complete. Touchdown.
They're a tissue connector. They're a
Touchdown number 7.
Thank you, Gaming with Shark. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I usually only do Hail Marys just to fuck around for a play or two. Most of the time, and that was the case with that one. I only did it because I was like, you know what? Why the fuck not?
They're a tissue connector. They're a chalk block. They're a styrofoam stallion.
And somehow,
They're a flower ring. They're a marble. They're a no spice girl. They're an 8.5.
it worked.
To kick this one away.
They're an SPF abuser. They're glacial. They're a wafer warrior. They're a gentle gentrifier. They're a
And he won't quite make it to the 25. And the Steelers getting set and ready for their next possession. They're down big here later.
I really don't know how that worked, but it worked. Just the Bears.
Now the Steelers use the first of their 3 timeouts as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining in the fourth. From up near the 40 now after the big play to start, here's another 1st and 10. Here's Rodgers. He's going to let it fly. And he backs it away with 4th down incomplete.
Looks like they're going to keep throwing to the bitter end. This one's long since over, but give them credit. They're going to go down fighting. That one, incomplete.
Throwing is Rodgers. And it's knocked away and incomplete.
You expect to see a tie game late, not an outside game like this. They are not letting up.
Now Rodgers. Pressure and he's taken down. A big sack. running ridiculous. 8 sacks now. That's how multiple guys get to it.
And this dominant defensive performance continued on that point. This poor quarterback. He's not receiving the protection he needs. And he's had to pick himself up off the turf far too often.
The Steelers signal for the second of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 33 seconds remaining.
Next to each other, but one of them is just better than the other one that sucks. They will look like the damn
No
MVP
choice but to
all-star
go.
player
Here's fourth down
in
now.
comparison to this person that sucks. You get what I'm saying?
They'll go for it. It's Rodgers.
So, no, this person ain't because they put the real deal next to him. And it's like, get the hell out of here. You know what I mean?
Now the Bears going to call the first of their timeouts. And as the two teams talking over on their respective sidelines, we take a break.
So in Jamaica, a slice of apple pie runs about $3.50. In Trinidad,
Line of scrimmage, the 31 now on 1st and 10.
$6. Those are the pirates.
Running is Swift. And he will get into the end zone. It's another touchdown. The second time.
In Trinidad, $6.
Now the point after try for Santos.
Those are the pirates of the Caribbean.
And this one
I
is
feel sorry for Netflix Americans. They've never done the nice thing adrenaline of running to the bathroom bridge, bedroom in a single ad break with the beckoning call of simply screaming, send you hurtling over furniture to get back in time. Couldn't you just pause it? Oh, my sweet summer child. I feel sorry for
after the
Netflix
touchdown, here's
Americans.
Santos to kick this one away. And he returns this to the 22. And Pittsburgh getting set to take the field. They're just obviously getting shellacked here in this one, Charles. What's the message if you're a coach for this final drive in a lopsided game like this?
For a lot of coaches,
Be honest.
don't forget today. Don't forget what has happened out here.
Use that as ammo.
Exactly. Take a great look at that scoreboard. Realize how poorly everything went for us today. Coaching, playing, the whole deal. And never forget it, because you're not going to want that feeling. You don't want that feeling again. And who knows, you might be up for this team again.
A big hitter to start the drive has him up near midfield here for 1st and 10.
If mommy cannot
Shotgun
find me,
now
she
for
panics and
Rodgers.
stays home. What happens when mommy really
Floating left sideline there. That's incomplete.
This is going to be one to put it mildly for him, but after this one's done, you just feel like at the post-game press conference, this team's got a lot of
Pressure, pressure, pressure!
answers.
Now it's Rodgers.
Why are you hiding under the couch?
He's going to
I
air
am
out deep for
working on a
Woods.
very important plan.
And he drops it incomplete.
If
Struggles
mommy cannot
continue
find me,
here.
she panics and stays home.
Even with
What
such a big
happens when
lead
mommy
late, the
really
effort hasn't lasted one bit. The
That is
defense
when the
wants to score some
best
points in this one. They're
What
about to
happens?
earn it. These guys are not giving up
Sometimes when
anything.
mommy really panics, she shakes my snacks.
One final try for Rodgers. We've seen this before.
Extra snacks.
That will be incomplete. As time has run out on this football game.
Until I learned that if the world's population of
Well, this was a
spiders
blowout
worked together,
supported by
they
both
could
sides of the ball today, Charles. It would be easy to look at the offense and say, man, they were clicking, and they were, but don't forget about the effort by this defense as well.
Yeah, they weren't going to let up just because the lead was safe. They wanted to play as big a part in this game as their offense did in making this blowout. They needed to be noticed as well, and they played accordingly.
So for the Bears, they get win number 10 on the year as they move to 10-1. And they will hit the road next week for a date with the Philadelphia Eagles. Meanwhile, for Pittsburgh, we'll see how this affects their playoff standing as they fall to 7-4 now on the year. And they'll get a chance to redeem themselves at home next week.
My dad took an ancestry test for fun. The
That'll
FBI
do it
showed
for
up
us.
3
I'm
days
Brandon
later.
Gaudin,
My dad never cared
alongside
about
Charles
ancestry
Davis.
stuff.
Thanks
He
to our
used to
entire
joke that he
crew
didn't
as
need a
well.
test
We'll
to
talk
tell
to you
him he
next
was
time.
boring. My mom bought him one of those DNA kits for Christmas anyway. Thought it would be funny. He rolled his eyes, but he did it. Spit in the tube, mailed it off, forgot about it. Results came
Somewhat
back
more
in
of a
February.
competitive
Nothing
game than I've been
surprising.
used to,
54%
but
Irish,
you know.
21% German, a
Meh.
little bit of English. He showed us at dinner and laughed. Said he was right. Boring white. My mom saved the results in a folder, and that was that. We joked about finding some long-lost royal relative. Never happened. 3 days later, 2 men in dark suits showed up at the house, asking for my father by his full legal name. They had badges, they had a folder, and they had a photo of my uncle, who I hadn't seen since I was 7 years old. My uncle Richard vanished in 1994, Canada. That's all my dad ever said. I asked about him once when I was a teenager. My dad changed the subject and never brought it up again. I figured they'd had some falling out, family drama, nothing unusual. The agents didn't explain anything that day, just asked if my dad had any contact with his brother. He said no. They asked if he knew his current address. He said no. They asked if Richard had ever mentioned a group called the Family of the Seventh Light. My dad's face went pale. They left a card and told him not to discuss the visit with anyone. We didn't know anything else until the trial started 8 months later. Then it all came out. In the late 80s, Richard ran a small religious group out of a farmhouse in rural Pennsylvania. Started with Bible studies, turned into something else. Members gave him money, cut off their families, called him father. When people tried to leave, they disappeared. 3 people over 4 years. No bodies, no evidence, just gone. One woman managed to fight back before she vanished, scratched his face, got his DNA under her fingernails. They found traces of her blood in the farmhouse basement but never found her. That DNA sample sat in an evidence box for 37 years. Richard dissolved the group in 1991 and vanished. Changed his name, moved 6 times, settled 40 minutes from us. He'd been volunteering at a church, leading youth groups, teaching Sunday school. The FBI arrested him in the parking lot on a Sunday morning. He was holding a coffee and smiling at families walking in. The trial was in September. My dad was subpoenaed to testify. He didn't want to go, didn't eat for 2 days before, but he went. I sat in the back of the courtroom and watched my father explain the phone call from 1994, the one he never told anyone about. Richard had called late at night, sounded panicked, said people were asking questions about the old group, said he needed money to start over somewhere new. My dad asked what he meant by the old group. Richard got quiet. Then he said some people don't know how to be loyal. Said they tried to leave and he couldn't let that happen. My dad asked what that meant. Richard said it meant some people don't deserve to leave. My dad told him to never call again. Richard laughed. Said family doesn't get to walk away either. Said blood doesn't wash off that easy. That was the last time they spoke. 30 years of silence. And now, my dad had to sit 20 feet from his brother in a courtroom and explain why he didn't call the cops after that call. Richard watched him the whole time, calm, smiling, like he was watching a movie he'd already seen. When my dad finished testifying, Richard mouthed 3 words at him. You knew enough. The jury convicted him on 12 counts, including 3 counts of murder. He's serving 3 consecutive life sentences. My dad still hasn't forgiven himself for not making that call. My dad threw away the ancestry results the day after the verdict. He doesn't talk about Richard, doesn't talk about the trial. I asked him once if he regrets taking the test. He said no. He said those 3 people deserved answers. Their families deserved to know, even if it took 37 years, even if it cost him his peace.
My stepson said the greatest gift you can give me is your absence from my graduation.
Now, I don't give a shit about the Eagles, so beating them doesn't really matter much to me.
Table that morning shattered them both. There is a kind of love that never gets acknowledged. No card for it, no holiday,
celebration is certainly not. Another game ready for you on this Friday, and it comes to you from the home of the reigning NFL champions. Football fans, welcome to Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. It's going to be the Eagles welcoming in a challenge from the Windy City, the Chicago Bears.
I'm a truck driver out of Fergutville, Arkansas. I haul freight across 4 states and sleep in rest stops off I-40. I don't own a suit that didn't come off a clearance rack at Dillard's. But for 14 years, I showed up for a boy who never once asked me to. And the night he told me to disappear from his graduation, I left something on that kitchen table that changed everything. Stay with me, because this one is going to take you somewhere. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Hit that like button and make sure you're subscribed. Trust me, you will love it here. I met Betty at Church of Public in the fall of 2008. She brought a peach cobbler. I brought nothing because Michael told me it was a cookout. And Michael lies about everything, which is why he's been divorced 3
what we're focused on
Betty
from this
laughed when I
performance
showed up
last week. That would be
empty-handed,
3
and
and
something
0
about
as
that
in
laugh made me
touchdowns
feel like I'd
and
been standing in a
interceptions.
cold room
That's
my
a
whole
quarterback who
life.
was efficient,
And somebody
aggressive in
finally
the right
cracked a
spots,
window.
but
She
he
told
took
me about
great
Ryan
care
on
of
our
the
second
football. And of
date.
course,
We were at a
we can't
diner
mess
on
about
College
those two
Avenue,
numbers.
and she set
It's
the
more
coffee
about the
cup down
outcome.
very
I bet
carefully,
they
like she
definitely
was diffusing
picking
a
up the
scene.
win
I
in the
have a
ball
son,
game.
she said. He's
It
8.
arrived as the
His
ball
name's
did
Ryan.
to break things
His
up.
daddy is
And
biological
now they
dad.
face second
His
down.
name's Larry. Larry and I, we've been done for 3 years, but Larry's
Now
still in
here's
the picture.
DeAndre Swift
I
on the
nodded.
ground.
Okay, Jacob. I need you to understand what that means before this goes any further. It means you have a son, I said. I heard you the first time. She looked at me for a long moment. Most men hear that, and they leave. I'm still sitting here. I was, and I kept sitting there for 14 years. Brian Arthur was 8 years old when I first met him. Small for his age, quiet in the way that makes you nervous with his mother's eyes and his biological father's stubborn jaw. He shook my hands like a little old man, then he introduced himself.
Well, I broke like 7 tackles there. Jesus.
Smart kid, I thought. He's already figured out that most men who come through that door don't stay. I decided right then and there that I was going to be the exception. I wasn't naive about what I was walking into. Betty was beautiful and funny and kind, and Ryan was a package deal, and I accepted that without conditions. What I didn't fully understand yet, what I wouldn't understand for years, was the one current Ryan had. The one I couldn't see, the one pulling Ryan sideways every time I tried to reach him. I married Betty in the spring of 2010. Ryan was 10. He stood at the end of the aisle in a little beautiful suit and refused to smile for a single photograph, which honestly I respected. He wasn't pretending. Most adults spend their whole lives pretending. This kid was 10 years old and already had more backbone than half the men I'd met on the road. The first year was what I'd call a respectful standoff. I didn't push. I didn't try to be his buddy. I didn't do that thing some stepmothers do, showing up with gifts and enthusiasm, like they're auditioning for a television commercial. I just went to the house, did my share, and let Ryan watch me. I drove him to football practice when Betty had her evening shifts at the clinic. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I'd be parked outside that school at 5:15, engine running, radio on low. He'd climb in, drop his bag at his feet, and stare out the window while I drive. 45 minutes of silence. Twice a week for 3 years. I'm a truck driver. I'm truck full of friends. One Thursday in the fall, Ryan must have been about 12. He climbed into the truck and said, out of nowhere, Coach is right. You don't even watch practice. I watched the first 10 minutes last week before you told me to stop. He was quiet for a second. Then you can coach if you want. I don't care. That's the most generous thing he's ever said to me, I thought, and I will treasure it for the rest of my life. Out loud, I said, yeah, all right. He nodded. That was it. But I'm here to tell you that Tuesday I stood on that sideline in 40 degrees weather in a denim jacket and watched that boy throw a football with the kind of focus that made me feel something that I still don't have the word for. Pride, maybe. Or the closest thing to it that you're allowed to feel about somebody else's son. Here's what I didn't know. While I was building something with Ryan, one brick at a time, one Tuesday drive at a time, Betty was quietly systematically pulling up the foundation behind me, not out of cruelty. I want you to hold on to that because this story is harder to carry if you make her a villain. Betty wasn't cruel. Betty was scared and scared people to damage and slow motion in ways they sometimes can't even see themselves doing. Here's what you need to understand about Betty Calloway before she became Betty Scott. She'd been left alone. Larry Arthur walked out and Ryan was fine. Practice things on a Monday.
I think one thing to learn kids in transition from college to the NFL, not every room is going to be a big play. Some of them are just destined to end in a minimal game, and some of them
which is a very long way of saying he wasn't ready to go. Betty had been through 2 men who looked permanent and turned out to be passing through. She had built scar tissue in the shape of a roll. Don't let Ryan attach himself to the first so when I showed up, steady, quiet, reliable in the way truck drivers are reliable. When they teach the kids some stress, Betty watched me with a rope in one hand and a countdown clock in the other. She wanted me to stay, but she didn't trust that I would. And she was not going to let her son fall for a man who might one day have his things. So she started protecting me quietly, surgically, the way it would be a mother who has been hurt herself. When Ryan was 10 and started to warm up to me, just barely, just at the edges, Betty would say things, not big things, little things, tiny seeds dropped into soft ground. Jacob works real hard, baby. Long trips. You know how it is when men are on the road that much. You can't really count on a schedule. When Ryan was 12 and I'd been at every single practice without missing one.
Down, 3 to go in this battle of elite
I just don't want you to get too settled in.
Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second.
Just keep that in your back pocket.
We'll return to the
when
ring
Ryan was 15
right after
and I
this.
heard him almost call me dad by accident one evening and then catch himself and go red in the face. Betty took him aside that night. I don't know exactly what she said, but he never came close again. She wasn't trying to hurt me. I believe that with my full chest, she was trying to protect Ryan from the specific heartbreak of loving a man who leaves. The devastating irony, the thing that still breaks me a little when I sit with it, is that I was the one man in Ryan's life who was carrying on constitutionally, stubbornly, never going to leave.
A big decision maker in your opening drive clock.
East
this 4-down territory, or you take the field goal and you have to start this points.
Well, remember, Kate, I think we're going to see this all year long. This new kickoff rule is real.
Had no idea he was living inside his mother's fear. I kept driving the truck, kept signing the field trip forms, kept showing up. Now, I need to tell you about Tommy Hayes. Tommy Hayes and I went to high school together at Fayetteville High. We played ball. We got into trouble. We worked summer jobs side by side at a lumberyard on Dixon Street. I went into trucking after graduation. Tommy was always the star of the dance group, never let me forget it. He got a scholarship to the University of Arkansas. Then law school at Vanderbilt. And eventually he moved to Fayetteville and built himself a firm.
Hey, listen, if you're going to make that call, you better be sure you're going to pull it off. Failure takes points right off the board.
Okay, I fucked that up of my own accord.
But here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
Methodical, patient, relentless. When Ryan was 19, I started talking to Tommy. Not asking, talking. I wasn't going to beg Tommy for a favor on behalf of a kid who never once called me anything but Brother Jacob, but I laid out the situation. Told Tommy about Ryan's grades, his focus, what I'd seen of him. Tommy was quiet for a moment over his brisket sandwich. How come you're doing this? Tommy asked. Because somebody should. Tommy looked at me for a long second. Then he nodded and said, all right. When he graduates, you send me his transcripts. We'll talk. Over the next 3 years, I checked in with Tommy every few months. Quietly, casually. Ryan was on a team that his sophomore year. Ryan won a moot court competition junior year. I mentioned these things to Tommy the way he mentioned wedding. Just information. No pressure. Tommy kept nodding, kept listening. By the time Ryan was a senior, Tommy had quietly held a junior associate position over a decade there. Full salary, benefits, our exam study leave built into the contract. He turned down 2 other candidates for it. When I asked him why, he said, because he's been on the freight for 14 years and he never asked me for anything. The least I can do is look at your kid. He's not my kid, I almost said. I didn't. I also put a down payment on a car. Now, you need to understand something about this part. I drive trucks for a living. I am not a wealthy man. That down payment came from 3 years of overtime runs, from his days sitting in a truck stop in Memphis eating a vending machine sandwich, from saying no to a fishing trip to Taylor Rockland that Michael kept inviting me on, and that I genuinely, sincerely wanted to take, but I'd seen the Dodge Charger brochures. Ryan had been cutting them out of magazines since he was 16. Dark blue ones, specifically. He'd tack them on once more, and then take them down when he thought I'd noticed. Like caring about something was a vulnerability he couldn't afford. I bought that car 2 months before graduation and kept it at Tommy's house. I put everything, the offer letter, the car key and appointment, put a handy inside pocket of my coat. I told no one, not even Betty. June in Fayetteville is beautiful in the way that Arkansas summers always start out before the humidity gets serious and turns the whole state into a beautiful color. Ryan's graduation from the University of Arkansas.
There we go.
Changes the play they go with now on second. A man who had finally figured out the shape of his own life. Larry was flying in from Dallas for the graduation and dinner. His first visit to Fayetteville in 2 years because Larry Arthur's schedule was apparently incompatible with his own son's ordinary life, but very compatible with graduation dinners and the opportunity to be photographed being himself on this. Ryan was electric all afternoon, laughing, texting, checking his phone for Larry's flight updates every 12 minutes. The energy in the house was the kind that happens when someone's favorite person is coming. I was very clearly not that person. That was fine. I accepted that a long time ago. I was in the kitchen tidying up before we all left for the graduation, straightening chairs, wiping the counter, just staying useful the way I always have. The envelope was in my coat pocket, hanging by the door. I was planning to give it to Ryan later at dinner. I heard him come down the stairs behind me.
That will be a flag, ladies and gentlemen.
The way you say a word you've used so many times, it's lost all its meaning. Hey, bud, you look sharp. I need to tell you something in his tone made me set down the dish rag. The greatest gift you can give me today, he said quietly,
or not,
like he'd rehearsed it, is to not come to my graduation. The kitchen went very still. You're not my real dad, he said. You're just Jacob. Then he straightened his blazer and he walked back upstairs to finish getting ready. I stood there just Jacob. I didn't move for a long moment. And then because the universe apparently felt I hadn't absorbed enough for one evening, I looked up. Betty was standing in the hallway. She'd heard every word. I could see it in her face.
I started that motherfucker in my own end zone.
She was looking at me with something that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite sorry and wasn't quite brave enough to be either one. Our eyes met. 1 second. 2. She turned and followed Ryan upstairs without making a sound. That was the moment I understood everything.
Go! 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 Go!
Ryan's words since the day I married his mother. He saved my things. Kids shaped by fear and imperfect arrangements say harder things. That wasn't the wound. The wound was Betty's silence. 14 years of being the man in that house fixing what broke. Staying when it was fine.
Just sensational speed from the back that time, Brock. Found a seam.
God, that gap just opened and it didn't shut, dude. I had one guy that might have caught me and tackled me, and he couldn't touch me.
Betty had stood in that hallway with a front row seat to everything she built and still said nothing. I walked to my coat, reached into the pocket, pulled out the envelope. I set it on the kitchen table, set the car key on top, silver ring, just the one key, no fob, the way Ryan always said he wanted, because he'd called keychains extra since he was 17. I had remembered that. I remembered everything about that boy, including the things he never knew I noticed. I placed Betty's letter beside it, open, face up. I put on my coat. I did not slam the door. I pulled it shut behind me, quiet as a man who has made his peace, and I walked to my truck. I didn't leave town. I drove out to a spot I knew about 20 minutes outside of Fayetteville, around the block where I used to go when the house felt too small.
And receiver Devontae Smith returning to the field. And we see that to this point, he's leading the NFL in touchdown receptions.
I just needed somewhere quiet to put my head down for a minute.
Month
If
plus
you've
a
been
play.
listening for a while, do us one quick
First and
favor.
10 now from the 30.
A lot of people watch without ever doing it, but it costs you nothing and it means everything to us. Hit the like button while you're at it and drop your thoughts in the comments. While I sat by that spot, Ryan and Betty went to the graduation and dinner with Larry, Arthur, and other family members. Talking about something Larry had said.
Taken by the Eagles. That's going to be their first. And they can take a moment to try to build.
Pokeballs out.
The silence of a house missing the particular weight of a person who'd been in it. Ryan picked up his envelope first. Inside, a formal offer letter
Great
from
start to
Hayes
this
Greer and
drive. They're up in the neighborhood of
Ryan Arthur's
midfield
full
after
name
just one
printed at
play.
the top. Junior associate starting salary, full benefits, bar exam study leave, a handwritten note from Tommy confirming the position had been held for 18 months. Waiting for this extension.
Taken down. Eagles hustling everyone back to the line.
The Charger is in the driveway. The key is yours either way. So is the job. I've transferred my recommendation to Tommy directly. He'll treat you exactly as you deserve. Try to take what you can. That was it. No guilt trip. No after everything I've done. No invoice for the overtime runs, the down payment, the Tuesday drives, the fever nights. Nothing that could be thrown back at me as manipulation or performance. Just the gift delivered clean and a door held open. Ryan set the letter down carefully, walked to the front door. The Charger was there, dark blue, a single ribbon tied around the side mirror because Tommy's wife had insisted, and I had it.
That's out of bounds.
Betty's letter was different. Betty read her standing at the kitchen table. She read it 4 times before her legs worked again. I know this because she told me months later when enough had ruffled between them for us to finally have room to breathe. It said, Betty, I've known for a long time that you were afraid I'd leave. I understood it. You'd been left before, and you weren't going to let Ryan pay the price for trusting the wrong man again. I don't say this to accuse you. I say it because I think you need to hear that I saw what you were doing, and I stayed anyway. I stayed because I was never going to leave. Not ever. That was the one thing you were wrong about. Maybe the only thing, but it was the thing that caused Ryan the most. Ryan is 22 years old and doesn't fully know who he is yet because you needed him not to attach him. He deserves the chance to figure that out now. The job at Tommy's firm is real. The car is real. The key is on the table. Tell Ryan the greatest gift I could give him was 14 years of showing up when no one asked me to, and never once making him feel like he owed me for it. The mortgage on his house is paid through December.
That's twice on that play I've gotten a fucking massive run touchdown.
He did the math. Sat in the driver's seat with the offer letter in his lap and the key in his hand and just did the math. 8 years old when I arrived. 14 years old
rise in the rain, the fever nights, the things I never said and never demanded credit for.
I think he'd be the
And
first
he
to tell you.
remembered something.
It's about the
When
guys up
Ryan was
front,
12,
receivers blocking
we'd been
outside,
watching a football game together. One of those rare Saturdays when Ryan had allowed me to exist in the same room
I
with
honestly thought that one tackle had me. I really did. I thought I was getting 10, maybe 15 yards.
Ryan assumed I meant I wasn't leaving for the second half of the game. Sitting in that Charger at midnight, Ryan realized I had not been talking about the game. He went inside and found Betty still at the kitchen table. He didn't scream. He's not built for tell you something. He just sat down across from her and asked quietly, "Why did you always do that? The things you'd say about not getting too settled, about things changing." Betty tried to hold it together. She's good at that. She's had a lot of practice. But Ryan is going to be a lawyer. He knows how to wait someone out. She broke before he did. She told him not everything.
And he's brought down just beyond the 25-yard line.
And even then,
she
had to hand him pieces one at a time
for their next series.
But she told him enough about the fear about Larry leaving, about Dennis before Larry, about building a wall around Ryan's heart with her bare hands, because she could not survive watching her son attached to a man who might leave, and how she'd been so convinced for so many years that I eventually would. Ryan went very quiet. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he asked one question she could not answer. Did he know the whole time? Did Jacob know what they were doing? Betty opened her mouth, closed it, because the honest answer was yes. By the end, I knew. I'd pieced it together over years of watching. The way you figure out what's wrong with an engine by listening long enough. And I had said nothing and done nothing except keep showing up. Because what was I going to do? Blow up Ryan's sense of safety? Expose his mother? Leave such child for decision to opposing 46. No, I did what I always did. I drove to Tommy. I made the calls. I put the down payment on the car. Betty couldn't find words for any of that. So Ryan got up, took the key, and went back outside. He sat in that Charger until the sun started thinking about coming up. Ryan started at Hayes Greer and Associates 8 weeks after graduation. His first day, Tommy Lawrence, great field, to his second day, didn't send anyone. Ryan personally sat on the desk and said, "Jacob dropped this off a long time ago. Said to get it to you when the time was right."
But then it was like, okay, time is running out, and I got to do something. He did not force a throw and risk a pick. Instead, he just got rid of it.
Was from the Benton County Fair. Ryan at 11 years old, midlife game night, face wide open with the kind of choices you were never capable of. And to the left, barely afraid, catching him in that moment without Ryan knowing he was being photographed. Me, watching him on the stick ball. Ryan set it on his desk, stared at it for a while, then picked up his phone, unscrewed to erase stop on I-49 outside of
one-sided contest as we reach the break here. Let's head over to Scott. No need for halftime. We'll just keep it right here and get started with the third quarter.
I picked up. Neither of us said anything for a moment. Then Ryan said, "I think I owe you a dinner. I'm sorry I let the silence breathe for just a second. Then I know a good place you're buying. I want to tell you about that laugh, because it wasn't polite, and it wasn't entirely relieved, though relief was in it. It was the laugh of someone who has been carrying something very heavy for a very long time, and has just finally set it down.
So this game on Black Friday, Broncos, is still a relatively new tradition for the NFL. Started playing back in 2023, but the tradition of football around Thanksgiving. That's over a century old. This game, like the three we had yesterday, all up on the John Madden Thanksgiving celebration weekend, honoring our legendary coach and namesake.
He's a pretty remarkable guy. In so many ways, he brought this weekend to life. It's maybe one piece of legacy, so was
that looked like it hurt.
I'm not going to give you every word because some things belong to the table they happened at. But somewhere around the second cup of coffee, Ryan looked at me and said, "Why didn't you ever say anything about what you knew about what she was doing?" I thought about it because you didn't need me to be right. I said,
as the second down pass falls incomplete.
Nodded slowly. Then quietly, it cost him something to say it. You were there. I was. The photograph from the Benton County Fair is still on Ryan's desk at Hayes Greer and Associates.
Really break
Tommy
open the
told me
scoring in a
Ryan
way
has
they
never
just
missed
have
it.
not been
New
able to
files
do
have
so
been
far.
found. Stats and paperwork shipped around it.
Right
The photograph stays exactly where Tommy said it on tape. I keep a copy right next to the visor on the passenger side, where I can see it when I pull the sun down on a bright Arkansas morning heading east.
They'll send out the punting
Ryan,
unit.
11 years old, mid-laugh on a ride, he was too proud to admit he wanted to go home. Me just outside the frame watching him with something I didn't have a name for. Then I have a name for it now. Betty and I have talked more than I expected, more than either of us was ready for.
And as some running lanes have closed, he's just found some new ones. Continuing to hit his defense, more good numbers well into the second half.
The very thing you were afraid of. She was so
Chicago
terrified
bringing
of
the
losing
offense to
another
the
man.
line. It's 1st and 10.
Close. And she held on to it until the one person who was genuinely never going to leave walked out his head and think about 14 years of his life.
Off the play
I don't
fake.
carry bitterness. Bitterness is heavy, and I drive trucks for a living.
On it, and nearly picked it.
Ryan and I make
On to
options
it
on
as the
them.
offense
Sometimes
stops
Nick
Lucky on a
Winnett
risky throw there. It's 2nd down.
wants to show me.
So play number 1 almost ended this drive. Let's see what play number 2 has in store.
And I let him because it makes him feel better, and because the places he picks have genuinely excellent food.
Williams throwing again here on 2nd down.
He said I shouldn't have let him fail his third-grade multiplication test then.
He's going to be stopped after reaching up.
Why not? He was right there. He was open.
He's going to be a great lawyer. The kind that actually listens, which turns out to be the rarest kind. I don't know where he got that from. Actually, I might have some idea. That's my son. The DNA never matched. Every single other thing did. And sometimes pulling out of a truck stop at 4 in the morning with 800 miles of the sky going through the edge. I think about a quiet 8-year-old who shook my hand like a little man and went straight back to his room. And I think I'm glad I stayed. I never needed him to call me dad. I want you to know that before anything else, I never needed the title. Never asked for the credit. Never once put my hand out for something in return. All I needed, the only thing I ever needed, was to know that when it was over, he'd remember that I was there, that somebody showed up, that it meant something to somebody.
Finds a seam, left side, he's off to the races! And he takes this one in for a Chicago touchdown! The Bears push their lead further to start the half. DeAndre Swift, a touchdown! His third of the game on the ground.
We hear week after week how hard it is to run the football at the NFL level, and it is. But this guy
How I broke all those tackles to make that score, I don't know.
And then show my happy-ass back up at 6 in the fucking morning. That's not even time for a full
Right down the middle, let's go. And the Bears grow their lead yet again. After that play, we can tell he's hurting. He's someone they need to help their playoff hopes. Training staff working on him now. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. Jackson now to return it. Escapes the defender. And they'll start this drive in good position, a little shy of the 40. Now the Eagle offense heading back out to the field. And come off 3 and out, Brock. They really need to build some momentum from the ground as they try to get on that scoreboard here. Eagles in a good spot here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. Braun starts with an option, right side. And he'll take what he can get here from sliding down with a gain of 3. He gets a couple on 1st, and they'll come up 2nd and 8.
It may not show up as much on the old stat sheet, just a short little QB run, but what that does, Kate, is so important. Keeps that defense honest, and in particular, those defensive linemen, those cleats in the ground, they're not just coming after you in the pocket. Now they've got to think about you as a runner as well.
Gets 9 on that play, and it's enough for the 1st. A play fake now hurts the throw. Finally, Brown back to plays. And they bring him down, but not before he advances it all the way to the 20.
We have a lot of athletes, and I sort of think of myself as so big.
That'll be good for a Philadelphia first down.
These guys are really big. We have a
Play
lot
on
of
a shotgun
athletes, and I sort of think of myself
And
as
he
so
stepped
big.
out at the 16 after a small gain. Even 4 that time, so 6 to go on 2nd down.
Within a company at work that need to be fixed are the same employees that get called out for
Hurts setting up to throw. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled for his first game.
that the employees actually
To the line, here's 3rd and 3.
These guys are so good to a ladder, I may have to switch companies.
It's the exact opposite of what this offense needed. And now face 4th down.
These guys are so good to a ladder, I may have to switch trash companies.
foosball for the devil.
Thankfully, only one quarter to play now. We've reached the end of 3 in this lopsided affair. It's Eagles football, and I can look for points here, but it might be too little too late for him in this lopsided game.
The college tuition, the apartment deposit, the wedding
down big, they're going to exhaust all options, it appears. The offense lining up to go for this.
The investment, the one they've been planning for since before I was even a consideration.
Time here.
My mom has said this out loud at a family dinner.
It's incomplete in the end zone. Could have been 6 points.
I'm kicking somebody's ass.
You lean into what you do best. Unfortunately, with the lack of execution, you're going to throw that one off the playlist.
I saved over 3 years. The company made a product nobody thought the market would. A scheduled tool for small medical practices. The kind of thing that should happen with slap bad because it doesn't sound sexy. But every dentist's office, every pediatric clinic, every small doctor's practice needed exactly what I built. By 27, I had 45. By 29, I had 400. By 31, a private equity firm offered to acquire the company for $29 million. I said yes. I invested it quietly. Kept my same car, same car, same wardrobe, same grocery store. Nobody in my family knew because nobody in my family asked about my work. What does Derek do again? My aunt asked one Thanksgiving. Computer stuff, my mom said, waving her hand like she was swatting a fly. Computer stuff. $29 million of computer stuff. I didn't hide the money out of spite. I hid it because I knew what would happen the second my family found out. They'd rewrite history. Suddenly, someday, the one they knew would make it. They'd erase the years of his life and show up at my door with open arms and empty wallets. So I stayed quiet for 3 years. Then Gavin's wife never found out.
That is like the 4th time in this football game I've run that play and got a fucking score off of it.
Look at the juicy show on touchdown number 4. He actually looks like he's getting stronger and faster as this game goes along.
My mom was the first to speak. $29 million. Everyone was staring at me. Gavin, Heather, my dad, my aunt, my uncle. 12 people sitting around the table with expressions that ranged from shock to hunger. Yes, as you didn't tell us, you never asked about my work. You called it computer stuff. That's not the point. You've been sitting on $29 million
points set right down the middle. And the Bears continue piling on to this lead. So after the play, trainers headed out. A member of the Bears out there in some discomfort.
Private school, college paid for, a car at 16, a wedding fund. I got nothing. I built everything I have from a $9,000 savings account. That doesn't mean you keep $29 million a secret. It means I keep it from you.
Says it all teed up and ready to send this away.
Then Gavin said the thing that changed everything. I think I deserve half. I laughed. Not a polite laugh. The real one. The kind that comes from somewhere deep and tastes like irony. Half of what?
Decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30. Philadelphia getting ready to go on offense.
Oh, the ball's out.
Win this game is, well, it's long gone, Brock. They're down to their last opportunities now to avoid the shutout as well.
And this is my money, built with my hands,
working from the gun to start.
While you were inheriting advantages, I never got. My mom jumped in. Derek, family takes care of family. Family also takes care of all their children, not just the family. She knew exactly what she said, and I did it again. Derek just had an accident in front of 12. And now that the accident was around 12.
God damn!
My dad spoke for the first time quietly. Yes, you succeeded anyway. Yes, and you don't know what's the thing. I looked at my father. He was the only one at that table saying,
I have been just beating Aaron Rodgers like a bitch in this football game.
in this room combined, and you won't share a cent.
Chicago getting set to take the field down. They're going to win this game, but with touchdowns on 3 straight drives, Brock, you're probably going to want to keep that streak going.
That activates when they turn 18. The room went still. You paid off our mortgage? My mom whispered. 2 years ago, through a lawyer, anonymously. We thought it was a bank error. It was your accident of a son fixing things quietly. The way I've always done everything. Gavin stared at the table. His demand for half was dissolving in real time. My Aunt Rita looked at me with tears running down her face. You paid for my surgery? Yes. I thought insurance covered it. Insurance covered it. I covered the rest. I stood up. I'm not sweating anything. I'm not fooling you. I've been taking care of his family for years without anyone knowing because I didn't need regret. I just needed the people I loved to know. I picked up my coat. But the next time someone stole my work, computer stuff, I'm canceling the college fund. I walked out. Gavin called me that night. Not to apologize for demanding half, but to ask about the trust fund for his kids, which told me everything I needed to know about whether my education or just reveals who they were today.
And he carries it in for the touchdown.
What she thinks is a problem is an everyday normal hobby for the neighbors that you just moved next door to. No, the guy shouldn't know this.
One is good by Santo.
He's on his own property. He's set up safely. He's been doing this longer than you plan to do down here. He's got some experience. Not every gunshot is an emergency. Sometimes it's just something hitting the ground. Dogs barking outside are not a disturbance. They're dogs. They bark.
Santo says it all teed up and ready to send this away.
But our dogs outside.
Here's Robinson with the return. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. Gets at the 25-yard line. Philadelphia's offense back out for another drive. And with this loss already assured,
This is an absolute just destruction of an opposing team.
All right, starting in the pistol this time, Brock. 1st and 10.
Because you can't mind your business. It's really like, yes, I'd like to file a complaint because the country is acting like the
Starting on the ground here with Barkley.
It's so true.
We'll be stopped out just a few yards. 2nd and 9 coming up.
Consider Imagine Dragons just launched his own video game today. Before you scroll, it's actually really good. The lead singer, Dan Reynolds, said that he grew up playing Capture the Flag in the woods at night with flashlights and friends, and no video game ever captured that feeling. So he built one himself alongside his brother, and it just went live today. But here's what makes it genuinely different. And once again, he doesn't manage much before getting locked down. Bush behind the wall, but literally anywhere that that's going to bring up 35. That's where the radar towers
make that call, just give yourself a fighting chance on 3rd down, okay? Take at least a little bite of the big deal between them and the 1st down marker.
He's getting close, so they're going to take him down. They're starting to 4th down now after that sack.
One of the best things is there's no great battle pass or spur comeback by playing and just launched today. The game's called Last Flag. Lead singer of Imagine Dragons just launched his own video game today, and before you scroll, it's actually really good. Lead singer Dan Reynolds said that he grew up playing Capture the Flag at night with flashlights and friends, and no video game ever captured that.
He gets him all the way up beyond the 40. The Bears send DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. And among his touchdowns out of the backfield this season, this one is notable. On that last drive, he hit a benchmark that he's been pushing for. Nice field position here. Bears getting set. 1st and 10.
Shield blood test. See, Shield is an FDA approved screening for colon cancer that requires
play action. Williams.
no copay. With Shield, your blood draw only takes you a few minutes.
Hits his target. It's Durham Smith. This one down to the 28. It's a 30-yard gain run. So unsurprisingly, he gets him a 1st down.
You know, Kim, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a quick punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
Has the connection this night. And he gets this forward to the 19.
Is that an accident?
Left to go on
What if I
2nd
told you
down?
there's a diner where you get 3 free books with your meal? This is Traveler Food and Books. Let's go check it out. As soon as you walk in, you'll see this is the place for the holders. There are books
Inside the 10.
around the ceiling.
And the score is
Right next to the door, they also have these bags and silly books for $15.
The Bears continue adding to an insurmountable lead.
Thank you. I have the blueberry sandwich for Emily.
So great work by the running back there, Brock. He saw a little bit of space, took it.
I mean, I had the lane. Why not use it?
You'll hear running back coaches say this: slow to and then explode through. And that's exactly what he did. Slow to the hole, but explodes for the touchdown.
And this is $3 per
Williams has his guys set. We're going to tack on to that touchdown.
They also have a used bookstore in their basement, which I'm not going to lie, it was a little sketchy.
All right, they're going to throw for it. Nothing doing on that 2-point opportunity. On the conversion. Ooh, whether they got it or not there, Brock. Not going to make too many friends going for 2 in that situation.
Yeah, sure felt less about whether they're successful or not, and more just about the fact they don't care. I'll tell you what, they may forget about it. Those guys on the other side, they won't. And they'll remember it the next time they line up against each other.
And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles ready to set up shop on offense. And if we're being honest, Brock, this game is already over. It was a while ago, but still something for this offense to play for. They can try to avoid that shutout.
Yeah, it's kind of like a game of baseball, right? You look up at that scoreboard and you know it's impossible, but find some momentum, something good to build on for next week.
My guy just came over and just down, boy.
How many different guys can get rallying to the football? So that last shot you see on camera, you see as many defenders keeping it to a 0-yard game.
Youch.
Defense against this ground game rolls on, Brock. It's going to be some real nice film for them to watch.
I still probably getting the ball back the way things are going.
Stop for him.
But he has more of a widow.
Coverage holds up on the deep ball. That's going to force first down.
Now, a DB in the stat sheet loves to see INT, PBU, but as soon as he realized a pick wasn't possible, he does the next best thing and knocks it away.
Deformed a little bit, just need a little bit more shading, so I'm going to shade everything with my airbrush, my Pro Air.
That one hits at the 6, but can't check up. It gets into the end zone for a touchback. The Bears and DeAndre Swift set for their next drive. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. Oh, Gronk, look at this. He's set up to throw it. He beams one deep right side. Taking a deep shot there on 1st down. Okay, no luck connecting. It's incomplete. So at the 20, here's 2nd and 10.
What happened to him? The guy needs to kick his ass.
Here.
Fuck all that shit. Come on,
He's
son.
loaded another one up.
Why not?
Upside this route can provide.
Hey, did you see what the weather's supposed to be like tonight? Rain, hail, tornadoes.
What? Okay. We gotta put everything away outside. We gotta get the kids.
Williams and the Bears getting set to try for 2.
Right now. This is serious. So it begins.
Look against the blitz. And that one's caught. Jack coming around is massive. Some might say insurmountable lead here on the 4. Well, he just caught them a touchdown, Brock. Defense obviously aware of him as they line up for 2. How did they lose him? How did they get it right back to him for the conversion?
Because he's that good. In moments like this, Kate, it's not even about the play, it's about the player. And when you got a player of this caliber, you find every way to get it to him. And just because he scored a touchdown doesn't mean you don't go right back to that well, right?
The Eagles about set to go on offense. And all game, they have struggled to attack this deficit. And they can do a little window dressing here. McCord from the pistol. Defender runs, grabs the ball down to the hit, knocks it free, incomplete. He's looking for Dallas Goedert there. So that brings up 2nd down.
Yep. Yes, you did. Now, Creed's always had goats.
Aguilar, the receiver, in motion right.
Not as smart as the others.
The shotgun, it's McCord. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
No, I didn't know about this
Incompletion, it's 3rd down.
I was talking to my buddy Jason. You know Jason the Butcher? And he was telling me
They'll throw, 3rd and long.
a dummy down.
They knock away another one. 3 straight passes, Brock failing to connect. Brings us to 4th down. Bunty muted out now. And he's been one of the players of this game. It's his return at the 16. Makes the tackle. He gets his offense in better field position.
You have to end
And it starts up close to the 30. The Bears decide to call their first timeout. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game.
You can't get stuck in the fence. Run along. Obviously, she's pouting. Upset. Which, don't feel bad for here every bit of this. But Jason told me, watch out. After a couple days and she gets used to it, I'd use it as a weapon.
You have to resume call to
Incomplete. No luck there. Just 11 seconds remaining. Timeout Chicago. It uses its
As you may
seconds.
know, you're just sort of
10 to go. 2nd down now from the 26. Williams to throw.
The language option is called the Japanese. You actually have a chance to say the name of the song, too. This happens for all of them except for his. This is like a same trend, not doing much of anything.
Timeout arrives with just 3 seconds remaining in this game. So we've got one more snap coming up.
And now that ain't just the most precious thing.
All right, one more snap to play
We
here.
normally think of this Chris match tag as a one-time tag. However, for this down smash, when you win the skill check, you actually have both hits be accrued. Though for the second hit, these pistols are going to take both. It's just near the
Knocked it to the end zone on our final play. As the sun is made in time, and we're out of time in this game. So the Bears take this one on the road.
That was just mean.
Sensation ahead after get the victory on this Black Friday.
For a second and then resetting. So that's pretty neat.
So for Brock Heward, everyone here on our great crew, I'm Kate Scott, and this has been the NFL on EA Sports. The Bears winners, as we say so long from Philadelphia.
This happens for all of them except for his menu-based ones. What's really delightful about this is that Kirby follows the same trend, not doing much in other languages, but saying the name in Japanese. This is Nick Prococo, the Chief Security Officer of Kraken. Nick has an OG hacker background and has been running elite white hat security.
See that you're up here. I said I wanted to talk to you. I met in my office. Why are you up this high?
This is where I like to think. Stone, look, this has got to stop. I am the only NXT Women's North American champion.
Yeah, I agree. And you've had some time to think now. Did you figure out what stipulation you want for the match?
Well, it seems like no matter what I say or do, Blake Monroe keeps finding different ways to call herself the North American champion.
I know. Can we just talk about this down here?
No. And the more she is pushed, she becomes this ruthless, vindictive woman from hell. So I'm going to do what I should have done the minute she set foot in NXT. And I'm going to lay her to rest.
How are you going to do that?
I'm going to send Blake Monroe and that fake title to hell where they belong.
It's all done!
It looks great! In a casket match!
See that you're up here. I said I wanted to talk to you. I met in my office. Why are you up this high?
This is what I like to think. Stone, look, this has got to stop. I am the only NXT Women's
Gen X and Millennial Man. Hell, anybody that's married over the age of 40. It happened to me today. My wife looked at me and she just asked for help. I didn't have to guess. I didn't have to connect the dots. She just looked at me and she said, I need your help. Now, I don't know if this will ever happen to you, but I'm telling you now, it was beautiful. Oh, God, it was so beautiful. Gen X and Millennial Man. Hell, anybody that's married over the age of 40. It happened to me today. My wife looked at me and she just asked for help. I didn't have to guess. I didn't have to connect the dots. She just looked at me and she said,
Let's get those Pokeballs out.
your help. Now, I don't know if this will ever happen.
Hey guys, there's only one way to beat Thanos.
Stark, I don't know if we can. He has the Infinity Gauntlet.
It's over. It's not over yet, Spider-Man. There's always a way. Tony, what are you planning? I built this device that converts their powers to one singular being. What? How? First, you're gonna have...
Why would I eat soup in a bowl when I can eat soup in a potato, leaving no evidence behind, making my grandmother proud that I finished my plate because there is no plate. This is a cheddar broccoli twice baked potato, and even if you're not going to make the potato part, the cheddar broccoli soup is a next level flavor bomb. Back to the potato. It gets baked, hollowed out, mixed with bacon, onion, and garlic powder, some sour cream, chives, pepper, and salt, and some...
We need your personal Instagram login for brand alignment checks. My personal account is in company property. I'm not sharing that. It's in the employee handbook. Social media reflects on the brand. Handbooks can't override state privacy laws. I refuse. Refusal is grounds for termination. I need to vet your posts. Vetting public posts is fine. Demanding passwords is illegal. You're being difficult. We're protecting company reputation. You're violating my privacy.
Man, that game,
If you don't comply, you're
like,
suspended pending review.
I want to call it a blowout,
Asserting legal rights, that's retaliation. It's policy.
but let's be real, blowout for that game
With who? We own your employee
just
here.
doesn't feel like the right word.
Here, clean out your desk. I'm not cleaning anything. I'm screenshotting this demand and sending it to the FTC. Privacy isn't negotiable. We need your personal Instagram.
You understand what I mean, chat?
Brand alignment checks. My personal account is in company property. I'm not
Like, it just, it doesn't feel like the right fucking word. for how bad that game was for the Eagles.
Refusal is grounds for termination.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, I got to go get coffee, take a piss. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Everyone else was coerced. What's your cosplay and what have you been mistaken for?
Oh.
We do not want to play a game, guys. Come on.
All right. Jesus.
What's your cosplay and what have you been mistaken for? I am blue. And what happens when people come out and they go, oh, you're the blue guy. You're the blue guy. You're the blue guy. You're very, very specific. Okay, not the beast from X-Men. Not the Squirtle. Not whatever. No, I get the X-Men. The straight blue X-Men. And they go, oh, you're the blue guy. That's like, we're clear. That's blue guy. He's a blue guy. Okay. He's a blue guy too. Okay. But it's Sully. What's your thing? Do you have a social media so much more Sully? Yes, you can. Okay, and it's Teacup. It's Teahutt. We care because we care.
I appreciate that, Mystic. Thank you.
Tax guide is hard work and dedication. So the work on the product and care very much about its success. When I started with my
Film rooms are the forum where strategies are discussed and victories are waged. Each person there has a voice, and a chance to step forward with what they believe is the key to this week's game.
Critical game this week. What are you seeing in the film? I noticed they try and game plan away from what I think is a very suspect line while you can attack that. Had our receivers worked the Seymour sit in the middle of the field, we can pick them apart. When we run, it's only going to take one by getting into the second level for us to pick off chunk plays. We just get to play confident. Do you agree on targeting their linebacker? Agree.
McDonald's employee that turned in.
I'll get practices lined up. Let's get to it, coach.
I visited high school
Players should get into the game now. You can discuss the plan with them as well. Good luck.
You're still young, but if they panic, you're old.
Alright, settle in. We need to talk strategy for this week's matchup. We've identified a way to attack their line blocking through. We're going to want to target them in both the run and passing game. This doesn't happen often, coach, but I think it's time to let the tight end shine. Drummer has to be conditioned all day to just keep me in game and watch me work. We are certainly in position to benefit, though. A big game from you would be clutch. As words, you will be playing over the middle to protect yourself or line. If you get into the second level, I never see bodies flying. We execute this plan and we've got an easy win in our hand. Receiving Jack. Manage team is selected.
The sun is up. So wet it down. Get your money up.
You have 6 options. Overview is selected. Entering franchise list. GM's office is selected. Weekly strategy. And entering weekly strategy regular season. You have 2 options. Time play sheet.
You'll have the time in the diary. You'll help for the week with the dog. Letting your boy follow them. Now bring out the juice in it.
Entering play sheet. Simple play sheet. Time air raid and play sheet. Red zone passing play sheet. Wide breaks play sheet. Gold square football play sheet. Wizards play sheet. Wide empty. Area time play sheet. Fast show fixes play. 4 free play sheet. People play sheet. Front stock play. NFL line play sheet. Football play sheet. Entering movie strategy regular. Entering play season. Adding movie experience. Entering weekly strategy regular season. Cash cap healing. You have 6 options. Entering franchise. 20-minute experience. Skip simulate strategy.
You got that right as I was sniffling.
I was saying that I joined the
Get the Pokeballs in the chat, please. As I go up against one of the teams I hate the most. The Green Bay Packers. I will refrain from calling them what I would call them IRL just because I don't want to get in trouble.
Welcome inside legendary Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. We welcome you, Mike Tirico, Greg Wilson, and that's Cairo Santos to get us started. And off we go from legendary Lambeau.
Yeah, baby. Smack them around like little bitches.
So the Packers come out, and they are led by Jordan Love, who followed Aaron Rodgers after playing apprentice for a couple of seasons. And now for Love, it is his 3rd season as the Green Bay starter.
It was pretty clear after sitting down with him earlier in the week that he was just not satisfied with last week's performance. And while he was so clear, he's like, listen, I am thrilled that we won the game because I understand if we want to continue to stack up wins, I need to be better. And it starts with protecting the ball. So back to basics this week in practice, trusting what he sees, relying on his understanding of the offense. If all those things come together, I think we'll see a better performance out of him today.
Right side, catch me by Dobbs. A big play there on 2nd down, but we do have a flag on the field. That's in an area where usually this play gets erased.
Entering play call. DPL safety blitz.
We'll accept that penalty. That's right. Beat his ass.
As he's done so often this season, it's another sack, and he is up to 15 now on the year. From the gun, it's Love. Oh, got him again the 2nd time with a sack on this opening drive. Montez Sweat, what an opening series, 3 plays. He comes up with 2 sacks to force the 3-and-out. Duvernay to return. And it's a good solid return as he takes it back up near midfield. So here come the Bears and their quarterback for the second straight year. #1 pick in the 2024 draft. It's Caleb Williams.
It's not often that you can win by multiple scores in the NFL, so you got to imagine they're coming into this week's game with a lot of confidence. They were able to put together a pretty well-rounded performance in all 3 phases last week. So, again, can they build off that? Can they continue to grow as an entire team? Because offense, defense, and solid contribution from their special teams, they showed last week, and going forward, it's going to be a hard team to beat.
Nice run on first down, leaves him with 2nd and a yard. Another run here, another run by Swift. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. They get an even 20 on that one. First down, Chicago. To throw, it's Williams. That one pinballs around, but is incomplete. Holston Loveland was the intended receiver. It'll lead to a 2nd down. They'll go play action here with Williams. That's going to be taken in by Durham Smythe.
Took 3 guys to put him on the ground.
This is one of those throws where you're hoping you do most of the damage after the catch, but give credit to the defense. Once that ball was caught, they were on him quickly, and there was nowhere for him to go after the catch.
On 3rd down, it's Williams. That's to the big rookie out of Michigan, Holston Loveland. And the defense can't luck to stop there. Gain of 7 and a first down. Here's carry #1 for Roshan Johnson. And he will get into the end zone. Roshan Johnson, touchdown Chicago. His 12th touchdown of the year.
That's a heck of a run right there, and I can't tell you, Mike, how many running backs coaches I've heard.
I knew they'd probably be expecting pass, given the yardage.
We can't block everybody on the field. That's the role of a good running back, and you see it here. All it takes is one missed tackle to get this guy in space, and he's able to do the rest with his legs and take it all the way.
Now Carlos Santos to add the point out. He's got it, and the Bears will take a 7-0 lead. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. But dangerous Nicole Hartman on the return. He'll get this up past the 20. That's where they'll set up shop. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They were forced to punt the first time through. It led to a touchdown, so down 7-0 as they get the ball back for 1st and 10. So 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 22.
Come on, back. Black, 95.
Out of the shotgun, it's Brown. He gets in there to report the sack, number 16 now on the season. Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long.
Here we go. 45.
I'm averaging at least 4 or 5 sacks every game.
He's got his big target. That's Isaiah Likely. A big connection to flip the field.
Because my philosophy is pressure, 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 pressure. Don't give them room to breathe.
1 quarter in the books. It's the Bears off to the early lead. And we're back. Lambeau Field. in just a moment.
Entering play call at
We begin quarter number 2. The Packers have the football as they've got it with 1st and 10.
Okay, ready?
That is Musgrave, the man in motion. On the handoff, this is Jacobs. He is met and dropped. A couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
So everything this defense talks about, Mike, is creating negative plays. It's one of the best run defenses in football. Everything is about suffocating you at the line of scrimmage, make you work for everything you get.
That one's incomplete. Good coverage there. In a comfortable receiver, couldn't hang with it, and it brings up 3rd down. 12 yards to go. Now Love. He's got the rookie out of Texas with the Bowman. That's his first reception of the ballgame, and it really comes at a good time as they get the conversion on 3rd down. Set to go now on 1st and 10.
Here we go. Black 40.
Love to throw. Pass caught left side by Likely.
Aw, they got a score. How cute.
Isaiah Likely. Touchdown Packers. His 4th TD grab of the season. Extra point by McManus, up and good. And the Packers will level things out at 7 apiece. So back to level after the touchdown. Time for the kickoff. On the return, it's Devin Duvernay. Nice job on the return. He's down close to the 35-yard line. The Bears take over 1st and 10 at their own 34-yard line. Here's Williams on 1st and 10. And this is going to be caught, but they say out of bounds. So, incomplete pass.
Just a little bit too much juice on that one, and you just can't throw the ball out of bounds. Give your receiver a chance to go up and compete for the ball, but when you miss that far wide, he's got no shot.
He was looking to get it to DJ Moore. And it's going to be 3rd down. They will run it over center with Swift. And he works past the 40, taken down after a gain of 7. The punter remains on the sideline. They're going to line up and go for it on 4th down. They'll go. It's Swift. And he'll indeed pick up a Bears 1st down as they take advantage of what looked like an unsure defense, to be honest. It was 4th and 3, and they picked up 8. On the bootleg, it's Williams. And he can't hang on through the contact. Incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring up 2nd down. Here's Williams now to throw. This one taken in by Lindsay. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line. A pickup of 14 on that one. Good for a Bears 1st down. 2 minutes to play. 1st half. All tied at 7. With more from Lambeau Field. After this. 1st and 10 now from the 36. On the ground, it's Swift. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. The break coming up now for 1st and 10.
First and 10 at the 21-yard line. Entering play 12.
I really don't get what happened. I didn't press any buttons.
A play fake, and they'll throw with Williams. This is part 2. And he's very close to a touchdown. They mark him just shy of the goal line. This has been some kind of march downfield now, and they pay it off with 6. It's 1st and goal. Johnson. That's timeout for Green Bay. It'll be their 2nd. And they'll get together prior to this 2nd down play. One more time with Johnson. And he will power his way into the end zone. Roshan Johnson. Touchdown, Bears. So 2 touchdowns for him in this one. Numbers 12 and 13 on the year. What a standout performance early on in this one. That's his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game.
And some backs, Mike, they just have a sense of finding the end zone and being able to finish off these runs. That's exactly what this guy has been able to do today, and we're just getting started.
Football's out.
On to Santos for the PAT. It's up and through. And the Bears will move out to a 14-7 lead. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Hardman now to return it. And he'll manage to get this back only to about the 20-yard line. Packers offense back onto the field for their next possession. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for 1st and 10.
On the set. Ready. 62 blue. Ready.
In motion goes Likely. Love to throw on 1st and 10. That's to the left side and taken in by Golden. 2nd down, 8 yards to go. To throw is Love. Right back to Golden. He's got it again. And he'll be taken down off
You have to enter instant call to
the 32-yard line. The Bears will use one of their timeouts here.
That was a good time to do a timeout. Get sick of that fucking hurry up bullshit.
Here we go.
Here's Love. Trying to set up the tight end screen.
I think I hit the cue.
But a late penalty flag comes in. They may get bailed out here.
Yeah.
Entering play call. DPL safety.
Automatic 1st down.
That was on me. That's my bad.
Here we go. 33, yellow. Red.
Love. This one broken up. It's incomplete. Defender right there with him. It brings up 2nd down.
It's now 2nd and 10.
Ready.
Back to the air. It's Love. A whole lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete.
You hear defensive coaches preach this all the time. When you're around the ball on defense, good things are going to happen. And this is a great example. He's not able to secure the interception, but the next best thing is...
He'll go down. They got him. Brady Garrett in there to bring him down for his 7th sack of the year.
We're starting to see in these passing situations, Mike, this defensive line is starting to have their way against this group up front because right now, Their pass protection is breaking down, and his quarterback's paying the price for it.
And he couldn't get that one to check up. It'll keep bouncing into the end zone. It's a touchdown. The drive begins at the 20. Here's 1st and 10. Williams. And he goes up top, looking for Clement. They will get him down at the 35-yard line. And the offense will take one here. Timeout with 6 left on the 2nd quarter clock. From the 35, it's 1st and 10. Throwing is Williams. He's going to look downfield once again. And penalty flags come in as it winds up incomplete, but no doubt there was contact there. The defense is still arguing about that pass interference call, but their focus needs to be a stop. They face 1st and goal. They'll try to run with Johnson. He's got another one. Roshan Johnson. Touchdown Bears. That touchdown number 3 for him in the game, and number 14 for the year. Santos for the extra point. And the kick is good. So what a finish to this first half as they extend the lead. And apparently we'll forget about that for the moment and turn our attention to quarter number 3. Let's go. Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. From the 6, here comes a return. And this will work out quite well. He'll get it all the way out to the 30-yard line. DeAndre Swift and the Bears offense set for their next possession. And nose in the end zone all season long. And now, here in the month of December, he is the NFL's leader this season for rushing touchdowns.
You know, it worked so well the last couple of times. Why not?
On 1st and 10, it's Williams. Gonna look deep, looking for more. On down the field, but it is incomplete.
Initially, a nice job by the receiver. He actually was open downfield. He was able to get behind the defense, but the window closed up so quickly they couldn't get the ball to him. Prevents the big play.
To the left side, into the hands of Moore. Get about 6 before he's taken down. They'll come up to 3rd and 3. What is that? They'll try to run for it. It's Swift. No movement from the punt team. They'll line up to go for it on 4th down. They'll try and run for it. DeAndre Swift. And he will score. DeAndre Swift. Touchdown, Chicago. He's been unstoppable all year. That's his 27th touchdown of the season.
Well, I love it, Mike. We're seeing so many teams nowadays as they approach midfield, even on their side of the 50, keeping their offense on the field on 4th down. And it's certainly a risk. It's certainly up there for debate. But in this case, big chance, big reward, and they come down with 6.
On incentives for the PAT. The kick is good. The Bears will extend this 3rd quarter lead. Here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Hardman now to return it. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. There's Matt LaFleur, head man in Green Bay as his Packers head back onto the field. They find themselves down 3 touchdowns here. Need to flip the script in a hurry. And they'll start it here on first down.
And he got smashed.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
Throwing on second down, Love. That's going to be incomplete. Good work by the defender. Body was mixed up. Wouldn't allow the catch. It'll force third down.
Let's go.
From the gun, it's Love. Tyreek Stevenson has in from his spot on the edge to record the sack.
Mike, this isn't real complicated. You're just not going to win a lot of NFL games when you continue to give up sacks at the rate that they are. I mean, this is just a complete disaster for this offensive line, and if they don't get it fixed, this game could be a runaway.
This is taken at the 25. And how about that? Nice return there, picking his way up past the 35-yard line. DeAndre Swift and the Bears offense set for their next possession.
20-plus touchdowns.
He is the NFL leading rusher here in the month of December.
1,400-plus yards
in the final
on the ground.
could earn him the crown. Now Williams, a throw on the move is caught, and he's out of bounds. Gain of 4, and it'll bring up second down.
Out of bounds at the 41-yard line. A gain of 5 brings up second and 5.
Here's Williams. Brought in by the tight end, Old Komet, and they'll have across midfield down at the opposing 46-yard line. 13 yards on that pass play. First down, Chicago. Give up the middle with Swift. And he'll get nothing here. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's all. Now, after that last play, we have an injured Bear on the field. Athletic training staff looking at him, so will step aside. Ball spotted at the 45. Here's second and 9. Give it right up the middle. Here's Johnson. And he'll push his way ahead for a gain of 2. Lucas Van Ness, the former first-round pick, there to make the tackle. This is 3rd and 6. To throw, it's Williams. He's got his tight end. It's Loveland. And he will score. Poston Loveland. Touchdown Bears. What a catch and run by the tight end as he takes it into the end zone and finishes the play. Greg,
I honestly thought that first tackle had me.
So often the tight ends are considered to be the possession guys, right? They're the guy you throw it to.
And then I got smacked the second time, and I was like, oh shit. Because I'm still a little bit off balance trying to reorient my way into the end zone. And I broke both tackles. I'm like, all right.
The kick is good. And the Bears tack on one more to their lead. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Here we go on the return from the 1. Good job in coverage. They're going to get him down short of the 20-yard line. Out comes the Green Bay offense now as they get set to take over again. They are in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. On the ground, it's Jacobs to start the drive. And he's going to have a Packers first down. And he gets this one up to the 28-yard line.
That's good. First down. First and 10.
Here we go.
28-yard line.
So, 3 quarters have come and gone. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports.
Let's go now. Ready?
Jacobs will get it to start the 4th quarter. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
A little surprising to see them keep the ball on the ground, especially given the situation, Mike. I mean, you're trailing. You haven't had a lot of success running the ball up until this point. They need chunk plays. They need to score, and they need to score fast.
Second down throw for Love. Third and long.
Ready, ready. 33, yellow.
Out of the shotgun, it's Love. And that is incomplete. Jalen Johnson has a good coverage and is able to knock that one away.
Going on it going for it on a 4th and 19. Gutsy. Give him that.
No, go for it. Love. That is incomplete. They couldn't get the connection on 4th. Gonna give the ball over on down. Out comes Caleb Williams and the rest of this Bears offense. He had the touchdown pass earlier, adding to his season total. You get a look at the NFL leaders in touchdown passes to this point this season. The ball deflected at least a couple of times, but it'll fall to the ground. It's incomplete. On second down, it's Williams. That's over the middle and taken by Blountman. And the Bears going to be set up for first and goal as play moves them down to the 1.
Really nice job there, Mike. All they're trying to do is just clear some space for the tight end and then let him go to work in the middle of the field. Now they're set up nicely inside the red zone.
They'll run with Johnson. And he's not going to get in. In fact, he'll lose yardage. They push him backwards.
This is a play, Mike, that makes me want to run down there, throw on a uniform, and try to help out. I mean, I think at this point, I could help clear enough room to get 1 yard. Heck, I might be able to get 1 yard myself. It's disappointing that they're unable to capitalize.
Touchdown, Chicago. Make it 4 touchdowns for him on the afternoon. We might need a calculator before this one is done. It has been one-sided, and the route rolls on, Greg.
Absolutely, Mike. And they just keep piling on the points. I mean, this offensive...
And there's more points.
I'm going to try to score with every possession, and we've seen him do that all game long.
So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Hartman now to return it. And they'll bring it out to the 22-yard line. That's where the offense will take the field. The Packers offense makes their way back out to the field for their next possession. They'll try to establish some tempo. Start this one with 1st and 10.
Let's go now.
Willis. Short, complete to Likely. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple.
A 3-yard pickup brings up 2nd and 7 at the 25-yard line.
So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. Second down, they need 7.
Ready? Cowboy 80.
Willis now to throw. He's got Likely over the middle. And he'll be brought down around the 38-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is 1st down and 10. Here's a handoff to Jacobs. And the struggles continue. He's dropped behind the line again.
Just feels like this has been the story of the day for this offense. Just unable to get anything going on the ground. And a big reason they find themselves trailing and another loss of yards.
Now Willis. He's going to let this one go deep. And this will be incomplete. He was trying to connect with Matthew Bolton that time. Now it's going to be 3rd down.
Here we go. Here we go. 70 Timberwolves.
Throwing is Willis. That one broken up. It is incomplete. This defensive secondary, they have been bringing the zone all game long. It continues here and brings up 4th down. And no return forthcoming. It's a touchback and will come out to the 20-yard line. DeAndre Swift and the Bears offense set for their next possession. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the 4th quarter. Williams going to look to throw it on 1st down. He'll be hit as
I was not taking that sack. Fuck you.
could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down. He's got his tight end down the field. That's connect. A big-time play for the Bears. And even 30 yards.
Well, I think one thing's for sure, Mike. I don't think we're seeing an offense that is comfortable with this late lead. They're continuing to put pressure on the defense and say, hey, I don't care how much we're up by. We're going to continue to execute our passing game, and if there's opportunities downfield, we're going to continue to take them.
And he will be taken down. We'll see. They want to use those timeouts, but this one is about done. So this one, a win for the visiting Bears. That is now 6 consecutive victories. They are making it look easy out there as they continue their winning ways. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Sharif. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. So long, everybody.
If you're in here and you have the ability, feel free to clip anything you see on screen and title it. Ooh, we got Adidas coming in hot to my chats. How you doing, brother? You all right? And Little Miss Misfit Princess. Along with Mystic. And as ever, Goliath and Ghost Wolf.
Entering franchise of Reno, Scout Hop player, new ability mod, is included 7 options, is it premium 5 options, is list premium 5 is listing.
There we go.
Entering active traits. Entry. Quick block. Throw away.
I'm number 1 seed right now.
Entering front. Players ready to go to Scout College. Practice game. Coach Centrals. Entering Coach Centrals. Case. Cheat on the run. Enter yes. Enter yes. Entering not enough. Entering transfer damage team opportunity project deep information sizes deep depth chart entering depth charts means the area is ready to columns left filter right filter cookie.
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom real quick, grab you some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right, Jordan Love on defense. Just line up. It's just the Cleveland Browns. So nobody care about them.
And here it is, one of the NFL's truly iconic stadiums, and the oldest one still in use. It's Soldier Field in Chicago. Coming up, we have a good one for you. Between the Cleveland Browns and the Chicago Bears. Brown sideline. Get a look at head coach Kevin Stefanski. These guys coming in with a little momentum after last week's win, which is not something they've experienced much this season. On the other side, the head coach of the Bears. These guys more than motivated for this contest. We're ready to take the field here at home. Alongside my partner, Brock Heward, Cairo Santos to get this one started. And off we go from Soldier Field. From a couple yards deep, this is going to come out. And a choice to leave the end zone. Lost him just a little bit here. He's out short of that 30-yard line. Career of the Browns now, headed out for their first drive. And at the helm, a first-round pick in 2008, writing the closing chapters of a fantastic career. Quarterback Joe Flacco.
As a QB in this league, if you're going to finish a game with no touchdowns on that side of the stat sheet, well, you better finish it with no interceptions as well. Even if last week was an uneventful contest for him throwing the football, he did what he needed to do to help them come away with the most important stat, the win.
We get a look at his rushing numbers from last week here, what he was able to do in support of that win. Gain of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on second. Here go play action with Flacco. Completes this one to Dontavion Wicks. Ooh, and he is cracked at the tail end of that play. Good hit, but so would love for it to have come earlier as he gets forward a bunch and gets him the first down. And this time they're going to get to him before he can get that pass away as he goes down. And they've got a little extra distance now to make up here on second down.
Oftentimes, these early exchanges are just a feeling out process for rushers and blockers. They can also set the tone for the battles the rest of the game, and that defender, you know, with an early win, he's feeling really good about himself.
He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose, incomplete.
They're not liking that saw blitz right now.
Outside receivers to make an impact.
Okay, partner, testing you here. You've heard me say this a lot. The coordinator's job is to get you man-to-man coverage, and your job is to win it.
Throw right side, caught by Njoku. This is run down right along that 40-yard line. Well, 3rd and 15. You don't see many of those picked up, partner, but they found a way.
The numbers are pretty clear, Kate. You get explosive plays. Those explosive plays on drives lead to points. You can't ask for a better start offensively.
Football's out.
They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Flacco's going to throw here on first. And this time they're going to get to him before he can get that pass away as he goes down. And a big play drives them backwards. Second down coming up. Shotgun snap to Flacco. And the defense making a play on this opening series. That one is knocked away, and that brings up third down. Here he goes, third and long. The ball is out. Oh, they got it back. They can try and salvage something. And this one, not surprisingly,
down. Fourth and 33.
Well, they scramble back on top of the fumble. They lose a ton, though, and now they've got fourth down coming up.
Yeah, recovering it really only brought you one more play. With how much they lost on that play, well, here come the special teams. And now they got to be special.
So here come the Bears as they get set for their debut series. And they're brought out by a player with immense expectations and promise in the league. He was picked first overall in 2024 out of USC, Caleb Williams.
A win is a win for him, whether he goes for 400 yards and 5 touchdowns, Kate, or maybe he just finds the end zone once like last week. To be the team first guy he is, to be more than happy to end the game with just 1 touchdown pass, maybe even no touchdown passes. So long as they can get the win in the end.
And he has enough room to gain about 4. We'll look at his numbers on the ground from last week here. First down run, nabs him 5, now 2nd and 5. Staying grounded and swift. They'll stop him here, but not before he gets out to the 47-yard line. They managed 22 on the rip and a first down.
I'll tell you what, Kate, one of the things I'm most proud of coming on the broadcast are my O-line buddies that will hit me up during the game and say thank you. Thank you for finally showing some love and giving some light to what those big boys are doing up front. I got to play with some of the best to do it. I got to see it up close and personal. Because of it, I'll never forget it. And they just showed up on that one.
Hits his target. That's Durham Smythe. And he's going to score. Touchdown, Chicago. The Bears don't need long to take a 6-0.
How did they not get that tackle there?
He's reached the benchmark he's long had his eye on. 30 touchdowns in one season. He's going to come away pleased with how well he has played to put up that kind of number this year. Now Cairo Santos on to add the PAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Bears will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. To return, Jerome Ford. Making some progress here. And some excellent field position awaiting them. That return up close to the 40 before he went out. Head coach Kevin Stefanski readying the Browns for their next series. And they're certainly hoping for some better results here after that first drive ended in a punt. Nice field position here for the Browns as they start out 1st and 10. Here's Jerome Ford for the first time this game. Dropped by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. Well, nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. On the gun, Flacco. The pressure's there, and it closes in on him. He's dropped for the sack, and that is what should bring us to the end of this opening quarter. It's sack number 4 in the game for him. This one makes it 3rd down. We're a quarter of the way through on this chilly winter afternoon. It's an early lead for the Bears. Back to Soldier Field in just a moment. We're ready now for the second quarter. Browns in control of it. They'll need something big here to start out. It's 3rd and long. 3rd and long for him here. Defender runs away. The Bears and Caleb Williams running out for their next drive. And last drive, he reached one of those numbers that everyone looks at as a benchmark after the season ends, Brock. Quite the year that he's put together, finding the end zone. Here's Swift to start the drive. This drive is going to start out with a gain of 5 before they bring him down.
You know, Kate, it might be a little bit of a disappointing run ahead. They wanted more. They always do. That's exactly what they were after offensively to get this drive moving.
They're on the counter with Swift. Man, some of these middle backers are so impressive these days, Brock. No problems at all for him to range downhill and cut that play down behind the line.
Kind of the calling card of the position played today. They're not as big as they once were, but boy, can they run. As you said, whether it's downhill or sideline to sideline like that.
Another drop. The last two plays both should have been intercepted, but neither could be brought in. However, Brock, they do at least force this fourth down.
I think that was the type of play we expected out of this defense to start the game. Can't undo that opening drive touchdown they gave up. That can sure help to get yourself off the field with that third down stop.
Hines come back downfield. He is hauled down right at that midfield stripe. What a time to rip off that type of game, huh? Gets him first on fourth down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Running with Swift out of the gun. Gets his way through his hood. Nice play down and winds up digging him well into enemy territory before he's brought down. It's a 13-yard play, and that's enough for the first. We've set it down from 37.
And it just keeps going.
First down throw by Williams. That's him on the quick hitter. This is down to the 28 before the defense holds it.
I can't tell you how nice it is to have a big, trustworthy tight end in the passing game. Such great size to have, and he forces those defenses to find a way to try to match up when they can't.
And he's tackled with the first down yardage. A 70-yard pickup, and it moves the chains. Not much scoring to this point since we've reached our 2-minute warning. Bears on top here at Soldier Field. So a new set of downs. Here we go, 1st and 10. On play action, here's Williams. It's taken in by Romatunze. And it's another first down on this drive. And this time they're in the 1st and goal.
This QB is making it look easy, but that requires such a large amount of body control when you throw it on the move. You got to be able to get the same accuracy you would if your feet are set. Sure takes a lot of repetition to make it look easy.
They go heavy on this 1st and goal. 3 tight ends in the formation. Williams on the play action. And he makes the play at full extension. That's a touchdown. The Bears grow their lead just before halftime. Well, we all know that he's somebody they like to have working down near the end zone, Brock, and there is so many ways.
That was an easy pass decision.
Constantly different down there when you're trying to defend him, which is what makes defending him so tough, borderline impossible at times. He can make the smallest little tweaks to his route, just like the receiver would. It's a totally different animal, a nightmare for these defenses.
Santos connects down the point after. And the Bears double their lead to 14. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. Return starts at the 9. And that's going to set them up just beyond their own 20. The Cleveland offense back out and getting set for the drive. They haven't been able to get that offense going just yet, Brock. The deficit at 14. They'll start on the ground. It's 4. We'll take this ahead for 7. We've got 2nd and 3 now. Browns fighting the clock now. Try and hurry back to that line. Looking for a pass on 2nd and short. And he goes down. The Bears got it. Moving quickly, trying to get set. Flacco. Just got it away before the hit, but it doesn't matter. It's incomplete. Fourth down coming up. Orville Marquez on the punt. And he'll try to hit this one well. And he's certainly been staying busy. Once again, he's out to punt and sends this fly. Pulled in at the 20. It spins right by him. And I love the effort.
You have to entering franchise screen. You have 8 options. Resume is selected.
Return as he gets him all the way up beyond the 40.
The Bears take over first and 10 at their own 41-yard line.
The Bears with some nice field position as they get set. First and 10. Williams set to pass. Connects downfield on target to Burton. He hangs on to that football, Brock, for a well-timed tackle. Nice gain. They're down to the 36. They get 23 on that one. And it'll be first down Bears.
First and 10 at the 36-yard line.
Williams to throw. Put some heat on this deep ball. Offside. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Luther Burden, the guy he was looking for. And that'll bring up second down. Working from the gun, Williams. Pass cut by Smythe. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks. So entering the locker room, got ourselves a 2-score game. It's time to hear from Scott Hansen. He's got our EA Sports halftime report.
Okay, Kate, thanks very much. Week 15 of the NFL season, playoff time for you fantasy football players, but for the real teams, the home stretch is starting. Let's get into it. Our trip around the NFL starts now. We begin right here in the Sunshine State. It's the Bucs at home to take on an NFC South foe, the Atlanta Falcons. And this is Chris Godwin. He was a tough man to pin down all game long. This, one of his 2 touchdown catches. From there, why don't we go out to the space city of Houston, looking in on the Texans as they play host to the Arizona Cardinals. And here is Joe Mixon. He's got the ball. He's got a head of steam. He has a touchdown. 33 yards to the house. This one's gone to halftime, and it's the Texans with a 10-point lead. 17-7, your halftime score. One more to show you. Let's go to Philadelphia. It's the Eagles taking on the Raiders. And it's the rookie from Boise State, Ashton Genty. He's going to take this one into the end zone. That's touchdown number 11 on the season. The Raiders lead it by a touchdown at the half. With that, let's give you a chance to look at the playoff picture in the NFC with 1 month remaining in the regular season. Meanwhile, in our game, it's been back and forth to this point. No reason to expect anything different in the second half. As we get you back out to Kate Scott and Brock Hewitt.
Browns have it on the tee, and they will kick it away here. Luther Burden now on the return. Oh, he put him in the spin cycle. All right, and in the end, Brock, this is going to make it out to the 30. After that return, he's looking pretty banged up out there. We're going to have a stoppage as team personnel comes out to look at him. So first and 10 now from the 30.
Those balls out.
Williams off the play fake. Has the connection this way. And he's going to be driven out by a defender just before he can get it up to midfield. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs.
When you see play action, do all you can to get your eyes to the tight end, because that's their bread and butter. That play action gives him time off the line, helps chip a rusher, or even helps sell that fake. And then when he releases, he gets out, he gets some leverage, he gets to that edge before the defenders recover.
Will be yarded loose there, and it's second down. There's a dive up the middle. Fighting for all he can, partner, but this play is not going to get past the line. It's going to be third down.
Okay, that's a quick hitter to the big guys, and that's what you normally expect to see out of it. Not a huge gain, just picking up a little bit before they stall him out.
Has his man, it's Smite. And they're going to hold him down just shy of the 40. It's a gain of 11 there, and that picks up the first.
What is that? First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
Now here's Williams. Finds him on the crossing route. And their next snap is coming from that red zone as he reaches the 14. He picks up 28 on the play. And that'll be first down Chicago.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, and sometimes teams break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
On play action, Williams. Nice catch, touchdown Chicago. The Bears grow the lead coming out of halftime. Well, as they drive forward to one right now, looks like it should be a win run. He sure is taking advantage of a nice little chance to boost his stat line. His second touchdown of the game.
Yeah, you just kind of feel these two building some trust, right? Just more and more equity. Certainly paying dividends in this one, but more than likely for more games to come.
Santos now for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. The Bears stretch their lead to 21. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. Here's Ford on the return. And he gets it up beyond the 20, but boy, did they plant him a few inches into the ground at the end of that run. Cleveland's offense all set to take over. And it's not good, Brock, when you're discussing their punter as one of your early game MVPs, but they just haven't been able to get anything going so far.
You know, you'll hear some old school coaches, especially defensive-minded coaches, will say, hey man, there's nothing wrong with the drive ending with a kick, right? As a quarterback in his offense, maybe that was the way you played the game back in the day, but not modern football. You've got to go score.
Defender gets you right on the line. It's going to be marked as no gain, so Brock, that means third down coming up. Third and long. Completed over the middle. What a hit. He gets flattened to the ground.
Never eat shredded wheat. Northeast, south, and west, right, Pete? And I like on third downs, north and south. You start going east to west and eating that wheat, you could run into problems just like that.
It's fielded at the 14. Got it. That's going to be a first and more.
Oh, I was hoping to return that for a touchdown.
This drive's going to begin with a run by Swift. He drives that front backward on a gain of 4.
It's one of those sneaky little runs, Kate, that gets you enough yards to create some doubt into that defensive coordinator. You can stick to the ground, you can throw beyond the sticks, really create some indecision there defensively.
And they will stop him at the line on what proves to be the final play of this third quarter. We'll see what they come up with for third down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. It's their football, and with that type of lead we've got on the scoreboard, this game pretty close to over.
Entering play call, when fair heavy, there are 7 categories, plus print HV flat.
About set. This is 3rd and 5. Heads out on a bootleg. Big strike here to Moore. Touchdown, Chicago! The Bears put up even more points in a win. TJ Moore, the touchdown. So sensational.
To be honest, I threw that heavy coverage. I did not expect the catch, much less a touchdown after.
That's best friend, no question. But on the other side, defensively, you got to get that skill player down. Period. End of story. You can't give up that much yards after catch.
Extra point is good by Santos. And the Bears grow their lead yet again. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away. Here's a return from the 7. Only manages to get this back to the 20 before he's taken down.
Hey, Mister coming in with the raid. What's up? Welcome, Raiders. So far, it is a blowout of the Cleveland motherfucking Browns.
Yards at all. They've just been tough to come by.
Yeah, just hard yards. Just hard. Just no rhythm, really.
I am just simply crushing them.
Defense who has just had their number from beginning to end.
This is brought to a stop up at the 34-yard line. Big gain, 14 on the play. And that's a Browns first down. From the gun, it's Ford. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
My general philosophy is blitz, 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 blitz. Get that pressure.
Back now, pressure coming. Bears getting close, so they're going to take him down. That's going to add some distance onto this upcoming 3rd down.
And that's why.
Offered some serious blanket plays for this entire group defensively. The guys up front, they've certainly generated the pressure. Everybody on the back end in coverage, they're holding down their assignments to delay these throws. This is going to be one tomorrow. Really fun tape to watch because 6 sacks hard to come by in this league.
Shotgun now on 3rd down. Pressure gets to him and he goes down. That's a sack. We do have a marker down. But where it's at on the field, partner, that sure looks like it's in the neighborhood of holding.
We'll decline that, and we'll take the 4th down. There's no sense in accepting the penalty.
Getting all of it every time out. He fields it cleanly. Nice field position here. Bears getting set. 1st and 10. Inside handoff to Swift. And he's going to take this down.
Face mask.
Before he gets taken down. Give him 24
Call that.
And it'll be 1st down Bears.
There's unsung heroes. Those big guys up front on the O-line. Let's give them a little love right here, okay? They don't always get the attention they deserve on broadcast, but let me tell you, they played a huge role in that big old run.
1st down, and they go right back to it. He's going to get this down to the 9. That puts him in goal to go.
Okay, look, Kate, you can't just ask one tackler to go mano-a-mano and stop this guy. You got to have the cavalry coming. One guy makes a hit, the others are there to clean up and pile on because one-on-one, he's going to run right through you.
Entering play call for NFL God.
Back-to-back big plays have them all set up. 1st and goal here. the play fake. Williams. It was there, but he couldn't hang on. That's incomplete. That one missed the mark. And that makes it 2nd and goal. They're going to pass it here. They just got it away before the hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
They'll try to run with Swift. Gets a nice gain off a really good effort there just to stay upright. He's been a fixture for them all game, and all signs indicate, Brock, he's going to remain one in the time we've got left.
Yeah, they've leaned down him in certain spots, and he has shouldered the load oh so well. Put together a game that everyone's happy with.
Inside zone.
And I guess 3 isn't enough to pad the lead. They're pulling out all the stops. It's 4th and goal. They'll run it with Swift. And the scoring will never end. It's another touchdown. The Bears keep running away with this. DeAndre Swift, the touchdown. His 28th of the season, which gives him a share of the NFL record. Santos now for the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Bears continue piling onto this lead. Santos has it all teed up and ready to send this away.
And we'll kick it off, get it right towards the end zone,
And he's brought down inside the 20.
and bash him before he passes the 20.
Now comes the Browns offense. And they'll get one final chance in a game that, to put it mildly, Brock, has been a bit of a miserable experience for them. Browns look just about ready, Brock. Here comes 1st and 10. Airing it out to start this drive. We've got a screen to the running back. He's going to be a yard shy of the first as they force him out after gain of 9.
You've heard it said, and I believe it to my core. Football is the ultimate team sport. And a well-run screen like that is the ultimate team play because it takes all 11 doing their job.
Here's Judkins on 2nd down. Now that's not what the offense thought about. They stick him for a loss. It's going to be 3rd down. And each carry he gets, Brock, I'm starting to wonder, is this going to be the last touch that he gets in this game? Because it hasn't been a great performance for him.
No, individually, collectively, and you can look up front, right? They've just not been winning the battle enough push, enough drive to get this running game going.
And 16 on the pickup. And that's going to be good for a Cleveland 1st down. To throw. Setting up the running back screen. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. So Soldier Field sees another win for the Bears.
And that ends that game.
And they continue playing their best ball of the season over this recent stretch as they pick up a 6th consecutive victory.
As the mask would say, somebody stop me.
Entering player trade screen X with feedback. You have 7 options. You have 8 options. Input string arm. Input string arm. Skill general.
Let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
You have 7 options. Overview. You have 7 options. Blocking. options. Overview. You have 7 options. Upgrade is selected. You have 6 options. Overview is selected. You have 7 options. Speed rusher. Nose tackle. You have 6 options. Overview. You have 7 options. Power. You have 6 options. Overview is. You have 7 options. Upgrade is selected. Run stopper. You have 6 options. Overview. You have 7 field pass coverage. You have 6 options. Overview is selected. And entering weekly schedule screen. Players ready. Scout. Advanced week is selected. Pop-up menu. You have 2 options. Next week is selected.
It's like my 4th shutout, like complete shutout of the season.
Entering weekly strategy is selected.
Film rooms are the forum where strategies are discussed and victories are born. Each person there has a voice, and a chance to step forward with what they believe is the key to this week's game.
Critical game this week. What are you seeing in the film? I noticed they try and game plan away from what I think is a very suspect line blocking booth. We can attack that. If our receivers are pussy or sit in the middle of the field, we can pick them apart. When we run, it's only going to take one by getting into the second level for us to break off chunk plays. We just have to play confident. Do you agree on targeting their linebacker? Agree. No. Is right. Agree. I'll bet the practice is lined up. Let's get to it, coach. Alright, settle in. We need to talk strategy for this week's matchup. We've identified a way to attack their line blocking group. We're going to want to target them in both the run and passing game. This does happen often, coach, but I think it's time to let the Titans shine. Run or pass, I can punish them all day. Just keep me in the game and watch me work. You're certainly in a position to benefit. Goal, a big game from you will be clutch. Receivers, you'll be playing over the middle. Protect yourself. Goal line, if we get into the second level, I better see bodies flying. We execute this plan and we got an easy win in our hands. Good luck out there. Entering franchise hub screen win. Entering message 1 will pop up. Entering weekly strategy regulars the cap area suppression. Area suppression. Area suppression. Area suppression. Inside training. Entering franchise hub. Entering weekly strategy right. Entering manage coach central select. Entering abilities. Selected defensive. Selected head coach. Passion dots. Field. Pack. Make move chains. Jam and areas. Mono not. And press. And press. Entering. Nuts. Jam. Enter. Press. Entering. Practition. Practition WR/. Enter. Press. Selected head coach. Play sheets. Entering play sheets. Entering franchise match. Advanced weekly select plays. 20-minute experience you have for skip simulate strategy. Play full game is selected.
I gotta face Green Bay again? I already crushed these guys. Like 45-0 or 45-6, something like that. They ain't get very much if they got anything.
Just off Lakeshore Drive, next to Lake Michigan. That's where you find historic Soldier Field in the great city of Chicago, Illinois. It's a rivalry that dates back to 1921. The Packers and Bears are underway from Chicago. And he's going to get this across the 20 as he's out of bounds at the 23. 6'4" Jordan Love taking the field for the first time. The 2020 first-round pick from Utah State set to lead Green Bay.
And I thought it was a really nice performance last week by him. 3 touchdown passes. I think that signifies exactly what he was getting done. He did have the 1 interception.
That's the ratio you say you're okay with, right?
If you go 3-1, you're going to be pretty happy over the course of the season. And let's face it, they'll never blame the receiver publicly. But behind closed doors, he probably told his agent, hey, what's the deal? I should have a perfect game.
And he gets this one just shy of 40, down to 39. 16 yards on the game's first play and a quick first down. Here's Love. And all right away, he lost the football. And this is picked up by the Bears. And they have the football and will set up shop at the 33-yard line.
Thank you, defensive line.
No, they were making progress. They weren't exactly in high gear, but they were making a few yards along the way. And now that they've coughed it up, you got to go back to the sidelines and regroup a little bit.
First carry for DeAndre Swift. And a 5-yard gain as he's down inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. The numbers for Swift in last week's ball game: 12 carries, 109 yards, and a touchdown.
And a rushing title's definitely within sight. So the excitement on the offensive side of the football, I mean, they're bouncing off the walls wanting to get out there. But they also understand that they're going to face some really scared defenses down the stretch because they don't want it to happen at their expense.
A Chicago first down there on a gain of 11. Once again, it's Swift. He is in. Touchdown, Chicago. DeAndre Swift with touchdown number 29, too short of LaDainian Tomlinson's all-time record 31. And the Bears take the early turnover and convert it into an opening touchdown. Touchdown here, Santos to kick this one away. And he brings us out past the 20 to the 24. The Green Bay offense now about ready to take possession here. They had the fumble on the last drive, wound up leading to the opening touchdown. Now they'll try again here, 1st and 10.
Ready?
Yeah, they fumbled that.
Let's go. Ready?
First rep of the game for Josh Jacobs. And he'll wind up losing yardage here back at the 21-yard line. That's going to wind up a loss of a full 3 yards on first down. So now they have to contend with 2nd and 13 after the first down run goes backwards. Love looking to throw it. And it's intercepted. Picked up by Jalen Johnson. And they're going to be set up in the red zone right around the 17-yard line.
And that's what we've seen from this defense all year long, because they've been so good at finding ways to take the football away. And they just gave us another example right here. A strong defense, that's something you're going to need to rely on come playoff time. And this crew has got one. There's no doubt about that, Brandon.
And he takes this one in for the Bears touchdown. Great effort there. His 16th rushing touchdown on the year. And the Bears are able to strike quickly to add on to their lead. Santos now to add the PAT.
I'm barely halfway through this quarter and I'm up 14-0. And both come on defensive plays.
Touchdown here, Santos to kick this one away. get this across the 20, but not much further as he's dropped it to 23-yard line. The Green Bay offense ready to take
a fumble and an interception. So
Charles, just keep possession of football. 2 drives, 2 turnovers to this point.
You're exactly right, Doctor. Look at that first do no harm. Right now they're hurting themselves on offense.
I like that. No one's mistaking me for a doctor, though. But thank you, Dr. Davis. A check on Jenkins from a week ago. 21 carries, 5 yards past 100, and a touchdown.
And the way they ran the ball last week has to bring a smile to the faces of the entire coaching staff because now they're seeing a ball.
And he'll go down. The Bears get there for the sack. Montez Sweat in there for the sack, and he's closing in on the all-time record. That's number 19 on the year. Now on 3rd and long, they'll look to throw. Shoves it aside. And he'll be stopped at the 27-yard line, well short of the first down marker. They do get 7 out of that, but not enough to prevent a 4th down. And here's Daniel wheeling on now to punt. And this is away. It's a high kick, and he got all of it. Yeah, he was looking for the check up bounce, didn't get it. That scoots all the way into the end zone now for a touchback. The Bears offense and running back DeAndre Swift headed back onto the field. He's got a rushing touchdown in the game already as you check to see where he is ranked in rushing TDs coming into the weekend. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. And right now they're saying, hey, let's keep this going. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns.
You can't ask for a better start than that, can you? I mean, this is the way you practice it. This is the way you rehearse it. But right now, the play calling, they're locked in really well.
To throw, Williams. And this is dropped. Oh, it's incomplete. He had a big gainer in his sights, but he could not reel it in. To throw, it's Williams. That's complete to his rookie 2nd-round pick. And they work this well upfield across the 45. Well, that's one way to convert on 3rd down, picking up 26 yards.
I tell you what, 3rd and 10. You look
boy, he took a hard hit, though, didn't he?
That puts added importance on this play. You certainly don't want to see them on the field. And after a couple of incompletions, 3rd time's the charm as they get the hook up here and pick up the 1st down.
On 1st and 10, it's Swift. That's some space here. Touchdown, Chicago. DeAndre Swift with his 2nd touchdown in this opening quarter. And the Bears have moved out in front by 3 touchdowns. Boy, Charles, this offense is just so explosive. They lead the league in scoring, and another example of just how good they are right there on that play.
Yeah, we often overstate about how explosive teams are, but this team is truly a threat to score on every snap, especially on the first few plays of any series. And a big streak like that only adds to their reputation as the league's best offense.
Back in Chicago, ready for the 2nd quarter. It's the Bears in possession as they've got it as we resume action.
Santos to kick off for Chicago.
Santos out now. He'll kick it away. Oh, nifty juke there.
Looks like the guy trying to tackle him.
And they'll start this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return.
Let's get footballs in the chat.
Ready to go as they take the field. Well, CD, you kind of feel like they're in a bit of a danger zone right here because now you're down 3 scores, and I know we're in the first half, but the way this offense has, and the ball comes out. Love lost it, and this is picked up by the Bears. And they're going to take over right there at the 22-yard line. He already had the 1 fumble loss, so now 2 fumbles lost here in this first half.
Not setting the pace the way that you want it done. I mean, here in the first half, already twice the ball's come out and hit the turf. got to find a way to take care of it. Otherwise, they may have to start thinking about maybe someone different at that position.
Swift going to try up the middle. And he's in for the score. And his spectacular season continues as he ties the NFL touchdown record.
He is phenomenal.
So his big first half continues. His third touchdown already. We'll have to keep watch as this game goes along, how much they want to continue to ride him, because he could be on his way to a record-setting performance. Santos able to tack on the extra point, and it is 28-0. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. Now a crease here as he's past the 30. And a good return, able to get out across the 35 to the 36. The Green Bay offense now about ready to take possession here. They've shown
man, my offense has got to be tired at this point.
Again with a first down now. On the ground is Jacobs to start the drive. And that play is blown up, losing yardage back at the 35. The opening play of the drive goes backwards. Now they'll come up on 2nd and 12.
Yellow, 43.
Love now. Pressure, and he's taken down. A bear sack. Shamar Turner busting through to get him for a loss of 6. Working out of the gun. Love. Pressure, and they get to him again. T.J. Edwards providing a little deja vu. Back-to-back sacks, and now they're staring at a 4th and long. And he'll get this away into the icy winter air. Take it in at the 22. And just shutting him off there. A very good return there. Give him an even 20 yards. And the Bears take over. The Bears offense and Caleb Williams set to go to work once more. And as you see on the graphic, he's right up there with the best in the league when it comes to throwing touchdowns. Currently 2nd in the NFL at this point of the season. At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense. Well, everything right now that they touch on this side of the football seems to turn to gold. They've scored on 3 straight possessions. That lead continues to grow. I mean, if they can get points here, Charles, it might almost be an insurmountable comeback for the other side.
I think you make a great case for that, so I'm going to flip it over to the other side. Could they make the big comeback? Certainly. Am I expecting it? Not at all. I think if we're going to see a drastic change in how they're playing, this blowout's going to get bigger and bigger before the final game.
And that last throw, not going to count for much in the grand scheme of things, but it does move him over 3,000 yards passing for the season. They'll fake the give. Now Williams. On this one, incomplete. The pressure got to him as he released it. And it's 2nd down. Off the play fake, it's Williams. A pass complete to Adunze. And this is going to result in another first down as the tackle's made at the Packers 19. That one goes for 24 yards.
Let's just call it what it is. This has been a flat-out struggle for this defense all game long. They've really had a hard time slowing them down. And while I'm not big on speeches and guys jumping up and down, they might need their team leader on defense to get in their face right now and light a fire under these guys. They've got to start playing better assignment football and start getting guys on the ground.
On play action, here's Williams. And that one drops down, incomplete. Good coverage there, forced the ball free, and it's 2nd down.
Oftentimes when you're losing the game and the team's still throwing with this kind of a lead, you start playing a little more physically. And they took that opportunity right there to be extremely physical and force that incompletion.
They will run
going straight ahead with Swift. And all the way down inside the 5 to the 4. 124 yards rushing now for the NFL leader coming into this ballgame. A chance to really cap off a big first half here as they come up on 1st and goal. Swift will score. Touchdown, Chicago. Now the point after try for Santos. And he's been a busy man, 5 for 5 now as he knocks another one through to extend the lead. So that winds up a 7-play drive all told. And it results in a 4-yard touchdown run. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And he'll be tackled just shy of the 25. Now trotting out there, the Packers getting ready to go. See what they can do here. Not a ton.
They haven't had an answer for this, so
Points out of this drive, and they need them right now because they're trailing.
Yeah, this is exactly why you practice a 2-minute drill all through camp and at least one practice each week before a game. A minute left, more than enough time to string a few completions together, reach the end zone, and then make that walk back to the locker room just a little more animated.
Well, there have been a ton of sacks. They were just trying to prevent another.
So what you're telling me is the conventional...
they get a 1st and 20? Hell yeah.
Not at all. So he tries to grab him here, and they still get caught.
He has it complete to Christian Watson. The Packers going to use one of their timeouts as they'll talk things over prior to this upcoming 2nd down play. Now Love.
Hey, Gouda!
Creeping up on a minute to play in this first half. To pass, here's Jordan Love. Here's a diving catch right side. And he's going to have the Packers first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Here we go.
Throwing. Love. Protection has been a problem all night long as they come up facing 2nd and a bundle. Now the Packers going to burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock stops here with 46 seconds remaining in the first half. Sacks a growing theme in this first half. This is 2nd and long. They'll send the tight end in motion. To throw now. Here's Love. A short one there, caught by Likely. And they'll work with 4 receivers here on 3rd down and long. Love. And that will be incomplete.
I know this offense was expecting to do big things, but it certainly hasn't turned out that way, at least not through the first 3 drives. They're definitely got to put their heads together and start concocting some offense that'll move the ball downfield.
And that hits at the 6 and carries into the end zone for a touchback. The home team's offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And as a play caller, when you've got a guy who's running like this, you lean on him and your offensive line. He's had big hole after big hole to run through in this first half. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. And with a huge lead already, they may be thinking, hey, our job's complete for these first 2 quarters. Let's get this to the locker room. And that is incomplete. Now the coverage a little too good there, and it's 2nd down. He's going to take another shot here. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. Now they face a 3rd and 10 after back-to-back incompletions. Here's Williams. He's going to look deep for more. And this is incomplete. Oh, he looked like he had a pretty good line on that one. That would have been a big play, but he could not pull it in. And likely time for one final play here in the half, so they will go for it on 4th down. A final shot before break. Williams. Got a man, and he hits him in stride. Going to get this beyond the 40 before it's taken down.
Figured I'd go for it just cause.
Down to Orlando and our buddy Scott Hansen with our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Final 3 weeks of the regular season. The regular season witching hour, when playoff teams become also-rans and also-rans become playoff teams. Let's dive.
All we care about is my Bears.
Set to resume. Here we go with the second half. The Bears holding the lead and ready to receive the kick. Well, a dangerous return man showing it here. Still going past the 30. And he'll bring it back all the way. Touchdown.
My second time this season.
It's all about taking words and bringing them to life. At halftime, I will guarantee you in their locker room, they'll talk about pressing the kicking game.
Second kickoff return for a touchdown this season. And that wasn't even a full 20 seconds off the clock.
Santos now to add the PAT. And the lead grows even larger here in the third quarter. Showing off that speed and electric boost that he has. 95 yards that kick return goes down for. So now the other return teams out there as they'll try to duplicate what they just saw. And he won't quite make it to the 25. The Green Bay offense ready to take over. Love going to break the huddle, lead the Packers up here 1st and 10 at their own 24. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Blitz coming, down he goes. That'll be a loss of 7 on the sack, and it brings up second. Blitz came there from the inside, and there just wasn't much resistance.
No, not at all. That means that defensively, they timed it up perfectly and matched up perfectly. They drew all the blockers to the other guys, left a free runner back to the quarterback, and you know what a free runner turns into? A free hitter.
And pressure coming, and they got it once again. They push it back 8 yards that time on 2nd down. They'll bring 4 receivers into the fold here. It's 3rd and long. And now the first throw for the backup quarterback. And this pass broken up. The contact well timed there. And now 4th down.
Well, they certainly aren't letting up today, partner, because they've forced big turnovers already. And it's been incredibly tough for them to get yards against, let alone put points up on the board.
On 4th down, the punt team is on as this is sent away. Fielded at the 33. And now off to the races, down the right side. Touchdown!
My second in this game alone, returning a kickoff for a touchdown.
And the Bears are able to strike quick with the add-on to their lead. Now the point after try for Santos. And the lead grows even larger here in the third quarter. no secret. That's why they haven't returned punts. He has the capability to take them back, and he did so there. So after surrendering the punt return for a score, let's see what they can do in turn on this kickoff. And he will make it to the 20-yard line and no further. And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field.
The disparity in this game, it just seems to grow with each possession here, Charles. They are really struggling. They have not put up a single point, and on the other side, the points keep piling up and up and up.
So you know the frustration level has to be rising, right? So they've got to find a way to quell that, because otherwise they certainly won't get anything done in this one. Keep diving deeper into the offensive playbook. The bottom line is don't quit competing.
Oh, this is supposed to catch.
Start out. That leads to a 2nd and 11.
Willis looking to throw it.
Now he'll take this and run. And he'll get to the 29-yard line, brought down there. They give him 10 that time as he was able to get away from the pressure and get a nice gain.
Trying to run forward with Jacobs.
And Jacobs, I don't think he's going to get there, no. It appears they're going to mark him short of first. On now is the Packers punter. He's been one of their few bright spots so far. This is taken at the 18. 51 yards on the punt there.
And they will take over 1st and 10. The home team's offense and their quarterback headed out for this next possession. And he's been a nightmare to scheme against throughout this one. This defense has been totally taken apart, and that is borne out in his numbers. He's been terrific all game long.
On the ground, it's Swift to start the drive. Breaks the tackle, he's got room to run. DeAndre Swift. And he is in. Touchdown, Chicago. DeAndre Swift with career touchdown number 70. And the Bears get another 3rd-quarter touchdown to add on to that lead. So it's a high five for that one. His 5th rushing touchdown of the game as he draws ever nearer to potentially making a run on an NFL record. Santos now to add the PAT. And the lead grows even larger here in the 3rd quarter. I'm not sure if they drew that play up to score, but it scored indeed. One play on the ground and into the end zone for 6. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. Takes this near the 25. Just a little pass there. Call it the 26. The Green Bay offense now about ready to take possession here. And here we are almost through 3 quarters of play, and this passing game still has not really found any kind of rhythm.
Put it mildly, because they're not even over 100 yards yet. And in today's NFL, where it's a pass-first league, that is quite surprising. Not many teams patient enough to stick with the run. Everybody wants to advance the ball through the air. They've got to get their timing back.
Now Willis to throw.
Now he's going to step up and run. It's just a gain of a couple there on the scramble, and now it's 3rd down.
They'll be in search of 8 yards here as they hope to convert the 1st down.
65.
Now Willis.
Pressure, and he's taken down. A Bears sack. T.J. Edwards. He continues to wreak havoc in the offensive backfield. Sack number 16 on the year. So they're forced to punt on 4th as this one's away. And he fields it cleanly. One quarter remains here in Week 16. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports.
At the line, prepping for their next drive, the Bears offense. We find ourselves here in the midst of a one-sided affair. A lot of fill time down the stretch, Mr. Davis.
So we could talk about food because that is something that you and I both enjoy. We enjoy our time at the table. So maybe the best steakhouses in the city, but in all seriousness, the performances that we've seen this year, we've seen a bunch of great ones. It's going to be hard to parse who's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, it really is.
It's going to be a runner. It's going to be a thrower. Can a defender finally win it this season? Those are the things that we could probably discuss.
And collectively, this is about as dominant of a performance as you could have hoped for on both sides of the football.
Might have to put it number one for what we've seen this season.
They'll find Swift out of the backfield. They'll wind up losing 3 here on the play. And 3rd and 8 now. They'll go play action here with Williams. And he'll get this into the hands of Swift once again. And he will have the Bears first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. This one probably not the close game you would expect or hope to see in prime time, CD. But, of course, that wasn't their intent in preparing for this one. They said they felt like their offense was ready to put up some points. And, my goodness, it has been a dominant display in front of a national audience.
Yeah, they thought it, and it certainly came to fruition, didn't it? They've been dominant in so many ways in this one. If you weren't paying attention to this group before, you certainly are now after seeing this type of victory from them.
Well, kind of a quirk in the schedule. These two division rivals didn't see each other much of the year. Their first meeting was just a few weeks ago, back in Week 14. And it was the Bears getting the road victory, so they'll look now to take the season series here at Soldier Field. And that falls to the ground, incomplete. A nice job of bodying him up defensively, and now it brings up 3rd down. Right where this set of downs started, they need a full 10 here to pick up the first down and move the chains. On 3rd down, here comes Swift. Oh, he's got a little daylight. Touchdown, Chicago. DeAndre Swift, 48 yards. And the Bears extend their 4th quarter lead, and they are closing in now on a 14-win campaign. Santos with the extra point. And this one was over a while ago as they just add on to that big lead. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. And it's a pretty good return here as he'll get this up to the 29. Now the Packers get set to go. I hate to say it, but at this point, I don't really know that they're playing to win with this deficit in the 4th quarter. They're just trying to erase that 0 on the scoreboard, Charles, and get some type of momentum to carry into the form section today.
If you get any type of points on the board, it'll count as a moral victory, although no one will talk about that in the post-game press conference. That's not something you mention in the NFL. And this loss, it already stings and will for a while. But everyone that offense knows that it's going to be a lot worse if they don't put some
I almost got that sack.
The offense on 3rd down tonight, it's been a problem. Just 1 for 7 thus far. Here it's 3rd and 3. Working the middle of the field, he's got a man complete. And he's going to have the Packers first down by a couple of yards as they're able to convert here on 3rd and 3. Just 2 minutes remaining here in the 4th quarter of what has been a one-sided affair.
One-sided is definitely one way to put it.
Willis looks to pass it here. Throwing quickly there, but it's incomplete. Now a 2nd and 10. Back to throw, Willis. And that'll be incomplete. But a pretty good shot as he tried to pull that one in. Couldn't hang on 3rd down. Willis will look to pass again here. And unable to connect, incomplete. I give him credit.
their shot, but it's going to bring up fourth down. On now is the Packers punter. He's been terrific so far. And he couldn't get it to check out. That kicks all the way into the end zone for a touchback. This offense making its way back out, led by their running back. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the fourth quarter. The Bears offense ready to go for their next drive. See, I mean, they have just been scoring at will. It's been score after score after score, and a lot of times we use the term blowout for a lopsided ball game. And this has kind of gone past that. I think we're in historic territory right now.
You nailed it. Historic territory. Perfect phrase for what we are watching.
Now he breaks free in the middle of the field. And they're going to score again. Yet another touchdown as they just add to their totals. When coaches come into a game preaching total team effort, I think this is the type of ball game that they're dreaming of. It was pretty apparent early on that they were clicking in all three phases. It's been fun to watch.
You know, sometimes in the NFL, you end up with matchups like we've been watching here. When you get back to the early drives, you can just see that one squad was on a different level in this game. Safe to say, we have been disappointed watching their execution throughout this contest.
Santos able to tack on the extra point. And this one was over a while ago as they just add on to that big lead. Now after the touchdown, here's Santos to kick this one away. Here's Nicole Hardman.
Get your ass down, boy.
As they'll get him down shy of the 20. The Packers offense now heading back out onto the field. And let's face it, this drive is not going to have any bearing on this game, but it's kind of important for one reason, isn't it?
It certainly is. You got to get points. And okay, all right, I'm being facetious here. But you get points, you feel a little bit better about yourself as you move on to the next one.
And he's brought down at the 22 after a gain of 2, and it brings up second down. From the 22, here's second and 8. Now Willis to throw. And he'll go down. The Bears get there for the sack. That's had multiple defenders getting pressure, and it's a loss of 6. Now on third and long, they'll look to throw. And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
And that's another play that's painted the picture of this game overall. It's been a blowout. It's been continually fueled by big turnovers and stops for one side and an inability to advance the ball from the other.
It's taken to the 26. And he'll out of bounds, but able to get it up past the 45. Now the Bears going to call the first of their timeouts. And as the two teams talking over on their respective sidelines, we take a break. The Bears in good field position to start out first and 10. Just shy of midfield at the 48. He's going to rifle one deep left side. And this will be caught with Fred taking the knee. Some late gamesmanship here as they throw for a late touchdown.
Well, this is long since over, and some might see this as overkill, but remember, this is a team who puts on the hard hats.
Hey, a $150 trophy earned. I rushed for 150 yards in the game with one player. Total trophy progress, 8%.
Winning team here, Charles. That's about as big and clean of a win as you could hope for in the National Football League. No turnovers. Meanwhile, you forced turnovers. You didn't allow any points, and you put up a bunch of points. What an effort.
Entering progress and reward screen selected. Entering player grade
To see
the
ones we heard are you and me. Why are we so blind to see that the ones we hurt are you and me.
You have 6 options. Overview is you have 7. Power back. You have 6 options. Overview. You have 8 options. Upgrade is selected. You have 7 options. Overview is selected. You have 7 slot zone. You have 6 options. Over. You have 7 receiving jack. You have 6 options. Overview is select. You have 7 options. Slot.
I really wanted to reject you. I wanted to pretend I didn't understand what you said.
You have 6 options. Overview is select. You have 7 options. Grade is selected. You have 6 options. Overview is select. Entering weekly schedule screen. View week. Player. Story. Practice available is selected. Great win. Seems like you had a clear game plan. What made the biggest difference today? We had planned early in the week and drilled until we knew exactly what was going to win us that game. When we first put it through teams, field 5 for team up, everyone came together for this one. We all wanted this win. Coach was tired and I just did whatever I could to stoke the flames. It was a well-deserved win all around. Any last comments on what this was? This one was for the fans. This was a different 4-hour community. Fans have been looking for a statement game and I think we delivered. Entering franchise hub screen home. Advanced week is selected. Entering Master 1 of 6 hop practice is selected. Scouting Maker Packers is selected. Results for Nickel is selected. Okay, under the microphone ING is selected. Top of menu with 2 options. Next week is selected.
I can feel this fire, been rebel and wild, when take them wild, so your first fly, trying to stop my face, calling my name.
Entering franchise store weekly stage is selected.
They've been dealt one of their toughest matchups early in the season, but there is hope. One of their coaches has found what they think is a key weakness. The decision now, how exactly to exploit it.
I know people have been talking up this defense we're facing, but I see secondary just waiting to be exploited. We can push the ball downfield, pick on runs like exciting practice. You aren't worried about an all-or-nothing approach. You don't win games like these without taking risks, but this is the least risky approach from what I've studied. We have uncontrolled big plays early and that team is going to give up, trust me. I can handle the play calling shift, you'll get the guys ready in practice this week. I hope you're right on entering franchise. GM office is selected. Places in game is selected.
San Francisco. Much as I do love the 49ers, and I absolutely adore the 49ers. I'm sorry, boys. I got to beat your ass. Like, I just gotta beat your ass. I mean, after going like 89 and fucking 0 in my last game.
Mike Tirico, we are just about set Off we go on Sunday Night Football. And he will only be able to muster the 20-yard line on that return. So here come the Bears and their quarterback for the second straight year. #1 pick in the 2024 draft. It's Caleb Williams.
Really solid all-around performance last week, Mike. I think the biggest factor that led to the win is his ability to continue to protect the football. He executed the offense, ran it exactly how they designed all week in practice. Now, it might not have been earth-shattering performance statistically, but they got the win. He can continue to play that style of ball. It's going to be a tough group to match up with. Just a simple hitch route, certainly nothing special there or anything downfield, but the idea is the more of those you throw and those efficient passes, the second the defense moves up to take it away, that's when you go for the big ones.
First run of the game here for DeAndre Swift. To the 45. DeAndre Swift. And they're not going to run him down. He goes all the way. 75 yards.
Really?
Down Chicago.
My second fucking play?
Fireworks right out of the gate here, Greg. It only takes 2
Jesus.
plays to put 6 on the board, and they do it with a big touchdown.
Mike, each week when we talk to teams, they emphasize how important it is to get off to a fast start. Well, this team, they took it to a new level. Second play of the game, big touchdown, they strike first.
So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Here comes a return from the 3. Now an opening as the 30s. He'll be forced out of bounds, but a very solid return. The 49ers come out, and Brock Purdy leads them out. Greg, it's really one of the best stories in NFL history when you think about it. From last pick in the draft to taking the 49ers to the Super Bowl, now to a lucrative contract, under pressure, and he'll go down. They got him. Montez Sweat as he gets in for sack number 22 on the year. Now just a half shy of the record held by Michael Strahan and J.J. Watt. Purdy now on second down. He'll step up and run this. What a good choice to get out and run. That's a pickup of 18 and a first down. First and 10.
And the 49ers first down. First and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Opening carry of the game for the versatile Christian McCaffrey. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
That's another 49er first down. First and 10 at the 41-yard line.
They'll go back to McCaffrey on first down. This time the sledding becomes a little more difficult. They're going to stop him right at the line of scrimmage.
This is pretty impressive from the big guy in the middle, Mike. I mean, typically we see these guys make most of their plays on the interior of the defense. They're big bodies, they're run stuffers. But look at the athleticism here as he's able to get outside the numbers and make the tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
And they bring him down, but not until they get inside the 30-yard line. They send one of the tight ends in motion to the left. On the ground, it's McCaffrey. Good for a short gain to the 25. It was Kevin Byard that time to make the play. You get a look there at his numbers on the ground from a week ago. From the 25, here's second and 6. Again, it's McCaffrey.
That should have been a face mask. I saw that.
37.
Brings up third and 7.
Out of the gun. It's Purdy. And that is incomplete.
think he predetermined that third down throw, and even though the coverage was tight, he still tried to fit the ball in there anyway, and it ended up falling incomplete. I think if he goes through his progressions and has a little bit more trust in his protection, I think there's an easier throw to make out there.
Stoppage here when the 49ers is down. Athletic training staff's going to take a look, but this is a problem late in the season. The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kicks away. Duvernay on the return. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. This drive will begin with a run by Swift. And they bring him down, but not until he gets the 45-yard line.
And you talk about a guy who's been running with a purpose here in the first half, Mike. I mean, not only hitting the holes and accelerating through them, but as the numbers telling you, he might be on his way to a big, big ball game.
Bears in possession here to start the second quarter, as they've got it with first and 10. They'll go again with Swift. He is having his way. Another big gain. This time 18 yards and a first down. And that last run, a big one. It puts him over 2,000 rushing yards for the year. Some of the best names in the history of running backs have reached that accomplishment. Adrian Peterson doing it, among others. The 2,000-yard club now has a new member. And they will take him down at the 20-yard line. That's a gain of 16. This offense is humming. A first down.
A gain of 16 yards. First down, Chicago.
On the bootleg, it's Williams. That is incomplete. No way to force the football in there. Good coverage. It'll bring up second down. Throwing is Williams. Over the middle, that's Kamak. We'll get maybe 3 out of that one, and it's going to set up third down.
I wouldn't be surprised if some point here in the future, Mike, this quarterback drops back. It looks like the same old hitch route underneath, and they give a pump fake and go. You can lull a defense to sleep with a lot of these underneath quick game passes, and once you do, you can try to go for the big one.
The field goal unit staying put. They're going to line up and go for this on fourth down. They'll go. It's Johnson. And he's going to have the Bears first down.
I had that. That was not a problem.
Giving up 9 on that 4th and 4.
This is a little bit of a tough spot for a play caller, Mike. Fourth down, is it close enough that I can run the ball? Is it far enough that I have to risk a pass? That took some courage to call a run play. And fortunate for them, they're able to celebrate it.
A second effort, and he is in. Roschon Johnson, touchdown Chicago. 17 touchdowns now on the year. On essentials for the PAT. His kick is good. And the Bears extend their advantage to 14-3.
49ers 3.
Entering play call.
Milo Sanchez kicking off for Chicago.
So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Now return coming from the 7th. And he's down.
And Pokeball's in chat, folks.
That's where the offense will take over. Here's Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers offense coming back onto the field. And He continues to be a thorn in the side of defenses trying to stop him. Currently second in the NFL in rushing. A first down throw for Purdy. No chance at all. He'll go down.
A loss of 7.
2 minutes to go here till halftime. Greg and I back with you from Santa Clara in a moment.
Concept. 60 out.
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. From the gun, it's Purdy. And he lost the football. And no turnover here, but the Cards able to get the football and get on it to keep possession. So, backed up after the sack, and now it's 3rd and long. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. Our throw on the move is caught. And he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate ultimate punt team. 4th down.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
Duvernay to return. And it's a good return here, able to take it across the 50.
I was trying to break to the side and get all that fucking green, bitch.
Set for their next possession. And as a play caller, when you've got a guy who's running like this, you lean on him and your offensive line. He's had big opening after big opening and big numbers in this first half. That's going to be incomplete. Hubbard very stout there. That's going to bring up 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
What is going on? To throw is Williams. That one into the hands of Moore downfield. First time they've looked his way tonight. Good time to do it. It's a first down.
It's a gain of 23 yards. First down, Bears.
Now they'll pitch it out here. And he's going to be brought down. They pass on that field goal attempt, and they get nothing out of it as the first half comes to an end. And no rest for the weary. Let's get right back to it. Quarter number 3 set to begin. Pretty interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. And he will get cut down short, shy of the 20-yard line. A look there at Kyle Shanahan, his 49ers heading back onto the field. They need to start making some inroads here. Down 2 scores as they begin this drive with first down.
60 out.
Play fake to McCaffrey. Now Purdy. That one a bit high, but it's complete. And a mark down just shy of the 40. Just his first catch. They have held him in check so far, but that one gives him a first down. On 1st and 10, Purdy. The blitz overwhelms the offensive line, and down he goes.
With the right personnel, the safety position is like the ultimate chess piece, right? You can put him in center field to play pass. You can bring him up and make him a pseudo linebacker, but you also can bring him on pressure, Mike, and that's what this guy does so well. The timing and the speed, he got there in a hurry.
Here's Saul, the man in motion. Throwing on 2nd down is Purdy. Not fun here. 3rd and a lot.
Get set, get set.
Throwing from the gun is Purdy. And this ball incomplete on third down. Brandon Ayuk, the intended receiver there. And that'll set up fourth down. The 49ers out for the punt, as he's on to punt for the second straight drop. And he'll be brought down, short return, and they'll take over there. They'll start on the ground with Swift. And that's the way you want to run it on first down. A gain of 7. From just across the midfield stripe, here's second down. Now it's Johnson. Room to run at the 35. And he's into the end zone. Roschon Johnson. Touchdown, Chicago. 2 touchdowns for him.
They keep giving me the opening.
And 18 on the year. Santos for the extra point. He's got it. And the Bears move out to a 21-3 advantage. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. He'll start at the 2. And that's well done by the kicking team. He's only able to make it past the 15-yard line. Here's San Francisco offense, ready to take possession of the ball once more. They'll begin with 1st and 10. Out of the gun, here's Purdy. And he's going to come down yet again. He has been under fire all game long.
So many of these possessions start with
How many sacks is that at this point?
You're just going to hear every offensive coordinator stress. It is so important we don't fall behind the sticks, but when you just can't pass protect and give your quarterback time, this is going to continue to happen.
On second down, Purdy. As he throws, and it is incomplete. Just couldn't deliver that one the way he wanted to. Not really sure if there was much there anyways. We do know it'll be 3rd down. Here's Purdy. The blitz gets there, and he lost the football. Looks like the Bears got there, and they did. Chicago ball.
This defense, they've been searching for a splash play, and they got a big one here. Great job separating the man from the ball on the sack, and now it's up to their offense. Can they take advantage of this set and change situation?
And he's into the end zone yet again. Roschon Johnson, touchdown Chicago. That's his 3rd touchdown of the game. He's got 19 on the year. Santos, good on the extra point. The Bears stretch it out, leading now by the score of 28-3. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. Couple yards deep, he'll bring it out of the end zone. Good coverage by the kicking team. Out of bounds, shy of the 20. The Niners offense ready to get back to work. They're in need of points in a big way as they set out on 1st and 10. Shotgun snap to Purdy. This offensive line just has no answers right now. It's another sack.
Brings up 2nd and 17 at the 9-yard line.
Gun, it's Jones. Montez Sweat.
God damn, I killed him there.
His 3rd sack of the game.
And this defense, they just continue to put in a great night's work. I mean, Mike, you think whether it's been blitz schemes, stunts, whatever you name it, this offensive line has had its hands full. They have allowed their quarterback to be hit way too many times.
They'll run for the first time with their fullback. And that's not going to work at all. He'll manage to get back to the line. That is all it is.
I'm surprised I didn't get called on offsides on that.
As he'll be standing just inside the back line of the end zone. Loose past the 35. Look at him go. Inside the 10. And he's going to take it all the way.
Thanks for the points.
Greg, they gave him space to get started, and once he got started, they could not stop him for the punt return and the touchdown.
Well, Mike, what's that old saying? You can outkick your coverage. Well, in this case, it turned out to be true. There was so much distance between the coverage unit and the returner that when he has all that field to work with and all that green grass, he is...
Though, to be honest, I was a little surprised they didn't tackle me. They had 2 shots, real good shots, and one of them looked like it was going to take me down for a second. Well, I'm not going to lie. That first hit, I really thought I was going down.
Here comes a return from the 5. He'll come across the 20 and taken down at the 21-yard line. The 49ers offense ready to get back at it. They'll start it here with a 1st and 10.
Let's go now. Let's go.
Working from the gun. Oh, no chance there.
You know, we can sit up here all day long and critique the quarterback, and you can see his eyes aren't downfield. He's a little jittery in the pocket. But with the amount he's been sacked and hit today, Mike, I can't say I really blame him.
So, 3 quarters now in the books. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this.
Entering play call, catch, 60 out.
Shotgun now for Jones. The rush gets there. He goes down inside the 5-yard line. What to do following the sack? It is 3rd and long.
3rd and very long.
Throwing now is Jones. And on 3rd down, the ball is incomplete.
The aggressiveness of taking the shot there, but the downside is, like, when you find yourself back up this close to your own end zone, now it brings up 4th down. That is not
he had to throw that.
Situation to find yourselves in. You either got to pump this ball away and play field position, or if you keep that offense out there, you better have a play you feel really good about.
They're like, no, you're not getting another touchdown on a kick return. Fuck you.
Smith to the Bears offense, set for their next possession. You can see he's closing in on a rushing time.
Pokeballs out.
The final 2 weeks of the season. That's for the big rookie out of Michigan, Holston Loveland. Santos, good on the extra point. And the Bears add on to their already sizable lead. An injured player on that one, and it's Nick Bosa. Game stopped as they come to look at the outstanding defender. So here's Santos after the touchdown. He's out to kick this one off. This fielded at about the 9. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. The Niners offense raised if they can do.
I found the play they don't like on defense.
And 10. Now Jones. Pushed out to his left. Off he goes.
Initially, Mike, a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. Little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good game.
Good give to McCaffrey on the option. And he's going to get first down, taking this one up past the 40-yard line.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen. And not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2. But it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales.
Damn! Speared his ass!
Big explosive plays on the ground. And it makes such a big difference for the offense. Tried to get a little cute.
You see that motherfucker get folded in two on that hit?
Jet motion, but really nice job there by the defense. When you can set good edges and you can have good force players on the perimeter of the defense, there's really nowhere for this jet sweep to go, because with them running horizontal before the snap,
under pressure, and down he goes. They got him.
I think the defense came in confident that they'd be able to get after the quarterback, right, Mike? When we met with them this week, they felt like they had a really good plan, some exotic looks, some different pressure packages, and it's worked to perfection. I'm not sure they thought they'd be 1 sack away for breaking the NFL record for the most sacks in a single game, but here we are.
On 3rd and long, it's Jones. And they all over him yet again. He'll go down once more.
This guy's like a man amongst boys right now out here, Mike, and you just don't see these sort of dominant performances on the NFL level very often. I mean, whether they got to double team him or keep sliding the protection to him, they don't care what they got to do. Someone has to block this guy because he's completely destroying the entire game.
And how about that? Nice return there, picking his way up past the 35-yard line. So out comes the Chicago offense as they get set to take over once more. And a few kneel downs should do it here. Defensively, they do still have those 3 timeouts, but very little reason to use them at this point. He's going to take a shot. Sends it down the middle. And they bring him down there when it is inside the 10. It is going to be 1st and goal. A big play to kick off this drive. 56 yards.
Both pre-snap and post-snap, this is about as well done as you can do at the quarterback position. Get in and out at the right call, identifying the holes along the back end, and then the throw. You can't put it in a better spot. I mean, that's just a big-time play.
They'll run with Johnson.
Oh, that... Shit, I did not realize that was that.
By the time the defensive backs had come downhill to get involved, we knew there was just no way he was going to get himself out of this. It just shows, Mike, how long he was flailing around back there, that by the time he actually went down, everyone was behind the line of scrimmage chasing him.
Throwing on 2nd down. Williams. A dive and a catch. Incredible.
The defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth, and a quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
They'll try to run, and it's Johnson. And this is going to be a touchdown. They are going to extend the lead here in the final minute of play. Greg in the end zone and again, I'm running out of different ways to say touchdown. They're doing it so often here today.
Mike, some offensive play callers, once they get the lead, it's just milk the clock and let's get out with the win. But not this coach. He is trying to score every single time they possess the ball.
Inside zone.
Williams now going to bring up the Bears, and they will go for two. Operating from the shotgun. Pressure gets there, and down he goes.
So they decided to put the ball in the air, which I don't mind on this two-point try, but execution was just a little bit off, and it's not going to work out in their favor this time around.
Down to the final few seconds of this one as the kick is away.
I did that mostly to waste time.
At the 8-yard line. Get across the 20, mark them at the 22-yard line. Here we go. One final play. He's going to look for the home run ball. And the final play of the game winds up incomplete. That will do it. This one comes to an end. So this one, a win for the...
Finish game is selected. Entering progress and rewards screens. Entering player traits screen expert feedback. We have 9 options. We have 7 options. Speed rusher. We have 6 options. Overview. We have 7 zone. We have 6 options. Overview is selected. We have 7 options. Upgrade is selected. We have 6 options. Overview. We have 8 options. Claim leader. We have 7 options. Overview is selected. We have 7 options. We have 7 copying. We have 6 options. We have 7 pass protector. We have 6 options. We have 7 options. Pass protector. We have 6 options. Overviews. We have 7 power rusher. We have 6 options. Overviews. Entering weapon special screen. We have playoff pictures. Entering safety. Entering S. Entering save drop. Save successful. Entering franchise screen. Entering Foreman. Yes.
Alright, folks, it's that time of the night.
We have 11 options. Franchises selected. Horizontal list. We have 2 options. Enter franchises selected.
So let's see if I can find someone to pass off to. All right, we are going to raid to a Cam D. Matthews. He's also playing Madden. NFL 26. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch. We absolutely appreciate it. It means the world to us. As streamers, show that same fucking love and respect to your viewers. Because while we can do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and honestly, what would be the fucking point? Alright. This is your immortal Sith Emperor signing out saying, I am out of here, motherfuckers. Later.